4 rounds down, 4 rounds to go. We have reached the halfway point of the season in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We've travelled about 900 kilometres from our last round in Estoril. We've gone to the east and we are now in glorious Spain. Hello everybody, welcome to Circuit Ricardo Tormo here in Spain for rounds 5 and 6 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024. The second season of this wonderful series. My name's Brian Oliver, bringing you all the commentary here today for qualifying and for the race. In the pit lane, we will have Piers Pryor, who will be bringing you all the news from there. We are at Circuit Ricardo Tormo, a track that is 4.005 kilometres around with 14 turns, 9 of them to the left and 5 to the right, and not as much elevation as we've seen in the previous 2 rounds, just 5 metres. A track that was established in 1999, so celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. Of course, very famous for hosting MotoGP and World Superbike, but today it's Porsche. You can see weather conditions are good, 12 degrees centigrade, so not exactly tropical, but certainly warm enough. We are not expecting any rain. That is very good news indeed. Of course, this is the only Porsche Winter Championship that happens in Europe, and we are here in Spain because the weather is traditionally very, very good. It's a great opportunity for the drivers to get up to speed. As they say, summer wins are made in the winter, and that's exactly what we're doing here. We're getting ready for qualifying, which is coming up any second now. So we've got 4 qualifying sessions that are going to be happening today, this morning, getting ready for 4 races that will happen this afternoon. The cars are in 2 divisions. We have the Sport Division and the Club Division. It is the Sport Division that are heading out first for their very short and sharp 15-minute qualifying session for round 5 of the season. There will be a short break and then they will be back on again for qualifying for round 6 of the season. The Sport Division is divided into 2 parts. We have the Pro drivers and we have the Pro-Am drivers. And the Pro drivers who are very much at the top of the timing sheets, but we're keeping an eye on the Pro-Am drivers as well. As we say, this is a very short and sharp qualifying session, so it's very important to get it right. And there are a number of drivers who are already going to be starting this session very much on the back foot, because the subject of conversation that has been going around all day today, and something that we're going to be talking about all day long, I have no doubt, is that of track limits. Yes, the dreaded track limits. In fact, so bad were the track limits infringements in the free practice session this morning, 142 of them to be precise, 142 warnings that were given out to drivers. They were all summoned by the race steward and had a jolly good talking to just before this qualifying session started. There are 3 drivers who are starting on the back foot because they exceeded track limits so much in the free practice session they have picked up penalties. So the 3 drivers are Senna van Soelen, Jeff Michiels and Jules Grauls, and those 3 drivers during this qualifying session are going to have to visit the pits for a 5-second stop and go. Well, you might say, well, what's the point of a stop and go during a qualifying session? Well, when it is this short, it's going to disrupt the program. Of course, the 15 minutes, which have already, well, we're down to 12 minutes and 25 seconds, as you can see from the clock. In that time, the drivers need to get their tyres up to temperature, get them into the window. They need to get in a banker lap, they need to get in a hot lap, and they need to find the space out on the track. Lots that has to be done in a very short period of time, so having to come back into the pits for a stop and go of 5 seconds will disrupt that. There is no doubt about that. So those 3 drivers already on the back foot, and the drivers will be very much under scrutiny during this qualifying session, because if they exceed track limits, they will have lap times cancelled. We're looking there at Hugo Ellis in the number 54 car, and he's a driver who so far has scored a 4th place in round 3 at Estoril last time out. So a driver who's very much found some pace, the driver from the UK racing for the legendary Team Parker Racing, out on track at the moment. Now, during free practice this morning, it was Ariel Levy who once again was very much setting the benchmark. 133.416 was his fastest time. Sebastian Freeman, though, has been very much up there as well in all of the practice sessions. Ariel Levy, who has very much been dominating this championship so far, he's won 3 out of the 4 rounds. Sebastian Freeman is very much there as well. He had 2 second places last time out. But also in the championship, keep an eye on Alex Tauscher, because he is very much challenging as well. Ariel Levy leads the championship by 36 points from Alex Tauscher, and Sebastian Freeman by 37 points. So it is possible, with 50 points available during the day today, it is possible that Ariel Levy could secure the championship in the sport division here today at Valencia, but it would require Alex Tauscher to have a fairly bad day. But Ariel Levy, such is his dominance, as I said before, 3 out of 4 wins. So out of 4 races, he's won 3 of them, and quickest in free practice this morning. So lots to look out for there. The Pro-Am race is a lot closer. Jules Grauel is currently leading Alex Ryman by just 3 points, and Chenzing Oguzhan by 23 points. So very much between, at the moment, Jules Grauel and Alex Ryman, just 3 points separating them in the Pro-Am Championship. You get the feeling that one is going to go all the way down to the wire. We're looking out on track at the moment. You can see on your timing screen, Sasha Norden at 142.008. That is not representative. Drivers getting the heat into the tyres, getting them up to speed, getting them into the window. Tyres are limited in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The drivers are restricted to just 2 new sets of tyres for the qualifying and the race. So very much strategy at play here, when to use those new tyres, which suggests that with a circuit that is not famous for lots of overtaking opportunities, that the drivers will primarily be on new rubber for this qualifying session, because grid position will be very, very important. Robin Knutsen, a 135.969, so getting a little bit closer to the benchmark set by Ariel Levy in free practice this morning. To remind you, 133.416, so still a little bit of time to come from that. Drivers will need to get the heat into the tyres, into the brakes, find the track position and not exceed track limits. And I expect that the lecture from the race director this morning may have had some effect, because at the moment we haven't had any alerts of any track limits. Oh, and in fact, I spoke too soon. Car 32, track limit in turn 1, relevant lap time disallowed. So Robin Knutsen has fallen foul of the race director and has had his time disallowed. So turn 1 seems to be the area where the drivers are exceeding track limits the most. And if you exceed track limits, not only when you have the time disallowed, but also the next lap, because it could be that you're getting an advantage that launches you into the following lap. So it's very important that the drivers keep it within the white lines. There is Robin Knutsen now locking up, going into the corner, and he goes wide out into the gravel trap, and he turns around, he's into the barrier. So Robin Knutsen has got wide, and now that is surely going to bring out some kind of caution, because it doesn't look to me as though he is going to go any further. The car's into the gravel trap, he skimmed across the gravel trap into the barrier. That was out on turn 3. The yellow flag is showing, and now we are to a red flag. So this session, with 7¼ minutes remaining, is suddenly brought to a halt, and this is exactly why getting out there, not messing about, getting a good time on the board nice and early is so important, because there are a number of drivers who have not put in a representative time yet, including Ariel Levy, who's currently down in 24th place. They will now have 7¼ minutes to get the cars back out on track, get the heat back into the tyres, find some space, keep it within the white lines, and put in a hot lap. So it is going to be a fairly frantic 7 minutes and 17 seconds once this gets going. We've had confirmation that Robert Knudsen is all okay. You saw him going wide into the corner, and it was out on the exit of turn 2 down towards turn 3. He skimmed across the gravel trap, made contact with the barrier, and that is almost certainly going to put him out of qualifying for round 6 as well. So the second qualifying session. Having said that, doesn't look like a lot of damage to the car, so they may be able to turn that around and get him out for the second of the qualifying sessions. But there is only 5 minutes or so between the qualifying sessions, between qualifying for round 5 and round 6. So an awful lot to do, and the driver himself will have his confidence a little dented. He is at the top of the time screens at the moment, a 1:35.969. We're expecting that to be eclipsed by a couple of seconds, but yeah, it's going to be a very frantic 7.25 minutes remaining. The car's now coming back into the pit lane. Conditions here, excuse me, a little bit chilly. The wind is blowing. It's not as tropical. You see people in shorts there in the pit lane. Well, they're kind of wishing they'd worn long trousers now, aren't they? It's chilly, so getting the tyres into the window will be more than just the work of a moment. Of course, tyre warmers are not expected. Now, we've been informed there will be a 10-minute delay here before we get this session underway. So we've got 10 minutes until the session back up and running again, and then it really will be a very frantic session. We've got 30 cars. This championship, Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, is very, very popular. It's only the second year, but it has grown in credibility and popularity very much. A lot of drivers wanting to be in it. And it is very much, the sport division is sold out. We have 30 cars that are going to be out on track, and they're all going to be out at the same time on this circuit, which is just a fraction over 4 kilometers around. So finding that space is going to be very, very important and very, very critical, and keeping it within the white lines. Just to repeat what I said earlier, track limit infringements during free practice, there were 142 during a short practice session. That is how much of an issue it is here. Drivers looking to extract as much as they can out of the circuit, using every millimetre and pushing it as far as they can. But it is, as we said already, a championship that could potentially be decided today. We have Ariel Levy, who is leading the championship by some 36 points from Alex Tausch. Alex, who has had a kind of an up and down season so far. He won the opening race, but then has been involved in a few incidents, certainly in round 2 and round 3. He started on pole position in the first race at Estoril last time out, but ended up in 10th place after a little bit of contact with another driver. Then in the second race at Estoril, finished in 4th place. He could still get his hands on the championship. We only need Ariel Levy to have a bad day today, or indeed just one bad round, and Alex Tausch could suddenly be up there. But it is Ariel Levy who leads the way in the championship with 92 points ahead of Alex Tausch, who has 56. The battle for second place is very close. Sebastian Freimert just 1 point behind Alex Tausch. And Sebastian Freimert are very much in the category of drivers who have improved significantly. He was joint 3rd in the 2023 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Championship, but he's also been running in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany last year, and he's a driver who just seems to be finding his way, getting into the groove, getting quicker, and has been at the top of many of the timesheets during the various practice sessions that we've had over the last couple of days. So the drivers are racing. for their championships in the pro class and in the pro-am class. There's also a combined classification for the drivers, and that is the overall sport and club division driver classification, which is the sum of the points scored in the division and their respective class added together. So that means that Ariel Levy in the overall championship has 184 points. That's 72 ahead of Alex Tauscher and Sebastian Framer. That is the both the pro and the pro-am championships added together. We've got a few interesting names that have joined us here on the grid for this race and this rounds 5 and round 6 at Valencia. None more so than Flint Schuring. Really good to have Flint here. He was originally scheduled to be here for the entire season, but got called up on other duties as well. But he's now joined us here. He was in the Middle East earlier in the season, where he got 5th place in the championship. He was 6th in the championship last year in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He is the younger brother of Maurice Schuring. And if you follow Porsche Cup racing, well, Maurice Schuring became the youngest ever winner in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany last year. He won in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. He was a very, very rapid driver. He's now moved on into world endurance racing. And his younger brother, well, we were told, look out for Flint Schuring because he's even quicker. So we were quite excited that he's now made it here to Valencia for this round here, round 5 and round 6. And we'll be interested to see how he gets on. He's racing for Proton Huber competition. So Christoph Huber's team, very, very quick team. And it will be Flint Schuring who we'll be keeping an eye on, who joins Alex Tauscher in that team also as a teammate. We have a number of other drivers who have also joined us as guests for this round. Jan Seifert, another one who has been very much flexing his muscles in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany in 2022 and in 2023. We followed him through ADAC TCR Germany in 2018, 19 and 20. He did GT Open in 2021. So he's another driver who will be worth keeping an eye on. We're looking at the championship challengers. So Ariel Levy, as we've already mentioned, he is very much out in front by that 36 points ahead of Alex Tauscher and Sebastian Framert. Louis Rosset is in 4th place. He's 45 points adrift. And Horst Felix Felbermeyer, who rounds out the top 5. He is 46 points adrift with 46 points. And Marco Giltrap, keep an eye on the number 84 car. The driver from New Zealand in the Team GP Elite car. A very quick team, a very quick car. Was looking very, very strong in Portimao, but had a difficult time in Estoril. Picked up a penalty in round 3, a 22nd penalty that saw him drop from 7th to 19th, but finished 9th in round 4. So keep an eye on Marco Giltrap as well. We're looking there at Josh Stanton, another of the Proton Huber drivers from the UK, the number 95 car. And he's a driver who was 8th in the Pro-Am Championship of Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain in 2023. And he was also the AM champion in the 2022 Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. There is the Sebastian Framer car, and expecting great things from Sebastian. No pressure there then. The German driver who is gearing himself up. Right, you can see the green lights are back on, the clock is ticking down. This is going to be a critical 7 minutes for these drivers. They've got to get out on the track. It's a traffic jam in the pit lane already. All cars will need to be out on track. They've got to get out there, find some space. Now the car at the front is Jan Seifert. He's done a good job getting out of the pits first, so he's going to have a clear track in front of him. And hopefully this lot will be out on track by the time he gets around the final corner. Looks like they're all getting out fairly quickly. So 6.5 minutes to get those tyres into the window, get the brakes up to temperature as well. Track limits, particularly this corner that we're looking at now, turn 1, drivers need to keep it within the track limits. Otherwise, there will be a penalty incoming. there is a pit lane infringement that has been noted in relation to Josh Stanton. So it might have been that he didn't stop quite in the right place. Whatever it was, the stewards are having a look at that as well. But now, out on track, a lot of work to be done in 6 minutes for these drivers. Look at the traffic jam, jostling for space and position out on track. Pietro Armani moving to the inside of Gianluca Giorgi. Great to have the Italian driver joining us, another of the drivers joining us for this round, for these 2 rounds. A driver who we've seen in Porsche Carrera Cup Italy, now flexing his muscles in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. A lot of the drivers, as we've already said, gearing themselves up, preparing themselves for the summer seasons, for championships that are going to be running throughout the year. But this is by no means a minor championship. This is a championship that drivers want to win in. They want to get the championship. The Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, it's a championship that is gathering prestige as it goes along, and the drivers need to be and want to be at the sharp end of the grid. So, Robin Knudsen was the reason for the red flag. He's got a 135.969, but he is not going to be taking part in the remainder of this session. That was a lock-up. Looked like Gianluca Giorgi locking up going into turn 1. So, Robin Knudsen's 135.969 is going to be very much under threat. Sid Smith into second place. So at the moment, the grid is very, very topsy-turvy, and was likely, as soon as the drivers get up to temperature, to see a lot of changes in the last few minutes. But this does depend on drivers keeping it on the track. If we get another red flag or any other issues like that, we could have a seriously upside down grid. You can see Ariel Levy, championship leader, is down in 24th place at the moment. So he has got to do a lot of work. Keep it focused, keep it together, and keep his eyes on the ball. Just looking to see where Alex Tauscher is on the timing screens. He is down in 26th at the moment, so he's also got a lot of work to do from there. But as long as we can keep it under green flag conditions, we should see the times tumbling. Third in the championship, Sebastian Framer, currently down in 19th place in the timing screens. Right, here we go. Jan Seifert first, a 134.754. So we are getting closer, but that is still a second slower than we saw in free practice, more than a second than we saw in free practice this morning. So 134.754 is the first benchmark time. Cars now crossing the line. Less than 3.5 minutes remaining of this qualifying session for round 5, which takes place this afternoon. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Jan Seifert going wide, and he has to be careful within the white lines. I'm keeping one eye on our message screen to see whether there are any penalties that are likely to be awarded, and that could utterly ruin a driver's day. So Cas Havercourt next to the top of the timing screens. We haven't even mentioned him yet. Guesting here, the 2020 Spanish Formula 4 champion, preparing for a season in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. And that is Sasha Norden into the gravel. This is exactly what we said might happen, because this is almost certainly going to bring out a red flag. And if that is the case, it could be the end of the qualifying session. Drivers have not put in a competitive time. A number of the drivers, Ariel Levy down in 24th. You could see that Sasha Norden's rear wheels were spinning. He was stuck in the gravel. At the moment, we're still green flag. Now, what is going to happen? Just waiting to see from race control. Are they going to keep this going? It's out on the exit of turn 11 that Sasha Norden is stranded. We are still going at the moment. Car 77 has had a time disallowed, dual growl, that time disallowed for track limits at turn 6. Hugo Ellis jumps to the top with a 134.399. Now we've got a code 60 that is out, which means drivers cannot exceed 60 kilometers an hour. And you get a feeling that there's going to be hard for drivers to improve here. Hugo Ellis to the top of 134.399. So drivers now having to reduce their speed. The The clock is ticking down. This is going to turn the grid absolutely upside down. Sebastian Freeman, though, has got a lap in. He's up into P2 at 1:34.557. Cass Havercourt, the driver that we were just talking about, up into third place with a 1:34.578, but you can see the clock is ticking down. We are code 60, which means drivers cannot exceed 60 kilometers an hour, which means lap times are not going to improve. That driver there, Ariel Levy, 27th. He is going to have a mountain to climb because he's not going to be able to qualify anywhere near the front in this, which will be round 5. His record of wins is almost certainly going to come to a stop without a miracle because he has won the last 3 races in a row, but he's going to have to do it from a long way back because there are 30 seconds remaining of this qualifying session and he has not put in a competitive time. He left it too late to get a timeout on the board, and there he is now, loitering at the back of the pack. Behind him is Marco Giltrap, 24th, so a lot of the big names at the back of the pack. Sebastian Freeman will be rubbing his hands together. Second place on the grid, a 1:34.557. That is going to increase his chances of getting back into the championship hunt. This will launch him close to Ariel Levy if he can turn this into points. And if Ariel Levy has problems getting through the traffic, of course, that car, the number 78 car, has been so quick. Just because he starts down in 27th place doesn't mean that he's not going to make his way up through the pack. But I would have to say, with cars that are all identical in the pro category, Ariel Levy is going to have his work cut out to get on the podium from 27th on the grid. The driver starting behind him will be Alex Tauscher. He will be 28th. The driver starting in front will be Flint Schuring, another of the big names, Horst Felix Felbermeyer in 25th place, Marco Giltrap in 24th. Looking at the Pro-Am category, Jules Grohl is all the way down in 23rd place. Our leading Pro-Am driver is one that we haven't even mentioned yet, Henri Chuamala, who joins us for the first time here this weekend, and he will be on pole position in the Pro-Am category. What a way to start that will be, and that is 11th place overall, so very respectable position to be in. So we have a very jumbled up grid for what will be round 5 of the season. We're going to have a short break and then it'll be to round 6 qualifying, but what a dramatic qualifying session that has been. A red flag and then a code 60. It means that the pack is seriously jumbled. In second place is Cass Havercourt, because I do believe that we have had, yes we have, we've had Sebastian Freeman's lap cancelled. So looking at the result, Hugo Ellis will start on pole position for Team Parker Racing, Cass Havercourt second, Jan Seifert in third, Sid Smith in fourth, Josh Stanton in fifth, Angus Whiteside in sixth, good name for the Brits, Pietro Armani in seventh. Now Sebastian Freeman, I believe, has had a lap cancelled, so he's back down to eighth. Dries Janssen in ninth, Henri Chuamala, the leading Pro-Am driver in 10th, Thomas Cangro in 11th, Alex Ryman, another challenger in the Pro-Am Championship, in 12th, ahead of Fernando Monnier. And Robin Knudsen, despite that crash, actually qualifies in 14th position. 15th, Louis Rosset, ahead of Gianluca Giorgi. In 16th, Sasha Norden, who brought out in code 60, ahead of Chenzi Okuzan. Jurien Bach and Jules Grau round up the top 20. Then Marco Giltrap. Look at these names: Jules Grau, Marco Giltrap, Horst Felix Felbermeyer, Flint Schuring, Ariel Levy, all together. We haven't even mentioned Oliver Gray. Great to have him here in the Opera car, number 9 car in 25th, ahead of Anthony Imperato. Alex Tauscher all the way down in 27th place. He's got a lot of work to do from there. And then ahead of them, behind them, it's Senna Van Solen, Giuseppe Guerri and Jeff Machiels bringing up the rear, to remind you that Solen, Machiels and Jules Grau all had that 5-second stop and go as well. What a dramatic qualifying session for Sport Division round 5. We've got to do it all again in a few moments, so we well, hopefully we're going to get it so it'll be green flag all the way, but that really does give us an amazing race. Round 5, we will see a lot of the quicker drivers having to come through the pack, and this is going to give us an awful lot to watch. It's going to be an exciting race, not to take it away from the drivers at the top of the grid, of course. They've all done very well to qualify up at the front, but a very British look to the front of the grid. So a moment of a pause here as we wait for the cars to get ready and look to see whether any are changing tyres as we get ready for round 6. Don't see a lot of action in terms of tyre changing, and would suggest that one of the good things about having a qualifying session where we had very little actual green flag time is that the drivers did not use tyres up. So just looking, the Q2 will restart at 11:12 local time due to the code 60. Right, Piers Pryor down in the pits. That's an exciting one, Piers. What you got for us?
Yeah, just been in the pits chatting to the teams and drivers behind the scenes. Most of the drivers very much in the zone, getting ready for second part of qualifying, so I haven't got a time to chat to any of those. Got a quick word with Team Parker Racing. Of course, Hugo Ellis going pole in that first session. Right place, right time was sort of the word from them, getting a lap in when it mattered. They're hoping for a cleaner session in this one. New tyres, by the looks of it, on pretty much every car on the grid for the second session, so no one's going to be saving their second set of brand new tyres for the races. So let's hope for a bit of a cleaner session, but busy down here in the pit lane and are looking forward to the second part.
Thank you, Piers. Oh, well, so much for my theory about them saving tyres then. Yes, well, hopefully they'll have a bit of rubber for when the race actually starts. So it sounds like there has been a bit of tyre changing that has gone on, and they are on to new rubber for the next round, which is round 6. And yes, we echo that. Hopefully this will be a cleaner session than the previous one. Car 99 will need to still serve his stop and go penalty. So that's Jeff McKells, who had the stop and go penalty for exceeding track limits in free practice this morning. Looks like he was unable to do that because of all the stoppages in the qualifying for round 5. So he will have to do that in this next session. So lots to think about. So a moment of calm, and the drivers regathering themselves. Right, we do need the drivers to keep it out of the gravel trap. That is for sure in the second qualifying session of the day. Of course, when this is all done, we get to do it all again in the club division. They will also have qualifying for round 5 and round 6. But we would expect to see the qualifying results at the end of this session to be quite different to that in the first session. Having said that, Hugo Ellis, a very useful driver, and a 4th place in Estoril was his best of the season so far. We are now getting ready for Sport Division Qualifying 2, Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. So how much more drama can we cope with? You can see there the 998 car, Jan Seifert, getting ready to go out. Looked very useful indeed. So he's certainly not new to Porsche racing, Porsche Pro Cup Germany for the last couple of years, and getting himself up to speed in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and showing why he is a contender in whatever championship he chooses to take part in. He's in the HP Racing International Porsche, the team that is run by Harold Broaching, a fairly legendary driver himself. There's Jeff McKells for Belgium Racing in car number 99, also being pushed out into the pit lane. And of course, he will have to do that stop and go penalty. So he needs to get out, get back in again, and then get out and focus on the session ahead. So the clock is now running. We are just about under the 15-minute mark as the cars come out of the pit lane. We said this circuit was unusual. It's certainly very different to the previous two, a lot less in the way of undulation. But one of the things that is especially different as the cars run in an anti-clockwise direction, the pit lane on the outside of the circuit. But running in an anti-clockwise direction can do all sorts of things. The drivers prepare themselves and train themselves very much to run in a clockwise direction, and the necks and everything else takes a bit of getting used to running in this the other way round to what a lot of the drivers are used to. All good. As we see Sasha Norden, clearly no damage after that excursion into the gravel, so he's able to get back out onto the track. I haven't seen, yes, Robin Knutson is out on track as well, so the contact with the barrier clearly hasn't done enough damage to put him out of the session. So it looks like we're going to have all 30 cars out on track. Now, after the experience of the previous qualifying session, how many drivers are going to be brave enough to leave it till later on? Of course, as the circuit evolves, it gets quicker and quicker. Now, I believe Piers has Sasha Norden with him down in the pits.
Unfortunately, Sash had to go out on qualifying for qualifying too, but I did see that the JW Race Service team down here were working on the car. I think they put a new splitter on, so of course his trip through the gravel did a bit of minor damage, but the team did a good job to get him back out on track, so he should be up to full speed in this one.
Thank you, Piers. Yes, the splitter, a critical part. If you lose that, that makes a big difference to lap times, and of course it's the first thing to go the driver bumps across the curbs, or indeed ends up in the gravel trap. So new splitter on the Sasha Norden car. Yes, we saw him going out on track. So unless Piers was sat alongside him, he certainly wasn't going to be interviewing him, was he? So yes, Sasha Norden will have just thrown his timing a little bit, but he's a professional driver, a very rapid driver, looking to improve on 2 7th places in Portimao, and he finished 7th in the Pro-Am category with GP Elite in this very championship last year. He is the Pro-Am champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. So Sasha Norden definitely one to watch, and will want to put that first qualifying session behind him and get his head around this one. As I was about to mention, the track evolves as the day goes on. There's more and more rubber that gets laid down. The sun, in theory, heats the track up as well, and it gets quicker and quicker. So drivers who go out late in the session to put in their hot lap are obviously going to have the opportunity of a quicker circuit, but of course you have the risk of exactly what we saw in that first session, and that is a yellow flag, red flag, code 60, bringing things to a halt, and therefore the gamble doesn't pay off. So a lot of drivers now out on track. In fact, I think everybody is now out on track, getting the heat into the tyres, the weaving. It's all about generating that heat, getting the rubber up to temperature, and nobody leaving it late this time. Everybody is going to be out. I said that. It looks like there's one car in the pits that we can see. I've got nothing that's indicated in the pit, so that's possibly one from the club division that is in the pit lane. I think everybody is out on track at the moment. There is Ariel Levy. He's going to have to put the memory of qualifying for round 5 to the back of his mind and start afresh to get the car up towards the front. Get a time on the board nice and quickly in case there is another issue with red flags. Now, car 54 has had a lap disallowed. That's Hugo Ellis, the driver who stole the headlines very much in the previous qualifying session. There he is there, very much in the traffic, but turn 1 lap time disallowed as a result of exceeding track limits. So, lots and lots of drivers on the track, not much space to be had, and drivers needing to get themselves together and focus to get the car ready to get it up on the grid. So all cars are confirmed out on track, and you can see finding a bit of space as well. Be careful not to actually get involved with each other. So there's Ariel Levy. There is Hugo Ellis, who was so rapid, really made hay while the sun shined in the previous qualifying session. I would love to do that again now. Sebastian Freimert at the top of the timesheet, but not with a representative time. Looking down on the pit straight, this of course will be the best overtaking opportunity when the racing is underway later on this afternoon, going into turn 1. And again, getting it slowed down into that turn and not exceeding the track limits will be critical. And you just get the feeling we are going to be talking about track limits all day long. Chenzi Ogyuzan is under investigation for speeding during the code 60. Which is bad news. Also, other cars under investigation for infringements of Code 60. Car 9, which is Ollie Gray. Car 91, Anthony Imperato. Car 27, Giuseppe Giueri. And car 31, Sebastian Framert. All under investigation for possible infringements under the Code 60 in the previous session. Thomas Cangro jumps to the top of the time sheets at the moment at 1:35.827. We're expecting cars to be in the 33s. We didn't see it in the previous session because they didn't go long enough, but we're expecting to see cars into the lower part of the 33s potentially. 33.416 was Ariel Levy's time this morning. And if this remains green for the entire distance, then that may well be what we're looking at again. Senevan Serlin, the track limits, lap disallowed for exceeding track limits. So it's still happening, isn't it? Car 91, Anthony Imperato, and car 32, Robin Knudsen. He's had a time disallowed. So several of the drivers falling foul of the stewards, and of course the drivers just want to push it as best as they can, as much as they can. They want to get it to the front, and every last centimetre counts on a circuit like this. You need that grid position. There is car 54, the driver who starts from the front in round 5, and he would dearly love to do it again in this race. There is no doubt about that, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do. 1:33.954 of provisional pole position. Alex Tauscher about 1.5 tenths behind. Flint Schuring 2 tenths behind him, and in third place, and Horst Felix Felbermayr, Derek Janssen up there as well. Right, so now 7.25 minutes remaining. We've been green all the way. We're going to start looking for purple sectors. Sid Smith at 21.446, so he's gone purple in sector 1, currently down in 19th place. So we'll keep one eye on Sid Smith, because he could potentially be joining his fellow countrymen up at the front of the grid. But Hugo Ellis, how good is he looking here? He's really enjoying this Valencia circuit, and proving to everybody that the qualifying in round 5 was nothing to do with red flags and everything to do with talent. Sebastian Framert just missing out up into second place. So Sebastian Framert up into second, but Ariel Levy now up into second. So he jumps Sebastian Framert, our championship protagonist, all towards the front. A 1:33.638 for Hugo Ellis. So that qualifying for round 5, certainly no fluke. A very, very quick time for Hugo Ellis. Ariel Levy just a little behind, 2 tenths behind, with a 1:33.857. Then Sebastian Framert. Alex Tauscher has improved, but Horst Felix Felbermayr goes to the top, a 1:33.589. Horst Felix Felbermayr up to the front. Flint Schuring joining him with a 1:33.632. So Flint Schuring, we thought he was going to be quick. The two of them have bumped Hugo Ellis down into third, Alex Tauscher into fourth, Ariel Levy into fifth. Now let's see Alex Tauscher, quick as anybody in sector 1. And then it's Ariel Levy in that 5th place still at the moment. But Horst Felix Felbermayr, the man currently on provisional pole position, a 1:33.589 in car number 88. Looking, I've got one eye on the message screen to see that nobody has exceeded track limits. So Felbermayr continuing to improve. Alex Tauscher, though, keep an eye on him. He's the quickest of anybody in sector 1 at the moment. He's into sector 2, so he may well be launching himself back up. He's into 5th place at the moment. Ariel Levy down to 6th. Hugo Ellis is down into 4th, because Ariel Levy has now jumped up into 3rd place. So Felbermayr, Schuring, Levy, Hugo Ellis, Cass Havercord, the driver who's guesting here this weekend, up into 5th place ahead of Alex Tauscher. But Alex Tauscher is a middle sector, nothing too spectacular. So having gone purple in sector 1, it doesn't look like he's been able to keep that going into sector 2, but he may well improve yet. Car 27 has had a lap time disallowed for track limits. That is Giuseppe Giueri again, but it's Horst Felix Feldmeier leading the way. There is Alex Tauscher. Just behind him on the circuit is Horst Felix Feldmeier. So both drivers are looking to improve. That is Alex Tauscher, car 13, currently in 6th place. He was the quickest of anybody in sector 1 on the previous lap, but wasn't able to put it all together to get a lap that moved him any further up the back. But P6 still pretty good. He's now out on circuit looking to improve. Car 13. Just behind is Driek Jansen. There is Jan Seifert as well. The driver they are chasing, though, is the blue car, Horst Felix Feldmeier, car number 88. This is Alex Tauscher, goes deep into the corner, giving it everything he's got. Careful to keep within the track limits, picking up a bit of curb. He goes to the left, to the right. Horst Felix Feldmeier following his every move into sector 3. Alex Tauscher looking to improve, but he's backed out of it. So Alex Tauscher has decided to back out of it, get himself some space and try again. We saw him going deep into the corner. So Alex Tauscher still not improving on his position of 7th place. Flint Schuring, very impressive in 2nd place, a 133.632. Horst Felix Feldmeier, though, on provisional pole with 3 minutes remaining. Who can catch the number 88 car? Flint Schuring in 2nd, Ariel Levy in 3rd, Hugo Ellis, the very impressive Hugo Ellis, currently in the pits. Feldmeier has also now peeled off into the pits as well. Marco Giltrap up into 5th place ahead of Cass Havercourt. Then it's Alex Tauscher, Robin Knudsen, Sebastian Freeman and Louis Rosset rounding out the top 10. We continue to ride with Flint Schuring, car 16. It's been good to have him here for this round. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on. There is Alex Tauscher just behind him. I'm looking at the timing screen to see if anybody is improving. There's a few personal bests, but nobody yet is setting the screens alight with lap times. So it is still very much in the hands of Horst Felix Feldmeier. Ariel Levy in that 3rd place, looking to improve. He's out on track at the moment. Feldmeier into the pits, so it looks as though he is done for this session. And car 32, lap time disallowed. Also, Alex Tauscher went wide into turn 1, so his lap time has been disallowed. Alex Tauscher, 2nd in the championship, currently 7th in this qualifying session. A lot of work to do from there. Ahead of him, Cass Havercourt. Behind him, Robin Knudsen. Oliver Gray, car number 9. Great to have him here from Ombra Racing. Making a guest start here at the Valencia round 5 and round 6. And a good qualifying session from him in 9th place. Flint Schuring into the pits as well as Hugo Ellis. So Ariel Levy now jumps to the top of 133.533. So Ariel Levy doing what he needed to do in the closing stages. He strung it all together, and with a minute remaining, it's Ariel Levy who relieves Horst Felix Feldmeier of provisional pole position. Flint Schuring bumped down to the 2nd row, 3rd place, with Hugo Ellis alongside. Then it's Marco Giltrap and Cass Havercourt, and Alex Tauscher still trying to improve on that 7th place. He's not going to improve because he's into the pits, so 7th is as good as it's going to get. Robin Knudsen in 8th place ahead of Oliver Gray and Sebastian Freeman. 30 seconds remaining of this session. You can see a number of the drivers now into the pits. They've done all that they can, but it's looking like Ariel Levy, who's going to start from pole position for round 6. He'll have to get through round 5 first, but round 6, certainly more of a traditional position for our championship leader ahead of Horst Felix Feldmeier. The clock is about to strike 0. Any drivers who have started a lap will be able to continue that lap, and that lap will count. And anybody, though, who crosses the line now and their lap will not count. I'm looking at the time screens. Ariel Levy looks pretty secure at 1:33.533. Solid position for his qualifying session ahead of Horst Felix Felbermayr. Jan Seifert has crossed the line. He's in 15th place. So Sasha Norden, having had that splitter change, in 13th place. Sebastian Freimert rounds out the top 10. So third in the championship, Sebastian Freimert down in 10th place. Robin Knudsen, a much more successful session here. 8th place. Oliver Gray, very impressive with that 9th place. So a lot of work to be done by some drivers. Again, Henri Tuamala is the quickest of the Pro-Am drivers, 20th overall. Jules Grau is in 25th place and second in the Pro-Am qualification standings. So Jules Grau, who will be looking to beat Alex Ryman, and Alex Ryman starts third and directly behind Jules Grau. He is 26th on the grid. Jules Grau will be 25th. So we managed to get through that without any red flags, which was wonderful. Certainly less exciting in terms of stoppages, very exciting in terms of lap times. There we go. It's Ariel Levy who will start round 6 on pole position ahead of Horst Felix Felbermayr, Flynn Schuring, Hugo Ellis having a great day here. Marco Gilchat, Cass Havercourt, very impressive there. Alex Townshend down in 7th ahead of Robin Knudsen. Oliver Gray and Sebastian Freimert rounding out the top 10. Then Louis Rosset, Pietro Armani, Sasha Norden, after a troubled first qualifying session, is ahead of Sid Smith, who will start in 14th place. 15th place is Jan Seifert, ahead of Senna Van Solen. So he's not had a great qualifying session either, been very quiet today. Driek Jansen and Josh Stanton line up 17th and 18th, ahead of Giuseppe Guerri. And then Henri Tuamala, the leading Pro-Am driver, ahead of Fernando Monnier, Anthony Imparato, Jeff Machiels and Thomas Cangro. And then Jules Grau second in the Pro-Ams, ahead of Alex Ryman and Jurien Bach, rounding out the top 27. In 28th will be Gianluca Giorgi, Shenzhen Ogyuzan and Angus Whiteside, who brings up the rear and did not record a time. So I don't know what's happened to Angus Whiteside in that session, but he, after a very strong qualifying for round 5, he will be starting from the very back in round 6. A difficult session for him, but very exciting indeed. Lots to talk about. I think round 5 is going to be dramatic, and if we get through that without a safety car, I will be very impressed. Right, down to Piers Pryor. He's in the pit lane with our pole sitter, Ariel Levy.
Yes, a familiar sight, Ariel Levy at the top of our timing screens. Ariel, the first part of qualifying was tricky. We'll talk about the second part first. You got a great lap in pole position once again for race 2.
Yeah, this qualifying was super important for me because the first 2 days of practice were a lot more difficult than what I got used to. We fought a lot with the car and the setup of it, but I think that in the last moment for today's free practice we found something, and I think I managed to show it in qualifying.
Yeah, you did. The first part of qualifying though was tricky with the 2 disruptions, meant that you're going to be starting quite a long way down the field, but we saw at Portimao you can make some positions up. Is that just going to have to be how you attack race 1?
Yeah, I think qualifying 1 was really unlucky, but I was not the only one, and I think the only thing I can do now is limit the damage that happened. So yeah.
Brilliant. Well, anyway, congratulations. We'll let you get warm because it is very, very cold in the pit lane here. I'll leave you pole sitter for race number 1. I'm hoping I could grab a word with potentially someone else from the top 5 positions, because we're near the Proton Huber garage, which is just up here. Horst Felix Felbermayr, of course, being right up the grid. Is he still around? No, I think, unfortunately, all the drivers are heading off, getting ready for prepared for the race later on. So we'll start to look ahead towards Club Division qualifying 1, which will be with us just in a few moments.
Qualifying for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, and Well, if the sport division qualifying wasn't exciting enough, we've got to do it all again now. 2 qualifying sessions, and we're really looking forward to this as well. We need to be able to get through this without any red flags, don't we? And the drivers have seen that leaving it late in the session can bite quite hard. So, once again, 2 championships within this division. We have the AM Championship, and it couldn't be closer. It literally couldn't be closer. Robert Sulmer and Felipe Wills are tied on 77 points at the top of the championship in the AM category. In the GT4, Seb Hopkins leads Graham King by 26 points and Henk van der Rel by 28 points. But plot twist, Seb Hopkins is not here this weekend. We have Robert Cronin in the car as well, who is very rapid indeed. The Irish driver from Ballylickey is jumping into the seat of the Treble 2 Team Parker Racing car. But it does mean that for the GT4 runners, the championship very much up for grabs, because Seb Hopkins has been utterly dominant up until now in that car, and but he's not here this weekend. So there's going to be a lot to play for, particularly for Graham King and Henk van der Rel, as they try to reel in that lead that Seb Hopkins have. Robert Sulmer, as we've already said, ties with Felipe Wills. Now, Robert Sulmer, well, he got a 4th place in the first round, a 3rd place in the second round, a 2nd place in the 3rd round, and a 1st place in the last round. So I don't know where he goes from there. 4, 3, 2, 1. That's what Robert Sulmer has achieved in the last 4 rounds. Felipe Wills has done something similar, but in a different order. He has had a 3rd, a 4th, a 1st, and a 2nd. So he too has had a 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's why they're tied at the top on 77 points. But Felipe Wills did have a crash in private testing yesterday. He's had to do a bit of work, or the team have had to do a bit of work on that car. So that will no doubt have just affected his confidence a little bit as well. But he's a professional driver, Felipe Wills, and he's a driver that we have seen, saw him last year in this very championship. We've also seen him in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, and he's also raced in the 24-hour GT series in 2021 and 22. So the Belgian driver will know what it takes to get himself back in the zone. And there is John de Wilde, another Belgian driver from Speed Lover, and he is guesting here this weekend. He's done a race in Porsche Carrera Cup France. He raced at Le Mans, in fact, and he's the winner of the 2021 Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux GT3 category. He's been racing Porsches since 2015, and he is a very, very welcome addition to the grid here at Valencia on this sunny but chilly Saturday morning in Spain. So cars now getting ready to go out on track. That's Niels Lufterud in the Fat Auto Tech car, and he's just struggling with the turning circle. I think he probably is. There is Ernst Inderblitzen as well, another of the Fat Auto Tech cars. So they are going to be going out to qualify. Clock already ticking down. You can see from the graphic on your screen we have 14 minutes for this qualifying session remaining. Then we will have a very short break, and then we will do it all again for qualifying for round 6. So this is qualifying for round 5, which takes place later on this afternoon. And as far as I can see, all cars are now just about heading out on track. In fact, here we go. Yes, there's cars. There's the remaining cars ones from the previous qualifying session. So everybody now rolling and out on track, just getting the heat into the tyres and into the brakes once again. And you can see the cloud has started to move over a bit here in Valencia, which might actually see the track cool slightly, and that will make a difference as well. Now, in free practice this morning, the quickest driver was Johannes Zelger, driver who joins us for Tsunami RT, and he's a driver who's been in Porsche Carrera Cup Italy and Porsche Carrera Cup France last year, also Porsche Carrera Cup Italy in 2022. He guested at Monza in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup in 2022 as well. He's guesting here this weekend. Great to have Johannes Zelger in the Zelga in the number 79 car, and he was quickest in free practice this morning, a 1:35.853. So that's the kind of benchmark that has been laid down. That's what we're going to be looking at once the tyres are in the window. Again, weaving as they head down the pits, trying to get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. Being careful to get it slowed down. This is the spot here that track limits have been the issue. Into turn one, we have seen so many lap times deleted, so many warnings, so many penalties given already. We haven't even had a race here at Valencia this year, and already penalties have been dished out for exceeding track limits into turn one. So drivers will have that in the back of their mind. 989 is Henk van der Rel. He is one of the drivers who's very much in the championship hunt for the GT4 category, and he and Graham King will be very much going head-to-head for that with the absence of Seb Hopkins. So certainly we'll keep an eye on car 11 and 989. They are both in the GT4 category, so all the other cars that we're looking at in the club division or in Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, but the GT4 cars are Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sports, a little less powerful, but still very, very fast around here. And as has been proven in the previous 4 rounds that we've had, they can mix it with the GT3 cars very nicely indeed. In fact, Seb Hopkins are beating many of the GT3 cars in the Treble 2 Team Parker racing car. Robert Cronin, well, he's got no excuses, has he? He knows that the car's quick, so let's see what he can do in the seat of the Treble 2 car. So that is Henk van der Rel, currently out on track at the moment, still working hard to get the heat into the tyres, coming round to complete an out lap, and then we've got the build laps as we slowly build the speed up, and then we have the push laps as the drivers then really go for gold. And I think leaving it late in the session would be a very risky strategy, so I think everybody out there now. There is the 191 Javier Ripoll Jr. He got a 4th place at the last round at Estoril. Now, you would have seen that he finished in 3rd place on the track, but he picked up a 10-second time penalty and was relegated down into 4th place. So Javier Ripoll, the Venezuelan driver who lives in the USA, races Porsche very much on the American scene, and he will be looking to improve on that 4th place here today in Valencia. Michal Mylov, another driver from the USA. He's raced in the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, the Cayman Pro-Am category in 2023, and finished in 2nd place. And that's Alexander Dobik, the driver from Ukraine. He's in the Hanika racing car. It's a new team from Spain, and they are also in the, was in the 2023 Supercar Challenge. So car 33, Alexander Dobik, great to have him here as part of this. Right, let's have a little look at the time screens, and still nobody has posted a representative time at the moment. It is Marabi Mekvabishvili with a 1:41.549 at the top. Alexander Dobik immediately eclipses that at 1:38.669. But we are expecting at least a couple of seconds off that time. No pressure, chaps. Henk van der Rel up into 3rd place in the GT4 car. But at the moment, we are still waiting for a quickest of anybody. Now, Andrea Barati has been quite rapid. He was the quickest of anybody in Sector 1 last time around, but hasn't improved yet. Now, John de Wilder up to the top of the sheets, 1:38.181. Car 989, track limits in turn 14. A drive-through penalty, though, for Alexander Dobik. So, drive-through penalty for a pit lane infringement. Alexander Dobik will have to drive through the pits, and again, you might say, well, it's qualifying, that's not going to hurt him much, but yes, it is. Every second out on track counts here, so he's going to have to drive it through the pits. So we've got track times that lap times have been deleted, and a drive-through penalty. We've still got 8 minutes remaining on this, the first of 2 qualifying sessions for the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here. There is car 33. who will have to visit the pits next time around for that drive-through penalty. 191 had that track limit. Javier Ripoll Jr. the next to have a lap time deleted because of turn 1 infringement. So that's Henk van der Rel and Javier Ripoll Jr. both with times deleted. Marabi Mekvabishvili a 137.016. We're getting closer to the target now as we see the car peeling off into the pits for that penalty. There is Marabi Mekvabishvili, but Andrea Barati a 137.002. So times are now tumbling. So there was the car that was on provisional pole position, now down to P2. John de Wilder in 3rd place ahead of Michal Mylov. Felipe Wills to the top of 136.475. So the first of the drivers to really show his hand. Felipe Wills to the top at the moment. And the driver who is at the top of the championship along with Robert Sulmer. Now let's have a look. Where is Robert Sulmer at the moment? Looking down, he is in 10th place. So Robert Sulmer yet to show his hand. He's some 3 seconds slower than that car there. Felipe Wills, who is our provisional pole sitter at the moment. But we have about 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and an awful lot can and probably will happen. John de Wilde into that 2nd place, Andrea Barati into 3rd. So John de Wilde doing a great job. Both he and Felipe Wills in the Speed Lover car, and it was briefly Robert Sulmer who jumped to the top with that provisional pole, but Marabi Mekvabishvili, who has been very rapid here in all the practice sessions, now a 135.85 seconds. That's 4 thousandths slower than the fastest time that we saw in free practice this morning. So very representative, 135.857 for Marabi Mekvabishvili. Felipe Wills suddenly down into 3rd. Robert Sulmer into that 2nd place. So the times are changing pretty well with every second that passes. There are drivers that are getting quicker and quicker. Alexander Dobik, he's into the pits at the moment. So he came in for that drive-through penalty and he hasn't actually rejoined. So he's still in the pits. Everybody else, 19 other cars out on track. Felipe Wills, you can see him just going wide out of turn 1. Again, that will be looked at by the stewards. Needs to be careful. There is Marabi Mekvabishvili. He has been man on a mission in car number 39. He's currently provisionally in 2nd place. Felipe Wills is our provisional pole sitter. Car 5, track limits in turn 1. So that is Peter Heglin, a driver who joins us as a guest in the FAC Autotech car here for this event today. He has had his lap disallowed. Also, car 11, Graham King. Now that will affect him very much in his championship hunt if he can't get it back up through the order. He's currently down in 18th place, so he's got a lot of work to do there in the GT4 car. So Graham King, having had that lap disallowed for track limits. There is Marabi Mekvabishvili on 136.90, 135, beg your pardon, 0.857. So very fractionally slower than about 200 slower than our provisional pole sitter Felipe Wills, with 4 minutes remaining of this session. Looking to see if any improvements. Peter Heglin continues to push hard. He's gone purple in sector 2, and Andrea Barati, who's currently 7th, was purple in sector 1, but didn't follow that up with anything too spectacular in sections 2 and 3. Across the line again comes Felipe Wills, but he drops down into 3rd place. Peter Heglin, we said he was quick, he's up into P2, so Peter Heglin, a 135.698, 2/10 off provisional pole, because Johannes Zelga, the driver who was quickest in free practice this morning, up into that pole position of 135.493. Johannes Zelga, our new provisional pole sitter. Felipe Wills into 2nd place now, the 135.835. So Felipe Wills, having been on provisional pole, now eclipsed by Johannes Zelga. Great to have him here and showing how quick he really is. Marabi Mekvabishvili, that's a car pointing in the wrong direction. It's Alf Barati, car 22, Andrea Barati, who is in 7th place. Now, can he get it going? Because if he can't, this will bring this session to a very premature end. You can see the back end sliding out of the 191 car, Javier Ripoll Jr. You see the tyres crying enough as they went around the corner. Car treble 2, lap time disallowed. So that is Robert Cronin in the Seb Hopkins car, who's had his lap disallowed for track limits. Now it looks like we are back up again. So pleased to say Andrea Baratti has got it going. Any drivers who would have been passing at the time will have had to have backed off it because the yellow flags were showing. There is Johannes Zelga, our provisional pole sitter, the driver who's guesting here for this event from Italy, showing a clean pair of heels to everybody else. Felipe Wills in that second place at the moment. Marabi Mekvabishvili looking to improve on his third place, but not managing it at the moment. I can't see any major improvements on the time screens. Felipe Wills is giving it all he's got. Javier Ripoll Jr. in the traffic, trying to work his way through. Here is our provisional pole sitter, Johannes Zelga, coming through in car number 79. And the traffic is quite heavy for Jürgen Vollet in the number 71 car. He's getting caught up behind Javier Ripoll Jr. just ahead of him. So there is Johannes Zelga, provisionally on pole position with less than 90 seconds remaining, at a minute and a quarter remaining of this session. Looking pretty solid there. Felipe Wills not improving at the moment in a 1:35.722. So his last lap was his quickest, but it's not enough to get him back up onto that pole position. It would be a front row start, but he would dearly love that pole position. Across the line we come once again. Johannes Zelga, I don't think he's going to improve on this lap. 1:35.493 is the benchmark time that he has set for provisional pole position. Here he crosses the line, and here comes Felipe Wills, who doesn't improve into turn 1, maybe having taken all out of the tyres that he can in this qualifying session. Car 11 has another time disallowed for track limits in turn 6. That's Graham King. So Felipe Wills in that second place. Marabi Mekvabishvili is into the pits, so he's not going to improve. Great job from Peter Heglin, guesting this weekend for FAC Autotech in 4th place ahead of Robert Sulmer, championship challenger and championship leader, down in 5th place. Robert Cronin, the quickest of the GT4 drivers, in 13th place. The clock has struck 0, and it doesn't look like anybody is going to improve certainly onto the front row of the grid. It is Johannes Zelga who's looking solid. Robert Sulmer, he's set a personal best in the final sector, but was not able to do anything before that. So Sulmer jumps up to P5, but still a bit further back than he really wanted to be for this session, but certainly close enough to do something about that man there. Currently, Felipe Wills in 2nd place, still trying to improve on this, the final lap of his qualifying session. The checkered flag is out, but this lap will count. He peels off into the pit lane, unable to improve. And it is Johannes Zelga who's going to start this race from pole position. It will be round 5 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division 2024. Johannes Zelga and Felipe Wills will occupy the front row of the grid, and Marabi Mekvabishvili ahead of Javier Ripoll Jr. A good qualifying session from him in the 191 car. Then Peter Heglin and Robert Sulmer, championship leader, in 6th place ahead of John DeWild. Good job from him in 7th, ahead of Yuka Irola, Andrea Baratti and Michal Mayalov in the 10th place. So, car 33 is under investigation. That is Alexander Dobik for not serving the drive-through penalty. We saw him come into the pits. I don't think he rejoined, so he is under investigation. There is your pole sitter for round 5, Johannes Zelga, looking delighted. He was very quick in the practice session. That's a great paint job on that car as well. But Johannes Zelga for Tsunami RT, and he qualifies on pole position with Felipe Wills, who will start alongside him. Barabi Mekpemishvili and Javier Ripoll Jr. will look to ahead of Peter Hecklin and Robert Sulmer. John Wilde and Yuka Irola will be on the fourth row. Then there'll be Andrea Barati, Miha Mylov, Didier Gloria. Haven't heard much about him, have we? He starts in 11th place ahead of Jurgen Vollet. Robert Cronin showing how quick that car is still in the Trouble 2 car, the leading GT4 driver, 13th ahead of Niels Lofterud, who starts in 14th place. In 15th is Corrado Costa and Ernst Interblitzen, who starts 16th. Then Minsky Stanislav ahead of Alexander Dobik. And then the last of the GT4 runners, Graham King and Henk van Dorel, who line up 19th and 20th. So that looks like an exciting grid for what will be round 5. I have to say, we've had 4 races in this category, in the club division and also in the sport division this year, and every one of them has been exciting and entertaining, and it looks like it's going to be no different here at Valencia for rounds 5 and 6 of the season. Johannes Zelger will start on pole position. Right down to the pit lane, Piers Breyer.
Yes, I thought I'd head down to the Tsunami team to grab a word with our pole sitter for the club division number 1, Johannes. Johannes, that was a great session, new to the championship, but pole position, that must be a great feeling.
Yeah, it's quite incredible. I didn't expect it. So I'm here just to do a race, like preparation for the new championship in next year. And yeah, just to be in this place in front is quite crazy.
Tsunami Racing Team clearly giving you a great car. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's great. So we improved a lot from yesterday, and today the feeling is perfect. So the laps are coming quite easily, so I'm really happy.
I can see it on your face, even through your helmet. Session number 2 coming up now. Can we do the same again?
I try, for sure.
You try. Johannes, thank you very much for chatting to us. Congratulations on pole for race number 1. We'll see what happens in race number 2. Let's see the second part, how the second part unfolds.
So we get ready to do it all again, and a very surprised Johannes Zelger there with his pole position, and looking to see if he can do it again in this session. And well, he seemed to be the only person who was surprised, because we have had one eye on him ever since he started in the practice sessions, and he has been very, very rapid. But really good to see somebody up there mixing it with all of the other drivers as well. You can see the pit lane is buzzing with excitement, because the pit lane is now open, the green flag is out, the green lights are on, and the clock is ticking down. The final qualifying session of the day, and this will be for round 6 in the club division. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe 2024. The drivers who have just been out on track now need to do it all again for this, which will be their second race of the day, which will take place later on this afternoon. And there is Jurgen Vollet, who is being pushed out into the pit lane, and he will be looking to improve on 12th place, which is what he had in the previous qualifying session. So out on to track we come. Got to do it all once again. They're going to have different tyres on, get the heat into them, get them back up to temperature, and then find the space out on the track and keep it within the white lines and get that hot lap in. The 23 car, Minsky Stanislav from Kyrgyzstan. Great to have him here as he goes out on track for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing. And there is Alexander Dobik, car 33, who had that drive-through penalty. Andrea Bruati, one of the Enrico Fulgenzio Racing cars. Out onto the track he comes. Right, we've got a double yellow out at turn 1. I'm not entirely sure why, but I think whatever it was, that has now cleared. So, out onto track we come, and the drivers just starting gradually, building the temperature up. And being careful not to get raveled up with those that are coming around. I'm just keeping an eye on our messaging screens, just making sure that we are up to date on everything that is happening in terms of penalties. Right, so there is Minsky Stanislav for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing. It's a distinctive orange, black and white cars. So our lap time that we're going to be looking for, we're going to be looking into the 135. So it was a 135.493 that was set as the pole position time by Johannes Zelger in the previous session, and that is going to be very much the benchmark here as the drivers once again go through the cycle of building the temperature in the tyres, getting everything up to speed and finding a bit of space out on the track. It is a circuit that is 4.005 kilometers around. That equates to about 2.589 miles. And as already mentioned, we run in an anti-clockwise direction. Not much undulation, quite the opposite to Portimao and Estoril that we had earlier on. We are in Cheste, which is about 20 kilometers to the west of Valencia. And it's a unique circuit because from the grandstands you can see the whole circuit. It is nicknamed Circuit Within a Stadium because from 65,000 of the grandstand seats you have a clear view of the whole circuit. So a place well worth visiting, and if you are in the area today, get yourself down. It won't cost you anything to get in, to come and sit on the stands and watch these monsters entertaining us here at this circuit, which celebrates its 25th anniversary this year. Has hosted DTM, GP2, it's done Formula 1 winter testing, and this weekend hosts Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for the second season. Rightly, it was the season opener here last year. Right. 1/3 of the session is gone. Drivers have had an opportunity to get the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. Now it's time to turn the wick up. At the moment, Corrado Costa at the top, but he is some 6 seconds off what we would expect to be a pole position time. Alexander Dobic is the first driver to have turned the heat up in sector 1, but looks like he's backed off it again. So this is the important part. Drivers not just pootling around, enjoying the scenery. These are critical laps, building it up, getting the heat into the tyres, not going wide. And that's exactly what has happened there for the Enrico Fulgenzi Racing car. Corrado Costa, currently our provisional pole sitter, but unless something very dramatic happens, that will all change. Peter Heglin up there as well. Didier Gloria, well, he got a 3rd place in Estoril, and he also crossed the line in 6th place. Picked up a 5-second penalty though in round 4, and a driver who we've enjoyed watching in Porsche Pro Cup Benelux over the last couple of years. Johannes Zelger jumping up to where he was last seen, top of the timing sheets, 139.093. Michal Mylov in 2nd at the moment. 138, Corrado Costa responds. Still another 3 seconds to come off that. Car 22, relevant lap time disallowed. We saw him going wide. Andrea Baratti, Jürgen Vollet up into P2. So, still just building it up slowly. Getting the car into the window. That is car 24, Corrado Costa, that we're watching at the moment. John De Wilder jumps to the top now. Car 79, track limits. So, even happens to the pole sitter from the last race. Johannes Zelger has had his lap time disallowed for exceeding track limits, and that drops him down to P6. Right, up to the top, Robert Sulmer, the first of the drivers now to turn the wick up, a 135.875. We've got a double yellow at turn 8. I can't see who might be out there. Oh, there's your answer. It is Corrado Costa, who's had a bit of a moment, but Robert Sulmer, the first to pull the pin, a 135.875 into provisional pole, but that is eclipsed already. Murabi Mekvabishvili, 136. It wasn't eclipsed because Robert Sulmer has had the lap time disallowed for exceeding track limits on turn 14. So Sulmer did all the hard work. He took all the energy out of the tyres, used up the rubber, and he's had the time disallowed. It drops him all the way back into 14th place. Peter Heglin now up into provisional pole position, a 136.123. So Robert Sulmer did all the hard work, but he stepped over the line and he had the time disallowed. Now, has he taken too much out of the tyres, or can he do it again? He's going to have to build it all up again. You can see the back end of the car sliding slightly. Car number 63. He is the driver who's tied at the top of the championship with Felipe Wills. Felipe Wills currently in 4th place at 136.753. So Robert Sulmer got a lot of work to do. He's currently down in 15th place, so too much effort is going to have to be made to get that car back up the order. Felipe Wills now jumps to the top, a 135.685 provisional pole position. That's another car going wide. Henk van Norel picking up the dust. So Felipe Wills up into pole position at the moment, a 135.685. Peter Heglin in 2nd. John De Wilder in 3rd. In 4th place, Murabi Mekvabishvili. Johannes Zelger does it again, this time a 135.797. That puts him up into P2. At the moment, it looks like he's keeping hold of that, or is he? Because Javier Ripoll Jr. jumps up into P2. Murabi Mekvabishvili up into P3. That relegates Johannes Zelger. Peter Heglin down into P5. It's still Felipe Wills that we're looking at. In car 50, we've got a yellow flag at turn 11, so somebody's had a moment there. This is Javier Ripoll Jr. in car 191, who is looking to improve on his time. 2nd at the moment, so Javier Ripoll Jr. up into that 2nd place. 5 minutes remaining of this session. This is where the times continue to tumble. It's Felipe Wills who's on provisional pole position, 135.685. Javier Ripoll Jr. in this car here in 2nd place. Murabi Mekvabishvili in 3rd. Peter Heglin in 4th. Across the line we come once again. Nobody's going purple at the moment that we can see. So still Felipe Wills, Javier Ripoll Jr. Great job from Javier Ripoll Jr. 4th place. And Estoril was his best finishing position of the season so far into turn 1, because Felipe Wills once again looking to improve. 135.546. That is the pole position time. That's the one they're all going to have to beat, but they've only got 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in which to do it. Here's Robert Sulmer, crosses the line once again, looks to improve up to P7. So did he take too much out of those tyres in that initial run that saw him have the time deleted for exceeding track limits, because P7 is further back, and that was a 136.457, so not as quick as he was on that previous lap. There is Robert Sulmer still pushing hard. You can hear the squealing of the tyres out towards turn 6 and turn 7, because Robert Sulmer, another double yellow at turn 2. Robert Sulmer is well past that though, so he won't have to back off. Car 63, positioning his Porsche exactly where it needs to be, picking up a bit of curb into the corner, keeping the back end nice and steady, allows the car to drift out wide but not too wide. Out towards turn 10 he comes, and into turn 11. Car number 63 looking to close in on Felipe Wills. 135.546 is what he's trying to beat. It is Robert Sulmer, who is the joint championship leader, looking to improve. He goes out wide on the corner. I think he's kept it within the white lines. Car 63 coming to complete this lap. What's it going to be for Robert Sorma? He's looking to improve. He's down to P9 at the moment on account of other drivers improving. Out of the final corner he comes across the line. This is going to be an improvement, I think. He crosses the line, but it's only up to P6, so still can't do anything to get anywhere near the time that he set earlier on in the session. Felipe Wills continues at the front, the 135.546 looking pretty solid. Peter Heglin has jumped up into second, and Javier Ripoll Jr. now down into third. Marabi Mekvabishvili into the pit, so his session is done. And then the pole sitter for round 5 is in P5, Johannes Zelger, ahead of this car here. Robert Sorma still trying to improve. You can see how hard he's pushing, how much of the track he's using up as much of the curb as he dare, but not allowing the car to go beyond that. Still, Robert Sorma trying to improve. 2 minutes remaining of this session. Felipe Wills still looking solid in that provisional pole position. Car 18 out on the circuit, Yuka Irola, and he has done a personal best on the last lap. In fact, the last 2 sectors have been personal bests as well. So Yuka Irola is going to improve from P10. He crosses the line in car number 18. We'll see where he goes. It's up to P8 for Yuka Irola. So good job from him. He continues with 1.5 minutes remaining. Still, Robert Sorma chonking away out there, trying to close in on his championship rival, but nothing spectacular on that previous lap. You get the feeling that Sorma has potentially taken too much out of the tyres too early on to improve. He's down in P7 at the moment. Here's Yuki Irola, who is currently in P8. Looks to improve further on that. A sector time that is 22.6, so nothing too spectacular. So Irola has probably done all that he is going to do in this session. Car 5, Peter Heglin. He's been very, very rapid all the way through this, guesting here this weekend. You can see the back end sliding as he heads around the corner. The tyres getting very tired. Remember, these tyres have also got to do the race as well, so important that the drivers don't take too much out of them in this qualifying session. Across the line goes Peter Heglin. 135.632 was his best, and that last lap was a 135.834, so he hasn't improved, and he's unlikely to move any further up. He was the quickest of anybody in sector 1 on the previous lap, but was unable to string it together and move the car any further up. But having said that, P2, a pretty good position to start in. Car 24, lap time re-allowed. So car 24 had a lap time disallowed, and now it's been re-allowed. So Corrado Costa, clearly the stewards took a look at it and decided that the lap time would be allowed despite what may have occurred. Across the line they come, checker flag is out, drivers who are on a hot lap will be able to continue, but Felipe Wills looking solid, 135.546. I don't think anybody's going to get anywhere near that. Remaining drivers across the line, Robert Sorma is a significant one. He looks to improve, but 5th place is as good as it's going to get for car 63, and there's a car across the track, and that is Minsky Stanislav, who's had a bit of a moment. He rejoins. Fortunately, everybody else able to take avoiding action. That is out of turn 14, and he goes into the pit lane. So it's going to be Felipe Wills who starts on pole position. Peter Heglin, guest driver, who will start alongside him. Javier Ripoll Jr., good qualifying from him, alongside Marabi Mekvabishvili. Joint championship leader Robert Sorma and Johannes Zelger will line up on the 3rd row. The quickest of the GT4 cars, Robert Cronin, car treble 2 in 14th place. So continuing the run of that car, starting on pole position in category in every single race of the season. This time with the very impressive Robert Cronin at the wheel. So a lively qualifying session. Pleased to say we managed to avoid all the red flags and code 60s. And car 7 is under investigation for dangerous behaviour in the pit lane at the restart of Q2. So that was Didier Gloria, who is currently under investigation as well. So lots of the stewards to be looking at there. I'm pleased to say the track limits issues haven't been as great, although there certainly have been a fair few. And that brings an end to the qualifying session for round 6. It is Felipe Wills who will start on pole position with Peter Heglin alongside Javier Rimol Jr. Marabi Mekmabishvili line up on row 2 ahead of Robert Sulmer, Johannes Zelger, John De Wilder and Yuki Roller are 7th and 8th ahead of Didier Gloria, Andrea Baratti, Mikhail Mylov and Alexander Dobik, Corrado Costa and Robert Cronin, the fastest of the GT4 runners in the Team Parker Racing Porsche Cayman. In 15th place, Ernst Instablitzen for FAC Autotech ahead of Minsky Stanislav, Jürgen Vollet, Niels Lofterud, and then the other of the GT4 runners, Graham King, this time coming out on top of Peck and Norell. And that is qualifying done and dusted for round 6 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. There will be 4 races that will be coming up this afternoon, and we are very much looking forward to them. Lots of potential, lots of interesting drivers in interesting positions, and it is going to be an exciting afternoon of racing, as is always the case with Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So the drivers now returning back to the pits to look at data, to have a think about all that has happened. Right down to the pits with Piers Pryor.
Out a little bit.
So, I thought I'd come down here to grab a word with our pole sitter for race 2, Philip Wills. Philip, that's a pretty good session for you. You must be happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy because yesterday I went off the track. The car was totally ruined, so I was a little bit surprised about that. I had not much driving time because I was not here the first day, so I think it will be very difficult. But my coach Jaap van Lagen, he supported me very good, and I thought about it last night, what I had to do, and this morning I did a session from 45 minutes on new tires to be prepared for the qualifying, and it worked very well. So let's see, I'm very happy here because the track is very, very technical and difficult, so you have to be aware what you do.
Well, you did a great job out there, clearly, because you got the lap time in pretty consistently. You were up there from the start of the session, but the team did a great job to get the car fixed.
Yeah, they are amazing, and they never let me down, so I'm very happy what they did. Thank you, guys.
Well, we'll see how you get on in the race. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Well, that's it for qualifying this morning. We just have the races to come, and before then we've got a quick lunch break where you'll be seeing me very shortly. But let's look ahead to the races this afternoon, and Brian will run you down from what happened in qualifying.
Thanks, Piers. What an exciting qualifying session it has been. Well, all the sessions have all been good. Good to hear from Philippe Wills, by the way, and Jaap van Lagen, who's been coaching him. Well, that says an awful lot. Jaap van Lagen, a real legend in the world of Porsche racing. So, club division, well, it's all to play for, isn't it? Because Philippe Wills is going to be starting on pole position for this race, and he's in a very strong position because his main championship challenger, Robert Sulmer, is all the way down in 5th place. Johannes Zelger will start on pole position for round 5. And Philippe Wills will start in 2nd place. And again, Robert Sulmer with the work to do from 6th place. But they will have half an hour plus 1 lap of racing in which to sort it all out. Sport division, that is going to be very exciting. We have a very jumbled grid for their round 5. As a result of all those yellow flags, red flags, code 60s and all the rest of it. And so Hugo Ellis will be the man who leads the way in the first of their races in round 5. We will have one eye though on Ariel Levy, our championship leader, the driver who's won 3 out of the last 4 races, who will be starting towards the back of the pack, as indeed will be his main championship rivals, Alex Tauscher and also Sebastian Freimert. And having heard from Ariel Levy earlier, well, he draws comfort from the fact that his main championship rivals are starting with him out the back of the pack as well. Of course, no such problems in the second race of the afternoon, which would be round 6 of the season. Ariel Levy did a very solid job there, and he will be starting on pole position with Horst Felix Felbermeyer, the driver still looking for that first win, and he will start alongside him. Keep an eye though on Flint Schuring, who will be starting 3rd on the grid, and Hugo Ellis, who has been so impressive here, car 54. We're going to have one eye on him in this race as well. Both those races 4 of those races are going to be well worth watching. Lots of interesting elements there, but I would suggest that Sport Division round 5 will be spectacular, with so many drivers out of position having to come through the pack. So we're getting ready for the lunch break in just a few moments. You can see the track marshals are working hard to get the track cleaned up. You can see there's a fair bit of wind. I'm told there's a tailwind down the pit straight, which may well have an effect, may well have had an effect in quali, and may well have an effect during the race this afternoon. Starting to cloud over a little bit as well. We're not expecting any rain, but these things can change in a moment. But it's certainly not as tropical as it might have been out here in Spain, here at the Valencia circuit. It is the second half of the season that starts right here. We've had 4 rounds already, and then it's 4 rounds still to come. 2 in Valencia today, and then 2 next weekend in Barcelona. Right, we're ready for the lunch break. Down to your man in the pits, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you Mr. Piers Pryor.
Brian, thank you so much for your wonderful introductions. Well, even though we're in Spain, it is freezing, so apologies everyone at home if I'm starting shivering. It's the wind is really picking up. It's nice in the sun, but I'd much rather be in one of those toasty race cars. Anyway, lunch break. Time to chat to some of the drivers who we haven't had a word with this morning. And I thought I'd start at the end of the pit lane, down towards the Parker Racing Garage. And I've got some drivers ready for us over here. I want to start with a new driver this weekend, Robert Cronin. Robert, of course, is in one of the GT4 cars in the club category. Robert, your first time out this weekend in the GT4 for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Talk to us about how it's been going so far.
Yeah, started tough to be fair, just learning the car and new track and stuff, but getting into it now to be fair, and qualifying went alright.
Are you feeling like you're getting used to the car with every session? Are you improving, stepping forward, and what are your goals for this weekend?
Yeah, definitely. Well, their goals really are just kind of just learn. We're more just kind of practice for what's to come in the season, like Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. So just keep learning really, this in Barcelona. And
yeah. And you've got a great team around you, of course, Team Parker. I assume you'll be racing with them this season. Do you want to tell us about what you're doing with them?
Yeah, obviously we started with them in our first year cars last year, and we just continued on this year, moving up to the RS. So.
Yeah. Well, Robert, we'll see how you get on this afternoon. Of course, the club race coming up later on. I'll leave you to it now. You can get yourself some lunch and get fueled up. And I think if I can grab a word with Hugo Ellis, that would be great. We'll come slightly out of the garage, potentially, so we can make sure that the signal's good. Hugo, great result in qualifying 1. That was pole position.
Yeah, it was okay. I mean, it was a bit of a weird situation, but we did the best job we could. And
you did. You have to be in the right place at the right time, of course.
Yeah, of course.
And then the second part of qualifying, it was, again, tricky session. It's quite cold today. The wind's been blowing quite a lot, but you still managed a good result. I think you're inside the top 10, weren't you?
Yeah, we were P4 or 10th off. Initially, we was pole, but they just popped us at the end. But I think, if we can do a slightly better job, we'll be P1.
Yeah, not far off at all. Of course, the grid of the Porsche Sprint Challenge in Southern Europe always so close together. What do you reckon you can do to just bridge that last couple of tenths gap, maybe at the next round at Barcelona?
Well, we'll have to see, won't we?
And race this afternoon, 2 strong grid results. Of course, it looks like you're going in the right direction. You had some you're in the teens, I think, at Portimao. You moved up a bit in Estoril, now well inside the top 10 and a pole position. So clearly, whatever you're doing with the team is going well for you.
Yeah, just a great team and a great setup. So yeah.
And do you want to talk to us about what you're doing this season in 2024 once we leave the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe?
Yeah, so we'll be doing the English stuff like the Carrera Cup GB, and then maybe do the guest round at Silverstone at the Super Cup.
That would be cool, wouldn't it? Anyway, not Robert, of course, Hugo, thank you very much for chatting to us. We'll see how Hugo gets on later on this afternoon. Hugo, well, 2 of our British, well, I suppose British. Robert's actually from Ireland, so he probably won't appreciate me saying that. Now we walked around the pit lane. This Team Parker, Veloso are in here. We've got Angus Whiteside, who had a tricky morning. Didn't get out for the second part of qualifying, unfortunately, this morning, because they had an issue with the rear that I think they're still looking to fix there. If you can get in there, Laura, you might be able to see what they're up to. Angus, of course, another one of our British drivers who races in the Porsche Carrera Championship Southern in the GB. Then we're moving into the Enrico Fulgenzi team. Of course, we've got Corrado Costa there. And why don't we grab a word with Corrado? Corrado, please come on in. Corrado, the cars look great on circuit in the yellow livery. And sure, you're enjoying driving them as well.
Yes, it's wonderful. It is my team, Enrico Fulgenzi, has very, very good taste for the even for fashion. I am very disappointed because I try to follow the advices of my coach, but without a good result. I could make a lot better, but so I hope for the race because my best lap I spun two times, maybe not enough traction control. I am very, very young, so in the sense I am very old. I am 60 years old. But
don't look it.
Yeah, thank you. But it's not true. I'm 60 years old and I'm racing only from 1 year, and so I am not experienced. So I will make my best, I hope, in the 2 races.
Of course, you mentioned the traction control and ABS settings. That's something you need to dial in and make it perfect for your driving, isn't it, in these Porsche cars?
Yes. But here, for we amateur, is permitted the traction control, but they reduce it a little bit too much. They trust too much to me, but it was not a good choice. For the race, I will move the traction control to the initial settings.
So, Corrado, talk to us about where you're starting this afternoon and what you want to do in the races. Can you go forward?
No, I all the time, because I am inexperienced, all the time I lose position in the start. So now I start, I think 11, but for sure I will lose 3 or 4 position in my start. But okay, but it's all experience for me.
And smiling all the way, I'm sure.
Sorry?
Smiling all the way, I'm sure.
Yes, for sure.
Corrado, thank you so much for chatting to us. Have we got some more drivers? Yes, absolutely. We've got another driver from the team here. How are you going?
Sorry. Is possible in Italian speaking?
Wait, say a few words to your Italians at home, please.
Okay. And the question?
Okay. Okay, so talk to us about how was qualifying for you?
Come sta andando la qualifica? Cosa hai provato?
No, non benissimo, non bene, not good. Siamo andati bene fino ad oggi e in qualifica ho avuto un po' di difficoltà, ma sono fiducioso per la gara di oggi.
And what can you do in the race? What would be a good result for you in the race? Where do you want to finish?
Buon risultato, come vuoi finire nella gara?
Ma siamo stati quasi sempre per tutto il weekend nelle prime posizioni e almeno finire nei primi 5 sarebbe un grande risultato.
Grazie. Thank you very much. It's great to chat to the drivers from all of the other countries. And we've also got, of course, our driver here. A great introduction to the championship at Estoril. You're coming into the round here, very different circuit there. How are you finding the Riccardo Tormo circuit?
Well, I think it's really interesting and a really technical circuit. It's not really a lot of too fast corners, but you have to be quite precise here, especially in the braking sections, because you can outbrake yourself quite a lot. But it's really interesting one, first time here.
But your pace has been really good in practice, Minsky. I think you were up there in pretty much all of the sessions. Can you do that in the race as well?
Well, we try to do our best, but as they say, to finish first you have to finish.
Brilliant. Minsky, of course, you're from a country that I've never been to. I've never met anyone from your country. Have you got anyone watching at home?
Well, I think definitely the home federation is. So, I hope to deliver the best. But anyway, I think, we can a little bit tell about this series also to people back home so that they can have an idea of what's going on here.
Brilliant. Minsky Stanislav, thank you so much for chatting to us. We'll see how you get on this afternoon. Of course, the Enrico Fulgenzi team have got a great team behind them, sorting out all the PR and everything, making sure we could chat to a lot of their drivers. And we're now moving down the field. We've got Alexander Dobik over there. We're moving past garage number 2021, so that means that we've got the teams of Almeras and of course, we're now moving to FAC Autotech. Of course, they're a big contingent. They're racing many of the championships. And why don't we grab a word with Niels Lofterud. Niels, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
It's good to see you. You're one of the smiliest faces in the paddock.
Yeah.
I caught up with you, of course, at the first one at Portimao. I couldn't be there at Estoril. Portimao was your first full race weekend, and with a third race weekend now, how's things been progressing?
Well, I couldn't be in Estoril either, sorry.
Oh, of course.
I got shot out.
Unlucky, unfortunate.
So we got the car back to Switzerland. We got the new chassis and back again here.
Back again, and how are you finding the Recuerdo Tormo circuit in this Porsche 911?
Well, you know, it's demanding. I'm slowly getting there.
I've been hearing from quite a lot of the drivers, it's quite technical, you know, one corner leads into the next and it takes a while to get used to.
Yeah, absolutely.
And talk to us about your qualifying session. How did it go for you? Was it better or worse than expected, or are you just going with the flow?
No, it was better than expected. I think I gained 2 seconds from yesterday, so I have a progress. We'll look at the, you know, it's good to have a coach. It's good to have limited time, because then you really need to push and get the shit out.
And the coach, of course, we always say so important. Who's coaching you this weekend?
Chris Zechling.
Chris knows what he's doing, of course.
Of course.
And okay, what would a good couple of races look like to you?
The following, you mean?
Yeah. Where do you want to finish? Where can you think you get to?
Like I said last time, I'll try to follow the flow and then stick in if an opportunity arrives, you know. But I'm not that aggressive. Let's put it this way, you know.
Well, we heard from one of the other drivers to finish first. First, you must finish. So we'll see you on the race.
But you know, that's not realistic. So this is where I start, and then let's climb the ladder. You know.
Niels, thank you so much for chatting to us. Always great to catch up with you. Apologies at home if Niels' colourful language there offended you. He's just very enthusiastic about his racing. Of course, only his second full race weekend in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and he's loving every minute of it. We've got some new drivers this weekend, including Didier Glorieux, who is going to be racing in the club division. He's actually been very, very fast in practice. He was right up there, and also in qualifying as well. Didier, of course, having some from experience, I believe, in some Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux in the past as well. And John de Wilde, of course, another one of our drivers in the club division. We're getting towards the middle of the grid now, and we get towards a couple of the teams that have got a lot of the pro drivers. Drake Janssen there, of course, and Sasha Norden, who had an issue in the qualifying one where he went off, but then had a good resurgence in qualifying two. And then Gianluca Giorgi, and also the number 337 as well at the back of the grid. Why don't we grab a word with one of our B driver drivers. It's Alberto Cerqui. Alberto, thank you for coming out and chatting to us. We chatted to you in Portimao, and I'm chatting to you again now. It's been a tricky weekend with lots of different offs and red flags, and especially that first qualifying session. It caught a lot of people out, and I think including yourself a little bit.
Yes, but now in Valencia I do only the test yesterday. So today drive my teammate Pro-Am category Gianluca. Yes, I see a lot of red flag, yellow, so it's not easy. Also for the temperature is not. It's very cold today, so it's strange. It's strange here in Valencia.
Yeah, we saw that. You know, of course, your driver coaching this weekend. We know you can drive these cars, but what advice have you been giving to your the driver you've been helping?
I try to show Gianluca warm up the tire is very important, especially at the beginning of the session. And now it's the race, so I watched the video for telemetry and the line for can improve a little bit.
Brilliant, Alberto. We'll look forward to seeing how your drivers get on this afternoon. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Oh, it really is cold, and I'm saying that as a Brit as well. So I'm sure these European drivers who are used to some warmer temperatures are struggling with that. And we heard there from Alberto that tyre temperature and tyre preparation is so important to getting a good lap, especially in qualifying. And why don't we grab a word with one of our new drivers this weekend, Ollie Gray. Ollie, racing for the Ombra SRL team. Ollie, what brings you to the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe?
Yeah, it's just a switch in my career at the minute, switching to the sports cars scene after racing in Formula since I stepped up into actual racing cars from karting, and yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far. I've only previously done this weekend in the car, so it's a lot of learning, lots are different about the car, but other than that, really enjoying it. Quali was a bit disappointing. We were fastest this morning in FP, and then yeah, we had everything was a bit of chaos in qualifying, but we learned from it.
Ollie, of course, you've raced in F3. Ollie Gray, for those at home, I'm sure they're aware of who you are. These cars must be so different to drive compared to an F3 car or even a sort of a sports car that you're used to driving. Because I think you're driving, is it ELMS this year?
Yeah, ELMS in the P2 car with into Europol, which will be a tough competition. I think everyone's sort of coming over from WEC to do the P2 and the ELMS, so it's going to be tough, but also looking at the Porsche as well, because it's a great championship.
Great championship, really, really close driving, including this championship as well. I mean, you mentioned a moment ago you had good pace this morning. Qualifying was tricky, especially the first part with, of course, the red flags and the stoppages. But then second part of qualifying is still inside the top 10. But, you know, the margins are so fine, especially in these cars, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think the good thing about this series is the cars are so well balanced. It's a lot down to the driver, and it's not like F3 where you see massive differences between the cars. And yeah, it's just a lot of skill-based driving, and that's what I've been learning all weekend, just how to drive this car, how to race this car. And yeah, we're getting there, but not quite there yet.
Getting up to speed pretty quickly. Talk to us about the races now. Of course, there are 2 races coming up this afternoon. What do you think you can do?
Well, the first one is going to be tricky because obviously the red flag came out at the wrong time for us. We were probably 50 metres from the finish line, and we would have been P2, but we P24 or something now. So it's just going to be about learning how to race a big car rather than a Formula, and then really prepare for race 2 where we start 8th, I think, which will be a bit more of a performance race.
I'm looking forward to race number 1 because the grid's all jumbled up, almost like a bit of a mixed bag. Ollie, we'll see you get on later on. Of course, Ollie, a young talent from the UK, having raced in single-seaters, Formula 3, plans to race, as you mentioned a moment ago, in the ELMS in LMP2 with Euro Interpol. And why don't we go on the word with one of our pro drivers, Jurien de Back. Jurien, we caught up with you at Portimao as well. Yeah. It's a very different circuit here. Yeah, right. It's Ricardo Tormo, different conditions as well, windy, cold. I'm freezing. Yeah. How's your weekend been going?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty difficult weekend for us, but we need to find a setup, and we're getting there, but still a bit difficult. But yeah, for us it doesn't matter which position now. We just want to gain as much experience this weekend to get ready for the summer.
Brilliant. And of course, the summer you're racing in the Porsche, is it Benelux Series?
Yeah, Benelux, yeah.
Again, so close, the grid. Tricky, we've mentioned a lot of the pro drivers, that first qualifying session with the red flag and stoppage put some few people out of position. Did it affect you as well?
Yeah, it was really difficult. The tires were not warm, and then first the code 16 and then the red flag. Yeah, it was really difficult, so couldn't get a good lap, but yeah, it's also we're gaining experience and learning also from that, so that's also really good.
Learning a lot, of course, is a lot of why we're here. A lot of the drivers doing this winter championship because we're racing in the winter, whereas normally we'd just be testing. Yeah. You know, what sort of things have you been working on over the previous 2 rounds, and including this round?
Yes, we actually want to try to the close racing in Porsche is really close, so that's crazy. And yeah, I'm pretty new with this car. It's my 2nd year and the 1st year without ABS. So also to get learn the car a bit more, and yeah, that's really important for us.
You mentioned that the ABS, of course, the AM drivers in the club division have the ABS. No traction control, no ABS for you guys in the sport division. And this circuit has a lot of banked corners, and I've been hearing from some of the drivers it's easy to lock up.
Yeah, it's really easy to lock up. So, but yeah, also that is learning, and for me it's now pretty okay, locked up some couple of times. But yeah, that's also with this car. So
part of the learning process. Yeah. Jurien, thank you so much for chatting to us. Oh, tell us, what would a good couple of races look like to you? Where do you want to get to? Top 15, top 10?
I hope to get to the top 15, and yeah, let's see.
Jurien, we'll see how you get on. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Wandering towards the start of the pit lane now, of course, Jurien driving for the Hans Weiss Motorsport. We're now gotten towards the Proton Huber. It's a big group of cars here, a lot of fast drivers, including Sebastian Freimuth there, of course, a new driver as well. Schuring as well, and then a fast driver in our club division, Michal Nekvavishvili, was right at the start, right at the front of the club division in that qualifying session just gone. And we're now at the GP Elite team. Why don't we get Marco Giltrap? Marco, all the way from New Zealand. This is not New Zealand summer, is it? It's very much winter in Europe.
No, I'm definitely a bit annoyed I'm missing out on the summer back home. I think it's quite nice, but there's no better place to get more mileage than here at the moment, and that's what it's all about, you know, getting some laps in before the season, and that's what everyone's doing. But it just so happens that the field is pretty competitive, so that's also good for practice as well.
Very good for practice, and as much as we're missing out on the New Zealand summer, you are getting to drive around a pretty cool car, pretty cool circuits. Marco, good pace again this weekend. I think you've been consistency inside the top 10. That first part of qualifying, though, we've been chatting to a lot of the drivers, pretty tricky. Did it catch you out with the red flag?
Yeah, absolutely. We just we made the decision to go out a bit later, and that really cost us. It was just unfortunate. There's nothing we can do, so it's just about fighting forward from there. And then race 2 quali was a lot better. We're P5 with only just over a tenth off P1, so it's super tight at the moment. So I think race 1 will actually be a very good race. All the fast guys coming from the back.
Oh, I'm very much looking forward to race 1. I don't know, a lot of the drivers, of course, disappointed with their sessions being a bit shaken up with the red flag. Race 2, though, again, it's going to be very close, and it shows how close it's going to be. However, this Ricardo Tormo circuit, technical, a lot of corners going back on themselves. It's going to be close, but hard to overtake, potentially?
I think potentially, but that hardness also makes it quite interesting. You know, people will go for a few more desperate moves that might shake the field up a little bit, especially with people coming through, so it'll be exciting for sure.
Very much exciting. And what can you do? What would a couple of good races look like for you?
To be honest, race 1, you want to limit yourself with any damage. I mean, the turnover is very short, so any damage will really cost you. So you want to make your way through the field, but also focus on race 2 where the real points will come.
Yep. And your teammate Ariel is P1 again in race 2. I imagine it's really good to have that definitive reference point. You know, you're working towards, of course, you're here to practice, and you're working towards your season up this season. Remind us what you're doing after the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and also, you know, what is Ariel doing? Give us a couple of secrets about how he's managing to get at the top of the grid so often.
He's a weapon in these cars. You know, he's been driving them for a few years, but we're slowly catching up. The gap's a lot less than it was. So later on in the season, I'll head down back to Australia and New Zealand for Kura Cup Australia, and try and push for a good season there.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for chatting to us, Marcus. It was, of course, Giltrap has come all the way from New Zealand to race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge in Southern Europe. And we're going to head back down the pit lane and see if we can grab a word with any last drivers before we end the lunch break. It's been great to chat to so many of the drivers, you know, getting to know the faces behind the visors and figuring out, you know, how they're feeling about the race is great. And why don't we grab a word with Sebastian Framert if he's able to. Sebastian, can we grab a word? That would be amazing. It's Sebastian, right? Yeah. Come out of the pits just for the camera. Sebastian, great pace this morning. A bit unfortunate though, and especially in the first part of qualifying with the red flags.
Yeah, really difficult quali this morning. Yeah, we were a bit unlucky. I think a lot of quick drivers were unlucky, but it's for everybody the same. Can't change it.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing how a lot of the drivers who are out of position come through the field in race number 1. How far do you think you can get up from your starting position?
Yeah, really hard to tell because you never know what's going to happen inside the midfield, so we'll see. Cannot.
And your pace this weekend has been extremely good. I'd say in testing you've been right up there all the time. Race 2 as well, you're looking right at the top. So good potential for a good result in the championship as well?
Yeah, I hope so. But you never know what's going to happen in the race, so.
You do never know. Sebastian, we'll let you get ready for the race, which is in just a few moments' time. Sebastian Framert, of course, one of the drivers who races in the Porsche Carrera Cup. Germany quite a lot, or Deutschland. He's a very, very fast driver. And we've also got a new driver this weekend, I think, is Sebastian Schuring, I think. Yes, he's a new driver to the team. We've already spoken to Jurien de Back. He's getting the helmet on because we've only got a couple of minutes now until the first race of the afternoon, which is going to be the Sport Division Round 5, race number 1 coming up in just a few moments. Make sure you stick around to watch that.
Thank you, Piers. Top job as always. Great to get that insight from the drivers, and always good just to hear to see what they're thinking, hear what happened this morning. Just some great insights there. So thank you for all your hard work, and thank you to all the drivers giving up time to chat as well. Some real superstars there, all gearing themselves up for what is going to be an exciting afternoon of racing. Well, the sun is shining There are clouds in the skies, but Baltic is the word that you would describe the weather as at the moment. It is not boiling hot. It is a little bit chilly, and that may well be a factor. I mean, it'll help with tyre wear, but it will also not help in terms of getting tyres up to temperature. To remind you that in all categories, the tyres are heavily regulated. The Michelin tyres, the drivers are allowed 2 new sets for the day. That has to include the qualies and both the races. The first of the races is going to be very, very exciting. We've already said it, the sport division, round 5. It's got a lot of cars out of position, and that's going to be very exciting to see how our main championship contenders can come through the pack. Ariel Levy, well, of the championship contenders, he is the leader, and he is currently starting in 23rd position. He's directly ahead of Alex Tauscher on the track, 2 places ahead on the grid, who is second in the championship, and Sebastian Framer starts alongside Alex Tauscher. There's going to be a fair bit of scrapping between them. Really want to mention again Cass Havercourt, who has qualified alongside Hugo Ellis. Well, we've already been extolling the virtues of Hugo Ellis, the British driver who's preparing for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain from Poole in Dorset. Excuse me, place where I grew up myself, so our paths may have crossed in the past, you never know. So Hugo starting on pole position, Cass Havercourt starting alongside him. Now, he's one of the real up-and-coming superstar drivers. He's been in Formula Regional Europe last year. He was 4th in the championship with 2 wins. In 2022, he was 5th with 2 wins also, but he was the 2020 Spanish Formula 4 champion. This year, he's moving across to Porsche Carrera Cup Germany and Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, and we're really excited to see how he gets on. He's got Team GP Elite who are supplying his car, and they are a very, very quick team. They are the team that, of course, have hosted Larry Tenforder, the champion in Carrera Cup Germany, the most successful driver in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, in fact, ever, and he drives one of the Team GP Elite cars. And so Cass Havercourt in that car will be very quick, and I'm very excited to see how he does alongside Hugo Ellis. Jan Safer, who will start 3rd on the grid, driver that we've seen in Carrera Cup Germany in 2022 and 2023, and certainly in the latter part of last year, Jan Safer really started to find some pace, so really started to get into the groove. Will be looking to move his way up the order in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany this year, and this is the perfect preparation, racing alongside many of the contenders who will also be in the Carrera Cup Germany Championship, which starts in a month or so's time. Also, Sid Smith is up there on the grid for Team Parker Racing. Team Parker, the legendary team who are fielding so many drivers, and another British driver, Sid Smith, who starts 4th on the grid. Driver who came through the route of mini stocks racing, which is quite unusual. A lot of drivers who have come through karting, but Sid Smith through the world of short ovals and is preparing for a season in Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. His dad raced in the Blancpain series, so the 17-year-old will be looking to emulate his father as he moves into the world of GT racing, and he's driving from Malden in Essex. Another British driver up there as well, Josh Stanton, and he was the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain AM champion in 2023, and he finished 8th overall last year, so another really quick driver. He's in the Proton Huber competition car, and I'm not making this all about British, honest, but there is another British driver as well. Angus Whiteside didn't have a great time in the 2nd qualifying session, but did very well to qualify in 6th place for Veloso Motorsport, and he is another driver preparing for Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain. He was 4th in last year's Pro-Am Series, 3rd in the 2022 Pro-Am Series, has also guested in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup at Silverstone last year. And Mobil 1 Super Cup really is the creme de la creme of Porsche races. So to feature in those races is always good. Of other drivers of note, well, we've heard from Marco Giltrap already, the driver who comes the furthest to be here on the grid in Spain today. Marco Giltrap from New Zealand, another of the Team GP Elite drivers, looking to improve on a second place, which was his season best so far. That was in round 2 at Portimao. Since then, 19th and a 9th, not been anything to write home about. And starting from 20th place, he's got his work cut out from there. But as he's already said, preparing for the Porsche Sprint Challenge in Australia this year. And this is a great preparation. We've seen other drivers from Australia. Harry Jones was one who had come over last year, and competed in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. And it is a really good training because you are really up against the creme de la creme here in Europe. It really is the place where all the really good top drivers learn the ropes and learn the skills. Also keep an eye on Horst Felix Feldmayer, a long way back in 21st position, but surely not going to be long before we see Horst Felix Feldmayer on the top step of the podium. Has not actually visited the podium at all this year, but he did win last year in this series in Portimao and in Barcelona, but still looking for that first win this year is Horst Felix Feldmayer. Also, we've mentioned already Flynn Schuring in car number 16, a Proton Cubo competition. At the risk of repeating myself, he has a very rapid brother in Maurice Schuring. You may well have heard that name. The youngest ever winner in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, a winner in Porsche Motorsport Super Cup 2, and now racing for the legendary Manthey EM80 in the World Endurance Championship. And now his younger brother is looking to emulate him, and looking at his performances last year in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, it would be a brave man who bets against him taking a win in some championships, in more than one championship maybe this year. He's already competed in Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East, where he got 2 podiums, and he was 3rd in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, the Class 992 Championship in 2022 in Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux. So he really is a very, very rapid driver is Flynn Schuring, and one that we will certainly be looking out for. We're very excited to see that he has booked in for this event. Now, just looking down at our Pro-Am drivers. So, of course, we've got Jules Grau, who starts all the way down in 19th place. A lot of work to do from there, has Jules Grau, as he looks to extend his lead over Alex Ryman. Now, where is Alex Ryman starting? He is starting in 11th place. So Alex Ryman has the perfect opportunity to close up that 3-point gap on Jules Grau in this race. So we will have one eye on, we're going to have an eye on every car on the track because there are so many drivers out of position. This is properly exciting. So Jules Grau in 19th place, championship leader in Pro-Am category. Alex Ryman in 11th place, second in the Pro-Am category. So that really does look like something spectacular. Chenzing Ogyuzan
We're here on the grid for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Round 5 of the Sport Division. We've just observed a 1-minute silence on the grid here for the terrible fire and the lives lost in Valencia on Thursday. But now we can look ahead to the start of the race. And on pole position, we have Hugo Ellis for the Team Parker Racing. We spoke to Hugo in the lunch break, so I think it's a good opportunity now to come and grab a word with our driver in second place, Kaz Havercourt. We didn't manage to grab a word with Kaz over the lunch break, but Kaz, right place, right time for the first part of qualifying, which was disrupted, but a great position for a good result in this one.
Yeah, of course, good position to start from. It's going to be my first race start in the Porsche. Thursday was my first day in the Porsche. I mean, it's good to be in the front row directly.
You're not a stranger to the front of the grid, of course, winning many, many single-seater races, but have you had a chance to do any standing start practice in this car?
I've done one yet in the pit lane, so I mean, it's going to be nice, interesting.
Well, you've got to practice one just before we go racing. Yeah. Good luck in the race. We've got a couple more minutes before we need to leave the grid, so I'm going to grab a word with one more driver. Let's see if we can go and grab a word with Josh Stanton, starting in 5th position. Josh, I know, was very happy with that grid position. Again, a bit of a shaken-up grid for race number 1 this afternoon in the Sport Division after the red flag and a safety car interrupted qualifying session. Josh, P5, a good starting position. What can we do from here?
Yeah, hopefully go forward. That's the plan. Don't want to be going backwards. See if we can get a good start and then break away from the pack. I think that's going to be the plan. We've got some Brits around us, so hopefully we can all work together. We'll see if we end up scrapping or not. But yeah, hopefully go forward. That's the plan anyway.
Josh, I'm looking forward to this one with a bit of a shaken-up grid. We'll see how you get on. We need to...
Thank you, Piers. Good job as always. Right, you're looking down at the grid. We are getting ready for what will be a thoroughly I guarantee this will be a thoroughly entertaining race here. Round 5, is this the one we're all going to be talking about for years to come of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division? You can see the cars are all lined up on the circuit and the grid is now clearing. And the question is going to be, firstly, what can Hugo Ellis and Kaz Havercourt do from the front of the pack? Really excited to see these two young chargers going head-to-head. We're going to see what the slightly more experienced Jan Seifert alongside Sid Smith can do from row 2. We're also going to have an eye on our top 3 in the championship. Ariel Levy starting all the way back in 23rd. Sebastian Framert starting in 26th. And Alex Tauscher in 25th. They're alongside each other. To remind you, Ariel Levy leads the championship, Tauscher in 2nd, Framert in 3rd place. And they are going to need to fight their way through the pack to get their way up and score points. So we are looking at this circuit Ricardo Tormo here in Valencia. And we are getting ready. It's Hugo Ellis who scored pole position with Kaz Havercourt alongside Jan Seifert and Sid Smith alongside each other on row 2. Josh Stanton and Angus Whiteside making it an all-British row 3 of the grids. On row 4, Pietro Armani and Draker Janssen alongside each other. Henri Chuamala guesting here with Thomas Congrover company on row 5. Alex Ryman and Fernando Monnier on row 6. Row 7, Robin Knudsen and Louis Rosset, and then Gianluca Giorgi and Stasha Norden on row 8. Kenting Okuzan and Yurian back lining up on row 9 of the grid. And then on row 10, Jules Grau, championship leader in the Pro-Am category, has Marco Gilchap Company. Horst Felix Feldmeier and Flint Sherring, keep an eye on those two, but keep an eye on Ariel Levy and the very impressive Ollie Gray lining up on row 12 of the pack. They'll be charging through. Alex Tauscher, Sebastian Framert also will be pushing hard, as indeed will Senna Van Solen, Anthony Imperato, Giuseppe Carreri and Jeff McHield, who brings up the rear of the grid. So much to watch in this. We are going to have our eyes on stalks as we try to monitor all that is going to be happening up and down the pack. It is going to be the young chargers at the front. Hugo Ellis, who starts on that pole position with Cass Havercourt alongside, and the championship challengers pushing their way through from the back. To remind you, this is a standing start. It is a race that is 30 minutes plus 1 lap. No ABS is allowed in the Sport Division Pro cars. Pro-Am cars also in there as well. They're all running the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. And these cars, which produce 510 horsepower, if you have never witnessed a race with Porsche Cup cars in them, I would strongly recommend you do. It is deafening, it is spectacular. There is no other racing like it. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe bringing us some nice early cup racing in the season. They say that the summer wins are made in the winter, but these drivers are looking to win this championship, and Ariel Levy, the championship leader, is looking to go and work his way through the field. He's got a lot of work to do ahead of him. Right, this crucial lap now as the drivers work to get heat into the tyres and into the brakes once again, and to get themselves ready for what will be an enthralling round 5 of an 8-round season. It's Ariel Levy who's won 3 out of 4. The only other driver to have won has been Alex Tauscher this year. One gets the feeling that we might have a third name to add to the winners list once this race is over, but anything can happen in the next 30 minutes plus 1 lap as the drivers now weave their way onto the grid. A good job from Hugo Ellis. He didn't allow himself to get too far ahead of the rest of the pack and therefore end up sitting stationary on the grid for too long. It looks as though everybody is pretty well on his heels and they are getting ready. The final few cars, there's a lot of cars here, a sold out grid of 30 cars for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this year, and the remaining cars now getting onto the grid as the yellow flag still flies, and in a few moments we shall wait for that to go green, and that will be our indication that we will be ready to go racing, and the cars will be ready for this round 5 of the season. So silence at the moment as the cars now wait, and it's been taking quite a long time for the back of the grid to form up, and now the green flag is waving. It means that we are ready. Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, round 5 is go, and away we go with Hugo Ellis moving across to block Cass Havercourt into turn 1. Havercourt takes a look to the inside. Seifert in there as well, but it's Hugo Ellis leading into turn 1. Seifert having a look to the inside of Havercourt into turn 1. They come. The rest of the cars coming through. Josh Stanton, that is a car that's spinning. It's Sid Smith, I beg your pardon, spins. The rest of the cars managed to avoid him. The rest of the cars now fielding their way to turn 4 and to turn 5. But Sid Smith has to rejoin at the back of the pack, running 3, 4, even 5 abreast. What an incredible sight this is as these fields come through. But it's Hugo Ellis who's beaten them off the line. Cass Havercourt looking very, very eager in that second place, fighting for position further back. That's Robin Knudsen on the outside. He's ahead of that little pack of cars. Another car, that's Alex Ryman. He was in such a good position to make up positions in the championship, but he's had a spin and he's having to rejoin after the pack has passed by. Here comes our race leader, Hugo Ellis, leading Cass Havercourt. Havercourt looking very, very eager. Jan Seifert, though, to the inside. Josh Stanton in there as well. Sid Smith is also it's the car that spun, so he is now out of contention for this lead battle. Here come the rest of them. It is the 998 car, Jan Seifert in third place, who's now dropped back a bit from Cass Havercourt. Still, lots of competition to come. There is Derika Janssen, the number 48 car locking up Thomas Cangro. He goes deep into the corner. He loses a load of places. Across the line we come. Hugo Ellis from Cass Havercourt leading the way. Jan Seifert next. Angus Whiteside, Josh Stanton, Pietro Armani, Robin Knudsen. Good job up to 7. Louis Rosset. Then it is Janssen and Sasha Norden rounding out the top 10. So here comes the challenges for position. Marco Giltrap has made a great start. He's up into 12th place. Felbermeyer up into 15th. Tauscher up into 16th. So Tauscher and Framer have got past Ariel Levy. Levy down in 18th place. He needs to stay out of trouble. He needs to get to the end of this race. Senna Van Solen also up into 19th place. There are challenges up and down the pack. That's Sebastian Framer in the number 31 car challenging Henri Tuamala. Tuamala is the leading driver in the Pro-Am category. He doesn't need to get involved in this battle. So Draker Janssen, you saw him in the background there, also going a little bit wide. There is Josh Stanton in car number 95. Pietro Armani just behind him. Stanton in 5th place. Robin Knudsen making up for what was a torrid qualifying session, up into 7th place already, taking advantage of all the chaos in front and behind him. Here's Ariel Levy now working his way back up through the pack. He is up with Henri Tuamala. So it is a great progress from Ariel Levy as he tries to push forwards. He's up into 16th place. His main championship challenger, Sebastian Framer, just ahead of him. Horst Felix Feldmar, Alex Tauscher ahead of him as well in that 13th place. Hugo Ellis is our race leader, about 4/10 ahead of Cass Havercourt. They come round to complete another lap. Across the line they come. Hugo Ellis leading the way here in the number 54 car. Cass Havercourt now settling down into 2nd place. And they've broken clear of 3rd place. Jan Seifert, Angus Whiteside in there as well. So the race settling down a little bit. Hugo Ellis is our race leader. You're looking at Josh Stanton under immense pressure from Pietro Armani. Robin Knudsen, he has been looking so rapid here in all the practice sessions, now to the inside of the number 10 car, Pietro Armani. But Robin Knudsen, despite having looked so rapid, he had that connection with the fence in the qualifying session for this race, but he's come back from that brilliantly. And so Robin Knudsen up into 6th place ahead of Pietro Armani. Armani looking to fight back, but doesn't look to have the legs. Behind them, Louis Rosset in the number 29 car. Then Draker Janssen, that was Fernando Monnier going wide. You saw the car just bumping over the curb. Sebastian Framer through. Horst Felix Feldmar ahead of him. Ariel Levy also through. So fighting for position. These 3 cars are going to be going hammer and tongs because they're all fighting for the champion. Felbermeyer now has Framer to the inside. Framer, who has been looking so quick in all the sessions, finds a gap on the inside. Ariel Levy trying to take advantage of both of them. He has a look to the inside. He ducks back into the line. Ahead of them is Alex Tauscher. Tauscher will want to break free as far as he possibly can before these drivers catch up with him. Now, Sebastian Framer coming back under pressure, but Ariel Levy muscles his way past on the inside of Horst Felix Feldmar. The 2 cars running side by side out onto the pit straight they come. And it's going to be Ariel Levy who has the inside line into the corner. You saw Marco Giltrap just ahead, having a look to the inside as well, under braking into the corner. Ariel Levy in front of Horst Felix Feldmar. Also getting involved, Fernando Monnier in the green and white car. But Ariel Levy, he has been so quick. He's now up into that 13th place, having found a route past car 88, Senna Van Solen. Great progress from him in the gold and black car. Also closing in as well. 1, 2, 3, Henri Tuamala in there. Of course, Henri Tuamala, who is the leading driver in the Pro-Am category in 18th place overall. So a dramatic opening lap and opening few laps, and the car's settling down a little bit now, but still plenty of positions to play for. Our leader, Hugo Ellis, a little under 3/10 ahead of Cass Havercourt. Jan Seifert in 3rd place. Then it's Angus Whiteside and Josh Stanton. Robin Knudsen, Pietro Armani, Louis Rosset. Then it's Draker Janssen and Sasha Norden rounding out the top 10. In 11th place, Marco Giltrap. He's made good progress from his 20th place starting position. And Alex Tauscher, who's done exceptionally well from 25th on the grid, now up into 12th place and doing what he needs to do to stay ahead of Ariel Levy. But Levy is going to be closing in on him before too long. Still challenges for position. The number 48 car, Thomas Cangro, and the 27 car, Giuseppe Ghieri. It's Ghieri who comes out on top on that battle at the moment, in towards turn 1. That's Robin Knudsen, Pietro Armani just behind him. That is the fight for 6th place. Also in there, Louis Rosset, and it is Draker Janssen behind them, and also Sasha Norden. Wow, great stuff going on here. So Ariel Levy is up into 4th place. He's our championship leader. Alex Tauscher into 12th place. Sebastian Framer in 13th. So 12th, 13th, 14th, the 1, 2, 3 in the championship running together out on track. Flint Schuring, sadly, has only done 1 lap of this race, so he has retired. So sadly, it looks like we've lost Flint Schuring. So much potential. We'll see him again in the next race, I've no doubt. Now Marco Giltrap, Sebastian Framer. Giltrap goes wide. Framer trying to muscle his way through. Ariel Levy trying to follow through on his coattails. Marco Giltrap was saying how much he's learned from Ariel Levy, his teammate, and now Levy showing him a clean pair of heels. He muscles his way past car 84. But Sebastian Framer at the front of that queue at the moment. Alex Tauscher up ahead will be wanting to break clear. He needs Sebastian Framer to hold Ariel Levy up as much as possible so that he can get a points advantage on him. These drivers now all into the points paying positions, but every place is more and more points. Sebastian Framer looking very rapid ahead of Ariel Levy, Marco Giltrap, Horst Felix Feldmeier, all in a line there. Senna Van Solen also ready to pounce if anybody gets together. There's Alex Tauscher coming through your picture in the black and white car to the inside into turn 1. You can see the gap over Sebastian Framer. And then there's Ariel Levy. Those are the 1, 2, 3 in the championship running together out on the track. It's second in the championship who leads the person who is third in the championship, and Ariel Levy behind. He is the championship leader. These cars all very, very equal, very even. The drivers need to look after them. They need to look after the tyres. The tyres have to get to the end of the race. Half an hour plus 1 lap is a long way for these tyres to go. Remember, they've done a qualifying session on them as well, and they need to have rubber at the end. It's like driving on ice if the tyres go off the edge of a cliff. There is Sebastian Framer in car number 31 in 12th place. There is car 78, Ariel Levy in 13th place, looking for a way past. These two drivers have raced alongside each other for the last couple of years, and now they're fighting each other for the championship. But second in the championship continues to stretch his legs up ahead. You can see him there, the black and white car. That is Alex Tauscher. You can see the gap back to Sebastian Framer. Robert Knudsen, after that awful qualifying session, really making up for it into 6th place. Pietro Armani in 7th. Here comes our race leader, Hugo Ellis. He's not leaving Havercourt behind. About half a second is the gap. Havercourt in his first race in Porsche here, training for the season that is coming, doing a wonderful job. Definitely one of the up-and-coming superstars in Porsche racing. And now trailing Hugo Ellis. A great qualifying session. He took advantage with all the yellow and red flags, but proved it wasn't a fluke by doing it all again under green flag conditions in the second qualifying session. Now Ariel Levy has found a route past Sebastian Framer. He's muscled his way through. He slams the door in his face. Marco Giltrap now in there as well with Horst Felix Feldmeier. So Ariel Levy has broken clear of Sebastian Framer. The question is, how quickly can he now get after Alex Tauscher? So Levy up into 12th place. That is assuming that Sebastian Framer doesn't come back at him. So pushing forwards, Ariel Levy starting to break clear of that queue of cars. So our race leader is still Hugo Ellis. Ahead of Cas Havercourt. There is Pietro Armani and the 29 car of Louis Rosset. 7th and 8th place. The fight for 7th and 8th place is kicking off. Pietro Armani sees the black and green car on his inside. The two cars run side by side. Rosset gives him the squeeze, and Pietro Armani is going to have to submit that position, because as they head into turn 1, it's going to be Louis Rosset who has the position. Can Pietro Armani come around the outside? He can't exceed track limits, so he has to relinquish that place. He does go very, very wide. The race stewards may well take a look at that. We've had a number of track limit warnings whilst this race has been going on. and a 5-second time penalty has been given to car number 20, Fernando Monye, for exceeding track limits. So a warning also to Pietro Armani. We saw what happened there. He went wide into the corner, and that has given him a warning. If he does that again too many times, he may well find himself with a time penalty incoming. Draker Janssen now up with Pietro, with the Louis Rosset car, and Pietro Armani behind them. Sasha Norden, who had that off in qualifying this morning, had to have a new splitter put on the car, but now pushing his way forwards as well. The last of the top 10 runners, Hugo Ellis, still in control at the front, a little under 0.7 of a second from Cas Havercourt. Looking down once again at these cars as they circulate around turn 12. Settling down a little, approaching the halfway point of the race. Hugo Ellis ahead of Cas Havercourt. This is the battle that has been gripping us. Draker Janssen locking up, going deep into the corner. He leaves a gap for Sasha Norden on the inside, but Norden not really close enough to take advantage of it. Looking down along the pit straight we come once again. Our race leaders, Josh Stanton in that solid 5th place with Robin Knudsen behind. Then the gap back to Louis Rosset, Pietro Armani, Draker Janssen and Sasha Norden. Still Pietro Armani in that 6th place, locking up a little bit under braking. Draker Janssen sees the gap on the inside and steals away 8th place, relegating. Also Sasha Norden tries to follow through, unable to do it, but look who's in the background, 11th place Alex Tauscher. He will be desperate to find a route past these cars in front of him, because he knows that behind him is his main championship challenger. There he is, Ariel Levy, closing in on this battle. Tauscher will want to get clear of it as soon as possible, but Sasha Norden is also working so hard to get past Pietro Armani. Alex Tauscher will be looking for these two cars to get together. He looks to the outside of Sasha Norden. You can see how eager he is. He doesn't find a route around there. Sasha Norden now very much blocking the way of Alex Tauscher. Tauscher pulls alongside the two cars running side by side. Now Tauscher to the inside. He's found a route past Norden. Norden's backhand stepping out slightly, but Tauscher picks off another position between him and his championship challenger, Ariel Levy. Now Pietro Armani in the number 10 car, just ahead of him in that 9th place. Every point counts. Alex Tauscher working the traffic as best he can. Draker Janssen just up ahead, pulling away from this battle. Tauscher next to put the pressure on Pietro Armani. What can he do to get past car number 10? Meanwhile, we're looking at Robin Knudsen in 5th place. He has got for company Josh Stanton and Louis Rosset. And there is Josh Stanton and Robin Knudsen running together. Stanton in the position of 6th place, Robin Knudsen in 5th place. But joining them is Louis Rosset. So this is a 3-way battle now kicking off for 5th place. Robin Knudsen once again holding off the attention of car 95. Knudsen, who has been pushing so hard early on in the race, he's got to make sure he's still got enough grip at the end. Car number 20 and 1, 2, 3, Henri Tuamala and Fernando Monye, all having warnings due to track limits and have had 5 seconds applied, and this is very, very significant because Tuamala is in the Pro-Am race and has been very quick in the Pro-Am race. And the 5-second time penalty is going to have an impact on his opportunity to retain a podium position in that race. He's currently leading the Pro-Ams in 18th place, but a 5-second time penalty is going to relegate him down the order. Track limits once again rearing its ugly head, but we continue on this fight. It is for 9th place, and it is a critical fight though, because the championship contenders are running together in the traffic with just Pietro Armani ahead and the 11th place of Sasha Norden behind of Alex Tauscher. Now to the inside, Josh Stanton and Louis Rosset looks to the outside. Rosset goes very wide into the corner. Surely he's going to have to give that up. He may get a warning for track limits. He gets together with Josh Stanton. Stanton is turned around. Can he avoid Ariel Levy? Just avoiding making contact. Another car going to the outside. Josh Stanton, after all that hard work, sees the rest of the pack come through. Was it contact? Well, it looked like it from me that the two cars got together. Stanton now a long way back, got a lot of work to do from there, and the stewards will no doubt be taking a look at that. There was an element of track limits for Alex Tauscher there as well, going very wide, but suddenly Ariel Levy's up with Tauscher. He goes to the inside in all the chaos that was ensuing. Ariel Levy to the inside of Alex Tauscher, first and second in the championship running together. Ariel Levy also to the inside of Pietro Armani. Ariel Levy getting past both of them. Great driving from the back of the pack. Ariel Levy up into 8th place. Fantastic stuff from the driver from Israel. And now Alex Tauscher has all the hard work to do, because also trying to come through Sasha Norden. You get the feeling that Tauscher's possibly taking too much out of the tyres, because Sebastian Freeman is in there as well. Alex Tauscher on the inside, Sasha Norden on the outside. Freeman picking which one he follows. Both cars running wide, Sasha Norden especially so. 5-second time penalty for car number 10, Pietro Armani, for exceeding track limits. So Pietro Armani in car number 10 also with a time penalty. That will affect Tauscher's points finishes as long as he doesn't pick up one as well. Alex Tauscher now with Sasha Norden. Norden looks to the outside under braking. Sebastian Freeman looking at the gap on the inside. Norden and Sebastian Freeman running side by side. It's Freeman who has the position. Now Sebastian Freeman can see his championship challenger, Alex Tauscher, ahead of him. The two drivers who are together in the championship, second and third in the championship. It is Alex Tauscher in front of Sebastian Freeman at the moment. There's Draker Janssen and Ariel Levy. Levy now picking them off one by one. The number 78 car, so quick here in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. A driver who has been around for a couple of years in Porsche racing, but has really come of age this year. Ariel Levy from all the way back in the pack. He started in 23rd place, and now he's up into 7th place, having passed Draker Janssen. So Ariel Levy now will be looking at Louis Rosset up ahead of him. Brilliant stuff. He goes a little bit wide. Be careful once again. So car number 9, a 5-second time penalty. That's Ollie Gray. We heard from him in the lunch break. So Ollie Gray also with a 5-second time penalty due to track limits. Our timing screen is not big enough to list all of the warnings and the penalties that have been given out. There has been a warning to car 84 and to 17. So Marco Giltrap and also Draker Janssen. And in fact, Draker Janssen with the 5-second time penalty for the track limits, but also a warning being given to Marco Giltrap. So the order that they cross the line is not going to be the order that they are classified in when this race is done and dusted, because so many drivers, including car number 10 and car number 17, have got time penalties hanging over them. Alex Tauscher would like to get past both of them, although if things finish as they are now, he will be ahead of them in the final classification. He wants the opportunity to get past, and Draker Janssen locking up a wheel, goes deep on the corner. He rejoins, having submitted 2 places, maybe 3, because Sebastian Freeman now lining him up, has a look to the inside, and it's Sebastian Freeman who muscles his way through as well. Draker Janssen trying to come wide. You see how hard he is pushing, but Sebastian Freeman steals that position away. Now, what can Alex Tauscher do? He's got Sebastian Freeman behind him. So Alex Tauscher now looking at the back of Pietro Armani, trying to pick up those points as these drivers have come through the pack in brilliant style. Draker Janssen and Sasha Norden running side by side. Draker Janssen in that 11th place, Sasha Norden in 12th. Across the line we come once again. While all that's been going on, Cass Havercourt has found a route past Hugo Ellis. We haven't even noticed that. So Cass Havercourt to the lead of the race. While all this has been going on, our race leader, Hugo Ellis, has dropped down into 2nd place. Jan Savert still in 3rd. So Cass Havercourt, brilliant stuff. Car 72 leading the way ahead of Hugo Ellis. Angus Whiteside still in that 4th place. Now fighting still further back. This is the championship that we're going to be talking about as well. There is our new race leader. He was hovering in 2nd place for so long. Everybody warned us, this driver is the real deal. We need to watch him when he comes. And Cass Havercourt, what a mature drive. He's waited for his moment and he's moved past Hugo Ellis. Hugo, who has been so quick in qualifying, in both qualifying sessions, has led the majority of this race, but now with a little over 8 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, Hugo Ellis down into second place. Jan Seifert a little way back in that third place. You can see Jan Seifert, you can see the gap there back to Angus Whiteside, and then Robin Knudsen also running on his own ahead of Louis Rosset, then Ariel Levy. The steamroller from Israel closing in now on Louis Rosset. What can he do about car 29? Can he get up into 6th place? Car number 31 has a 5-second time penalty. That is Sebastian Freimert. Car 31 has a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits as Horst Felix Felbermayr to the inside, Sasha Norden on the outside. I don't know what's happened to Marco Giltrap. It looks like he might have dropped back as well. So many time penalties now over so many cars here. I don't think any of our race leaders, they are scrolling through so quickly, it's almost difficult to keep on top of it. Sasha Norden has a warning, Horst Felix Felbermayr has a warning for track limits. Pretty well, every driver on the track, apart from the leaders, have a warning for track limits. But Cas Havercourt now having extended his gap to just over a second from Hugo Ellis and Jan Seifert in that third place. There is Horst Felix Felbermayr, there is Sasha Norden, and in the background, Senna van Solen, who's come from the very back of the pack, and also there is Drake Jansen. There is Horst Felix Felbermayr, Sasha Norden, and there is Senna van Solen there in car number 12. So Van Solen from the back up to 15th place, loving his time driving Porsches. We've seen him in other series up until this year. He switched over to Porsche for this year and has taken to it exceptionally well. He got a 3rd place at Estoril last time out, and looking very solid after a poor qualifying, having worked his way up so many cars up through the pack. Sasha Norden in car 21, currently in 14th place. Ahead of him, Horst Felix Felbermayr. So with so many changes and so many penalties having been given out, warnings once again for track limits to Horst Felix Felbermayr. But the significant one, car 13, also with a 5-second time penalty. That's Alex Tauscher. Alex Tauscher in 9th place, also with a 5-second time penalty. They're still coming thick and fast. The track limits for that car there, the black and white car, I believe car 10 also has a 5-second time penalty. So many of the front runners all with time penalties. Well, if they all get time penalties, they're going to finish in the order they're in at the moment, aren't they? So Alex Tauscher having coming under the scrutiny of our race stewards. You can see how hard he's pushing. Just make as many places as possible. Past Pietro Armani in car number 10 he goes. Following him through Sebastian Freimert. So up into 8th place for Alex Tauscher, 2nd in the championship. But his main championship rival is still ahead of him. Ariel Levy ahead of Alex Tauscher. Looking so strong here once again. A warning given to Jurien de Back for track limits. Look at this, Alex Tauscher, Sebastian Freimert locking a great Pietro Armani, trying to come through on the inside. Alex Tauscher takes advantage of that, just breaks clear briefly. Now Freimert coming back, Pietro Armani there as well. Our leading Pro-Am drivers continue further back. Just so many battles going on to watch. It's up and down the pack. Really, really impressive. Senna van Solen this time continuing his march forwards to the inside of Sasha Norden. And Norden peels off into the pit. So Sasha Norden clearly with an issue, peeling off into the pits. I'm just checking. He hasn't got a penalty that I can see. So Sasha Norden into the pits. Now it is Alex Tauscher who's come under pressure from Sebastian Freimert. Freimert has found a route past. So car 31 past 13 up into 7th place. The 1, 2, 3 in the championship, running 6th, 7th and 8th in this race. Ariel Levy at the front of them, 3rd in the champion. Sebastian Freimert is in 7th place. Then it's Alex Tauscher in 8th. Drake Jansen in 9th place. Marco Giltrap in 10th. There is Drake Jansen in car 17. Marco Giltrap in the 84 car. Behind them is Horst Felix Felbermayr. Another who's come under the scrutiny of the stewards, and Pietro Armani has dropped back now to the 13th place. So Pietro Armani, after such a strong showing, getting caught up in the traffic, getting muscled out and dropping back through the pack. Ariel Levy has Robin Knudsen in 5th place ahead of him. Ariel Levy, who doesn't appear to have any issues with penalties over him. Jaf Machiels is the next one, who has got a 5-second time penalty, as indeed has Josh Stanton. So it's a 10-second on Jeff Machiels. He's had 2 5-second time penalties, and I believe that Alex Tauscher has another 5 seconds added as well. So Alex Tauscher once again with another 5-second time penalty. That makes it a 10-second time penalty to Alex Tauscher's time as a result of exceeding track limits. So 10 seconds now being added to many of these drivers' times once this race is over. So to remind you, when the checkered flag comes out, the order that they cross the line will not be the order that they're classified in. We have a little over 2¼ minutes plus 1 lap remaining on what has been a lively, chaotic race that has been led by the young newcomer, Cas Havercourt, the driver from the Netherlands, 20 years old, from Team GP Elite, leads the way. Another of the Team GP Elite cars, Marco Giltrap from New Zealand, back in the traffic at the moment in 10th place. Ahead of him, Draker Janssen. Alex Tauscher with those time penalties just ahead of them. Then Sebastian Framer, the leading Pro-Am driver, Henri Chuamala, 15th overall, doing a solid job on his debut here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And that's Draker Janssen smoking a tyre. The tyres are wearing out on these cars with 90 seconds plus 1 lap remaining of this race. The tyres are starting to cry no more. You can see the cars going wide on the corners, the drivers fighting all that they can to try and keep themselves on the track. The next with a 5-second time penalty, Marco Giltrap in car number 84. So he's the next who's picked up a time penalty. Car 9 and car 10, that's Ollie Gray and Pietro Armani, all with 5-second time penalties for exceeding track limits. Still, Ariel Levy continues his fight forwards. Ahead of him is Robin Knudsen in that 5th place. Ariel Levy in 6th place, closing in less than a minute of times racing. So I should think that the clock is potentially going to strike 0 before our race leader gets around, and then it'll be 1 more lap after that. Gosh, so many drivers now with time penalties being applied. The screen is literally scrolling with them. We have a yellow flag in turn 4 as well, just to add to our woes. Look at Robin Knudsen, championship leader Ariel Levy, and you get the feeling that Draker Janssen's tyres really are providing no grip whatsoever. There's another car, that's Jurien de Back, who's spun off, pointing in the wrong direction. That's out of turn 1 and 2, I think. He rejoins. We have 11 seconds of timed racing remaining. I'm looking to see where our race leader is and whether he crosses the line before the clock strikes 0. Here he comes. This is our race leader, Cas Havercourt. So he'll be out onto the pit straight now. And it will be the last lap that he starts now because the clock has struck 0. So the final lap for Cas Havercourt ahead of Hugo Ellis. Hugo, who led the race for so much of the distance, but now 1.5 seconds behind in 2nd place. Jan Seifert, a solid 3rd place. He's occupied that position for the entire race. Then Angus Whiteside, Robin Knudsen, great comeback from him, but with his mirrors full of Ariel Levy. Then Sebastian Framer, Alex Tauscher, Marco Giltrap, Horst Felix Feldmeier, all with time penalties hanging over them as we wait for our race leader to come to complete the last part of the lap around turn 6, and towards turn 7 he comes. Cas Havercourt, the driver making his debut here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, Valencia, on debut, started on the front row. Now just has to bring it home the last few corners to take a win on debut. Car 72, Cas Havercourt, just holding it all together. I'm just scrolling up and down the timing screens to make sure he hasn't picked up any warnings or any penalties. As far as I can see, he hasn't, as he heads towards turn 12. There is Robin Knudsen Ariel Levy has closed in. Will Ariel Levy try to make a move on car number 32 and therefore extend his championship lead further, or will he settle for that 6th place? We're going to find out in just a few moments, because our race leader is now heading in towards the last corner, out onto the pit straight. What a brilliant drive. It's Cas Havercourt who takes the win in round 5 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. A solid drive from Hugo Ellis into 2nd place, Jan Seifert into 3rd, Angus Whiteside crosses the line next ahead of Robin Knudsen, Ariel Levy in 6th place, and Sebastian Freeman, Alex Tauscher, Marco Giltrap next, and then Horst Felix Feldmeier. But to remind you, once again, this is not the final classification, because there are so many time penalties that have been awarded. We're going to have to wait for race control to issue the official result, because there will be changes. Many of the drivers picking up 5 seconds and in some cases 10-second time penalties as a result of exceeding track limits, and that is sadly the headline from this race. But Cas Havercourt, what a solid drive in the number 72 Team GP Elite car to win the race, 1.6 seconds ahead of Hugo Ellis, and it's Henri Tuamala who wins in the Pro-Am category. Brilliant stuff, exciting, controversial. We had a bit of everything, didn't we? The rest of the cars just coming through to finish. Sadly, we never got to see Flint Schuring. He only completed a couple of laps and then went back into the pits. Sasha Norden we saw retire, Jeroen de Back, Josh Stanton all retired as well. But incredible stuff, exciting stuff here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And I think I need to go and have a lie down after that. There is the unofficial result, one that will be subject to change. Cas Havercourt crossed the line first ahead of Hugo Ellis, Jan Seifert. I think we're pretty solid on the 1, 2, 3. Angus Whiteside, Robin Knudsen in 5th, Ariel Levy in 6th. Great job from the back of the grid. Then Sebastian Freeman, Alex Tauscher, Marco Giltrap, Horst Felix Feldmeier, Pietro Armani, all of them with time penalties. Senna van Solen, Fernando Monnier, Ollie Gray rounding out the top 14. In 15th place, Henri Tuamala wins in the Pro-Am race. Good stuff there. Giuseppe Guerri, Jeff Machiels, Drake Janssen and Louis Rosset ahead of Thomas Cangro, Anthony Imperato, Sid Smith. Jules Grouse is next in the Pro-Am, 2nd in the Pro-Ams ahead of Gianluca Gheorghi. Alex Ryman, after that spin, does well to come back to finish 4th in the Pro-Ams, 25th overall ahead of Chenzik Oguzhan. And then the drivers who didn't make it to the end, Josh Stanton, Jeroen de Back, Sasha Norden and Flint Schuring. Boy, that was just tense and exciting, an awful lot. We knew it was going to be lively, particularly with all these drivers coming from the back of the pack. But that man there, Cas Havercourt, well, I'm looking forward to seeing how he does with the championship contenders starting with him, because he is truly very rapid. We didn't see his move for the lead, but he found a route past Hugo Ellis and picked his time, didn't pick up any penalties, and he wins the race. I have to tell you, 139 track limit warnings in that race. In a half-hour race, we had 139 track limit warnings. That is something that I think our race steward is going to be having a little chat about with many of the drivers, and I wouldn't be surprised if there is another meeting that is called, because it does make it very difficult for people to follow. But the man who did not pick up any penalties got to the front and just led the way home. Cas Havercourt is there with Piers Pryor.
Cas, what a race, what a start to your Porsche, I suppose, career potentially. You got away a good start, we spoke about it on the grid, 2nd place, but then you made a move for the lead, which was off camera. Where was it on circuit?
It was on in turn 8, in the long left-hander. He made a small mistake with braking a bit too late, locking up, so I could pass him there. So I'm of course very happy about this position. I mean, it's the first race for me, 3rd day in the car for me, so I mean, to be already on P1 is a good start of the season.
What a good start to the season, and it sets you up again for this afternoon as well. You know you've got good pace, you've got the win under your belt. What are you going to do going into race 2?
We're going to send it and get another podium.
Well, you heard it here. We're going to send it, Cass. Congratulations. I'll let you celebrate with your team. We saw you gave them a high five. It'd be great to grab a word with Hugo Ellis if he is about. Where's Hugo? Hugo came second. Hugo's over there. I wander around this way. I might grab and wave down Hugo if he's available for an interview. Hugo, of course, getting a good start from pole position, but unfortunately just getting done there. Hugo, come on in. Hugo, a great result, second place, but I'm sure you're probably, I can see on your face, a little disappointed to not get the win.
Yeah, just made a few mistakes really, and unfortunately we didn't win.
Start was excellent though. You pulled away, you got away from the gap. There was a lot of track limit warnings. I think 139 track limit infringements throughout the whole race. You weren't one of them because you, of course, had a bit of space at the front, but still a great result, a good drive. Only a couple of small errors was the difference.
Yeah, just a few errors, but hey ho, we'll try again in the next one.
And looking forward to the next one. Again, another good starting position, well inside the top 10. So can we have another podium?
I should think so.
Brilliant. Hugo, congratulations. Hugo driving for Team Parker Racing, of course, and our third place driver. How was that for you? A good drive for you there?
Yeah, quite a enjoyable afternoon in Spain. Had some pressure early on, lost the front guys after a couple laps, and then basically just drove it home. Nice to start the season with a podium, and overall just really happy, but you see we have to keep working.
Jan Seifert, of course, finishing third on the podium. I can hear some cheers going on in the background. Jan, just one quick word. Race number 2 coming up very shortly in just over an hour's time. What can you do in that race? Where are you starting?
Well, I think after just having scored a podium, we'll take it a little bit easier, not damage the car, and then full attack in Barcelona. But we'll see, make a good start and then just see what happens. But from P15, it's going to be not as easy as this one.
Brilliant. Thanks for chatting to us, Jan. I'll let you chat to the team. Have we got our leader of the Pro-Am group? I'm going to have a wander through and see if we do. Of course, our leader in the Pro-Am group was Tuamala. Is he still around? I'm not sure. I think it must have gone upstairs, but we need to get ready for the podium. So I'll hand back up to Brian so he can talk us through the best parts of that race once again.
Thank you, Piers. Talk you through the best parts of that race. Well, we're just going to need another half hour, really, aren't we? That was spectacular. I'm just keeping an eye on timings. I'm looking at penalties. As things stand at the moment, our timing screen has not been updated. So we haven't got the official result, but let's just take a look at some of the highlights from what was a spectacular round 5 here in Valencia. So it all started off with a fairly jumbled up grid. Cass Havercourt, who was in second place, second on the grid, and he was beaten off the line by Hugo Ellis. And you see Hugo Ellis was very disappointed after that race because he really did get a solid start. There was a spinner in the middle of the pack right at the start of that, and that was Sid Smith, who fortunately was avoided by the traffic. Another spinner, a significant one, because Alex Ryman is in the championship hunt in the Pro-Am category, and that spin will have done him no favours at all. But there were fights all the way up and down, but particularly our eyes were towards the back, because the 1, 2, 3 in the championship were having to fight their way back from the back of the pack. There was Alex Tauscher, had a Sebastian Framer, Ariel Levy, who started such a long way back. He had a poor start, got jumped by Alex Tauscher at the start, but then came back and showed why he is dominating this championship at the moment, having fought his way back through the pack. Here we can see he was up with Sebastian Framert, and it felt like he and the 31 car were running together for much of the race, but soon he muscled his way past. Marco Giltrap was also in the background there as well, but nobody could live with the flying number 78 Team GP Elite Ariel Levy car. The fights continued. Louis Rosset and Pietro Armani were going door handle to door handle. Also was Draker Janssen and on the inside of Pietro Armani, but it was all about tyres towards the end of the race, and you could see that the grip was going. The penalties were coming thick and fast as the drivers struggled to keep it between the white lines. Alex Tauscher was starting to look impatient, and it was maybe here where he started to exceed the track limits a little as he tried to work his way through the field. He knew that Ariel Levy was hot on his tail. Robin Knudsen had an awful qualifying session this morning, but has more than made up for it. He worked his way up through the pack, 5th place in the end, having fought through the traffic. Josh Stanton did not have as much luck though. Josh Stanton there with Louis Rosset, but it was Rosset who got into the rear quarter of the Josh Stanton car. The stewards took a look at it, and Josh Stanton ended up pointing in the wrong direction. Now, whether there's any kind of penalty coming from that remains to be seen. Fortunately for Josh Stanton, all the drivers were looking across the corner and they managed to avoid contact. Alex Tauscher was out-fumbled in traffic. Pietro Armani in the middle, but it's Ariel Levy who jumped the both of them and took the positions away. Ariel Levy getting the points advantage. Alex Tauscher tried to come past, but Sasha Norden and he both picking up time penalties from the stewards, as indeed was the case with Sebastian Framert. The three of them squabbling. Looked like they were having fun, but it certainly was causing the wrong sort of attention. Draker Janssen was the next to submit to Ariel Levy, but he clearly had traction issues of his own. Sort of locking up and losing a load of places there. And Sebastian Framert muscling his way past as well. So, Alex Tauscher, Pietro Armani, you can see Armani had no grip at the back. Tauscher had a little look to the outside became the inside, and Tauscher went through. Sebastian Framert followed through on his heels as well. Horst Felix Feldmeier, another driver who had struggled with track limits. And there was Senna van Soelen. Good job, car number 12, pushing his way through from a long way back through the pack. And he was up into 12th place by the time the race ended. Jurien de Back has had the kind of day he would really rather forget. He spun, eventually retiring to the pits in the number 4 car. No such problems though for Cas Havercourt on his debut in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. His debut in Porsche racing. He takes a win from the front row. He is one to watch. There is no doubt about that. And really excited to see how he gets on in round 6, which takes place a little later on this afternoon. So we're going to head back down now to Piers, who's down in the podium area.
Wow, what a first race of this afternoon. Dramatic throughout, and there was a lot of track limit warnings. But our podium drivers starting or finishing in 3rd place, the number 998 from Germany, Jan Seifert. And in 2nd place, the number 54 from the United Kingdom, Hugo Ellis. And our eventual winner in his first race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the number 72 from the Netherlands, Cas Havercourt. Cas driving for the GP Elite team. Congratulations to the podium pro drivers in the sport division. They will now hand out the trophies once the national anthems have been completed. Round of applause again for our winning drivers as the podium trophies will now be handed out. First of all, 3rd place, Jan Seifert, being handed out by Olivia Vermeulen from the Porsche Motorsport. The 2nd place trophy going to Hugo Ellis will be handed out by Nicolas Collado, the general manager of the Circuito Ricardo Tormo. And our winning trophy, once again handed out by Olivia Vermeulen from Porsche Motorsport, is to that of Cas Havercourt. Drivers on the podium, if you'd like to come together for some photos, that would be excellent on the top step. And once again, a big round of applause for our Sport Pro Driver podium. Just a moment while the ceremony for the Pro-Am division is readied. We'll have those with you in just a moment. The flags. Okay. So the Pro-Am division now in third place. The number 37 from Italy is Gianluca Giorgi. Gianluca driving for the B driver team. In second place, the number 77 from the Netherlands, Jules Raus. Jules driving for the Race Art team. And our eventual winner in the Pro-Am division was the number 123 from Finland, Henri Tuomala. Henri driving for Porsche Estonia. We'll now have the national anthem of Estonia. Yes, congratulations to our podium drivers. The trophy for third place once again being delivered by Olivier Vermeulen of Porsche Motorsport to our third place driver, Gianluca Giorgi. Our second place driver, Jules Raus, will receive his trophy from Nicolas Collado, from the general manager of Circuito, Ricardo Tormo. And our winning driver in the Pro-Am classification, Henri Tuomala, will receive his trophy from Olivier Vermeulen once again. One final round of applause for our podium in the Pro-Am classification. Drivers, if you'd like to gather together on the podium for a photo opportunity. And that concludes the podium ceremony for the race number 1 of the afternoon, round 5 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe in the sports division. We'll now be looking ahead very shortly to the first race of the afternoon in the club division. That will be here in just a few moments.
Getting ready for the club division race, and very shortly the cars will be leaving the garages and heading towards the grid. And if the chaos of the previous race is anything to go by, this will be very dramatic indeed. We said at the start of our broadcast this morning that track limits were going to be a topic of conversation. Well, they have been a major topic of conversation, with 139 track limits warnings being given out in the previous race. I have to say that in qualifying this morning, club division were a little bit better behaved, and we didn't have as many, although there were a few. But it could be that this race is decided in the stewards box, and we really hope that is not the case, because we love to see the race decided out on the track, and it's such a shame when time penalties have to be applied after the race is done. It has all the potential of being something very exciting. Johannes Zelger starting on pole position in his debut in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The Italian driver, who we've seen in Porsche Carrera Cup Italy and Carrera Cup France last year, has come to Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe to stretch his muscles somewhat, and has done that, putting the car on pole position, which was, even by his own admission, something of a surprise. He wasn't expecting that, and Philippe Wills really wasn't expecting that. The championship leader, the joint championship leader, who will be starting alongside him on the front row. The other championship leader, yes, they are together on points. They've both got 77 points. That is Philippe Wills and Robert Sulmer. Sulmer starting in 6th place, so a bit of work to do from there. Robert Cronin has jumped into the seat that was occupied by Seb Hopkins in the GT4 category, and has proven that he is just as quick. For Team Parker Racing, he is the leading GT4 qualifier by some distance, having qualified 13th overall, and he is making his debut here as well in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here today. So cars are now getting ready to head round to the grid. At the front, we've already spoken about Zelga and Philippe Wills. Murabi Mekvabishvili starting in 3rd, who has proven to be very quick indeed. 5th place has been his best so far. That was the last time out at Estoril, but in every race this year, he has equalled and improved on a result. So he had 2 8th places at Portimao. Then in Estoril, last time out, he got a 6th. He's got a 5th place last time out at Estoril as well. And having qualified 3rd on the grid, is in a very good position to improve his record even further. So we're going to be very excited to see what he can get up to. Javier Ripoll Jr. in car 191. His best result is 4th, and he starts in 4th place in this race as well. But keep an eye on Peter Heglin in car number 5. He's in a FAC Auto Tech car. They know how to prepare a car, that is for sure. Peter Heglin guesting here, and he was in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup at Red Bull Ring and Monza last year. So he knows his way around a Porsche, and clearly has dialed into this series straight away. And then, of course, there is the aforementioned Robert Sulmer, who's with him as well in 6th place on the grid. So lots to play for. Someone's car alarm's gone off, I think. Oh, no, that's the pit lane indicator. There is so much... Oh, it's off again. There's so much talent up and down the grid. Keep an eye on 11th place, Didier Gloria. He got a podium at Estoril last time out. He finished 6th in the Pro-Am category in this series last year, and has also been fairly prevalent in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux. So keep an eye on him, Didier Gloria, as he starts. He's a mid-pack, so very much in the area where there could be trauma or damage, but he will be working hard to push his way forward from there and score some good points. You can see we're just waiting down on the grid at the moment for some cars to appear. We have an empty track at the moment, but hopefully very shortly we will have some contenders out on the circuit ready to join us here at Circuito Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. Yes, here we go. Pit lane now open, and the cars are coming around this wonderful circuit named after a 2-time world champion motorcycle racer, Ricardo Tormo, who very sadly died of leukemia in 1998 at just age 46, and the circuit was named after him when it opened the following year. It is the 25th anniversary of this circuit, and it's always a real treat when Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe comes here. And the spectators on the grandstands, as I mentioned earlier, have the pleasure of being able to see the whole circuit. It is nicknamed the circuit within a stadium because you get a clear view of the whole circuit from 65,000 grandstand seats. And those seats are all very, very full at some events. Of course, MotoGP and World Superbike are very well known to have appeared here over the years. Very much a biking track as well. Many of the corners named after famous bikers, and Duan, well, I'll let you guess what turn 2 is named after, the Duan corner. So yes, a wonderful circuit, and it's great to be here as we get ready for the club division round 5. There's another race later on today here in Valencia. That'll be round 6. And then this time next week, we will be bringing it all to a close in Barcelona. That wonderful circuit, another wonderful circuit, where it'll be round 7 and 8. And our champions will be crowned in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. So just a week to wait before the next round takes place. And there's an awful lot to play for here in the club division, because Robert Sulmer and Felipe Wills tied. They've both had a win. They've both had a second place. They've both had a third place. And they've both had a fourth place. That has been the 1, 2, 3, 4 in the last 4 races. Felipe Wills, we heard from him in the lunch break. He had a crash in private testing on Friday, and his team really had to work hard because he really didn't think he was going to make it onto the grid. But his team have worked wonders, and he has not only made it onto the grid but qualified in that second place. And he will be giving Johannes Zelker a run for his money from that pole position. So you see heat haze there. It is still pretty chilly in the Valencia circuit, but it's dry, and that is the main thing as the cars just come round to form up on the grid. This is a championship which is very much part of the Porsche Pyramid. It starts the Porsche Pyramid with customer and motorsport driving events like the Porsche Sport Driving School and Club Sport events. Next, it's the One Make Series, and this is very much part of that, contested with the 911 GT3 Cup cars in series like Porsche Mobile One Super Cup, the Carrera Cups, Germany, France, Italy, Porsche Mobile One Super Cup, and the Porsche GT3 Cup challenges such as this. Then next up in the pyramid, crossing over from the customer racing, we go into factory racing, where we see World Endurance Championship, 24 Hours of Le Mans, etc. IMSA Sports Car Championship, 24 Hours Daytona, 12 Hours of Sebring. And then lastly, the top of the pyramid is the pinnacle, very much things like the hypercar in World Endurance Racing. And we've seen so many drivers who come through the ranks and have done well in Porsche Sprint Challenge Europe to work their way up through the pyramid. Right, we're going to head down to Piers, who's down on the grid. Hello, Piers.
Hello, Brian. I'm back on the grid once again, this time for the club division. We had a little bit of a confusion a moment ago because the pole sitter rolled up on the outside as if it was the sport division. But of course, in the club division, we have a rolling start, so pole position on the inside. And once the Johannes Zelcher is in position, I'm hoping that we can then grab a word with him. That would be quite nice. That would be quite nice. He, of course, was very fast in the first round of qualifying this morning, and again in the second round as well. And once he's had a word with his engineer, I don't want to interrupt in any of these important conversations. Then we'll see how he's feeling. Johannes, a great qualifying. We spoke to you earlier on. Whole different ball game, the race though.
Now we see how the start. It's the first time I do like this, starting from it's a rolling start, and normally I was starting from the grid. So we will see. I will try to keep to my position and then to defend it and hopefully to pull away. I don't know. We try to do the best.
Tried to do them best indeed, and if you use the pace like you had in qualifying, I'm sure you will be fine. But it's very, very close. The top 4 or 5 drivers separated by barely a few tenths of a second. How are you going to defend the lead in this one?
Well, I have to be a little bit aggressive, close the line, and then we see.
Well, Johannes, thank you very much for chatting to us. We'll let you leave you to your thoughts on the pole position. I think it would be great to grab a word with Javier Ripoll Jr., who's starting in 4th position on the outside of the grid. He's been well up there in terms of testing. Can we have a word, Javier? Yep, great. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt here. Javier, a great result in qualifying P4 right at the front of the grid. An opportunity to potentially have a podium here, I suppose?
Yeah, well, that's the idea, to keep behind these guys until we get a chance at opportunity, not making mistakes myself, and let's see to clinch a podium or a better place. That's the whole point.
That is the whole point, of course, and it's great to see how close it's been this round. I feel like the top 5 or 6 drivers in this club division this weekend have been really, really close. So it should be a good race.
Well, let's see. Let's try to make a good race. Let's try all of us to have a clean start and push as far as we can, and that's it. Podium is the goal. Winning will be the excellence. I
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, well, those trophies are beautiful, so we'll be good to get them.
They very much are beautiful trophies. We just saw them, of course, for the sport division. On the outside here into turn one, it's track limits has been a very important thing in race number one. How do you see the turn one going? Are you just going to try and slot in or try and find a gap?
Well, the idea is to find the grip. Once you find the grip, once you open enough, you should be able to be inside of the track limits without penalizing, without losing time. But you have to be very careful. You have to be very precise on the way you get into the turn. If you're passing a car, or you have traffic, or you're in a draft, that's where the stuff gets complicated. That's not only place. I mean, there's two other laps, I think, turns. Turn 6, last turn. The track limits are very, very complicated. So we have to be very careful. We have to lift. And it's not being the fastest, it's just being the cleanest.
Being the cleanest indeed. Javier, we'll leave you to have a good race. I think we've still got time for a couple more. Yeah, we do have time for a few more interviews. It might be good to get a decent way down the grid this time out. Why don't we grab a word with one of our championship protagonists, Robert Sulmer. If he's actually, no, it looks like he's deep in conversation at the moment. Of course, Robert having had good results at both Portimao and then Estoril is right in at the championship fight. Let's see if we can grab away just a moment. Of course, the last words of the engineers is very important. Am I okay to grab a quick word with Robert in just a moment? Do you think so? I think that's a yes. Don't want to completely interrupt with the Proton Huber team here, giving him last words of advice. All the drivers happy to chat, which is great for us viewing at home, but of course they do need to do their important conversations as well. Just give it one more second. Yes, here we go. Robert, can I come in and grab a word, please? Sure. Robert, P6 on the grid. It's still a good position, very close this weekend between the top 6-7 drivers. What's your aim for this race?
Difficult to say. I mean, I had a bad qualifying. I didn't have one clean lap in both of them, so I'm quite disappointed. So I've got to go forward. I mean, I definitely am shooting for a podium position, and we'll see.
We will see. We know you've got the pace for that, of course, after some strong results at both Portimao and Estoril. But I've just spoken to Javier Ripoll in front of you, and he reckons track limits is going to be a big factor in this one, judging by the first race of the sport division. Do you agree?
Yes, certainly. I mean, we've got to have a clean race, otherwise, I mean, you're out of it. So track is key.
Robert, thank you very much for chatting to us. I think the team want to have another word, so I'll let them get a couple of final words of advice. And the reason that track limits here is such an issue is because a lot of the corners have a long radius, sort of banked in the apex, and then kind of roll away at the exit with a bit of tarmac. And as a racing driver, your one job is to make the most of the track you have to you. But if you use too much, then you'll get penalised. So why don't we jump on in with our driver starting in 7th place, John de Wilde. John, what's the plan?
Take 2, 3. I hope to finish 4th, 5th. It's very close. It's only like 0.3 of a second between 2nd place and 7th place, so we'll see. It's first time in this championship, so it's difficult to tell because I don't know the opponents. We'll see.
It's going to be a learning experience for yourself, but great to see so many cars so close on the grid, though. I suppose that's why drivers like yourself are coming in for guest rounds?
Sorry?
So close, the racing is so close. Is that why you wanted to be in this championship?
I was surprised that it's so close, so we'll see. It can go every way. We'll see. Hope for the best.
Top 5 is your goal, yes?
Top 5 is the goal, yeah.
Brilliant, thank you so much. We'll see how you get on in there, John. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Walking further down the grid now, of course, John starting in 7th position. We have Andrea Baratti, we chatted to the lunch break. If you haven't seen the lunch break, you can roll back on the YouTube live stream that you're watching on right now and have a look at that. We chatted to quite a few of the drivers over lunch, actually, both from the club division and the sport division. Jürgen Vollert is starting on the outside in 12th position, but I'm going to grab a word place driver, Didier Glorieux. Didier Glorieux, if we can still get a word. Is that okay to have a word, Didier?
Hi.
Hi. Here we go. First race of today. What do you think is going to happen?
If I had a crystal ball, I could tell you. I don't know. I don't have any idea. I was not happy at all with qualifying. I stumbled into some traffic. Tire pressures were not okay, so I was really disappointed. I would have hoped to be like 4 or 5 places more to the front. That would have made me happy. Now I have to make sure that the first 5 guys, they don't run away. I'll try to be patient and manage the tires and be at the right place at the right moment when the opportunity presents itself.
Very much so, and we saw from practice that you very much got the pace to be up at the front, you know, in top 5. Few cars between yourself and the front of the grid now, so you've got some work to do.
Yeah, that's for sure.
How far do you reckon you can get up? Of course, we saw there was plenty of overtaking in the sport division race. Do you reckon you can emulate that? Oh, how far do you think you can get up the grid? How far by the end of the race?
Well, I'd rather not make any assumptions and be disappointed afterwards. Like, let's make the best out of it and let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Didier, one of our newer drivers to the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We chatted to Niels Lofterod, of course, who's starting on the outside of the 7th row in 14th place. We chatted to him at lunch. We also chatted to Robert Cronin, one of the few drivers in the Porsche Cayman GT4 cars. Not so many. I think he's replacing. He's actually our championship leader in the Team Parker Racing, Seb Hopkins, who was very successful at the first few rounds. Getting towards the back of the grid as well now, Corrado Costa, Graham King, also on the outside of the row number 9 in 18th place. Why don't we grab a word with Minsky here in 17th place. Minsky Stanislav, if he's once he's had a word with his engineer, don't want to interrupt once again the last bits of words of wisdom. What do you reckon Minsky can do in this one?
Sorry.
No, okay, sorry, it's all right. I don't speak any Spanish or any other language, so it's okay, no problem at all. Minsky, of course, another newer driver to the grid. He only joined us in Estoril. Very much enjoyed the championship. Back again for this round. We'll hopefully be seeing him at the final round as well. And I'll also be looking forward to the final round because we have, I think, 50 cars in total here this weekend. We're going to be closer to the maximum 60 by the time we go racing once again in Barcelona. I think Minsky's deep in conversation, so we'll move on. Oh, actually, no, we're being invited in. Of course. Minsky, we spoke to you briefly at lunch. We know you've got good pace, but you can probably be looking to see you move up the grid. Do you reckon that's possible?
Yeah, I mean, we try to keep improving because it's first time for me on this track and I keep learning. And yeah, sometimes you just have to watch out for others' mistakes or just follow.
Absolutely, and track limits was a very important factor in the sport race. Do you reckon it will play a factor in this one as well?
Yeah, always, but I think we've got a little bit of allowance here in a couple of corners. So, yeah, you have to mind where you're allowed and where not.
Minsky, thank you so much. Good luck in the race. I think that's pretty much all we've got time for. So I think it's about time. Oh, actually, Rob, we've got time for one more interview. Shall we grab a word with Henk van Norrel at the back of the grid? Why not? Let's do that quickly. Henk, can we grab a... Yeah, Henk's always entertaining to chat to. Henk, last time I spoke to you was in the Algarve. Today, Valencia. What's the race going to look like for you?
Yeah, I am happy that I'm here, the first. And then we can see what we're going to do in this round.
Good. Is the circuit suiting the car around here? How does it feel?
I'm sorry, I understand you not so well, but...
How does the car feel on the track?
The car feels well. It feels very good. Yeah. I'm happy with everything. Technical is not the problem. The problem is behind the steering wheel. So let's see that we can do something.
Henk, I'm sure that's not the problem. Anyway, good luck in the race. Thank you so much for chatting to us. That is now time for us to wrap up the grid walk. I'm going to hand you back to the capable hands and voice of Brian Oliver, who will run you through the grid, and we'll see how this race unfolds.
Thank you, Piers. Wonderful stuff from Henk van der Rel. It's the nut that holds onto the steering wheel that's the problem. I don't think so. Some wonderful insights there. So good to speak to the drivers, to see some of the personalities and get a feel for the people who are involved and entertaining us in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And they have done that over 4 rounds so far. And in this 5th round, well, so far, it's been excellent, hasn't it? Really curious to see how Johannes Zelger gets on. I think Philip Wills in the number 50 car starting alongside will want to get clear of the pole sitter if he can. Now the difference between this and the previous race that we watched is that this will be a rolling start. ABS is also permitted on these cars, but the cars will be side by side when they come out of the final corner, and it will be a rolling start. That grid we are about to have a look at. And it will be Johannes Zelger who starts on pole position, that 135.493. Great job from him. Ahead of Philip Wills, then Marabi Mekbabishvili and Javier Ribol Jr., both with really good qualifying sessions. Peter Heglin guesting here, and championship leader Robert Sulmer, joint championship leader, starting on row 3. Row 4 of the grid, and John Dewada and Yuka Irola line up alongside each other. Then Andrea Barati and Michal Majalov line up on row 5. Didier Gloria, he was very disappointed, as you heard, with his qualifying alongside Jürgen Follett, and they occupy row 6 of the grid. On row 7, Robert Cronin, the leading of the GT4 qualifiers. A good job from him alongside Niels Lufterud. Gerardo Costa and Ernst Indemitsen occupy row 8, and Minsky Stanislav and Graham King are alongside each other on row 9 of the grid. Then we heard from him just now, Henk van der Rel and Alexander Dobik bringing up the rear on row 10. We are all set fair here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo for round 5 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the club division. The cars starting on their formation lap. To remind you, this is a circuit that is 4.005 kilometers around. That equates to about 2.489 miles, 14 turns, 9 to the left and 5 to the right. The car's running in an anti-clockwise direction, rather unusually. It's an FIA Grade 1 track. The width of the main straight is about 876 meters. The width of the main, not the width, the length of the main straight. That would be a heck of a straight, wouldn't it? There's very little undulation, about 5 meters of undulation around this circuit. Something very, very different to Portimao and Estoril that we've seen for the first 4 rounds of this series. Conditions are good, a little bit chilly, but we're not expecting any rain as the cars now circulate around turn 8 and turn 9 as they head back round towards the grid. And it will be the job of Johannes Zelger to bunch the cars up and allow them to grid up side by side on this wonderful circuit, and then we will have 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us. So the cars, as before, using this time to get heat into the tyres and into the brakes to make sure that when we arrive in turn 1, they can firstly slow down for it and secondly get around it. And as always, here we go again, the alert for track limits. Track limits alarm is sounding because it has been the topic of conversation. 139 warnings in the previous race. We would love it to be a little less than that in this one. We want to see the race decided out on the track, not in the steward's box, but track limits must be enforced. It's very, very important. All part of the discipline of racing Porsche Cup cars. The cars now lining up side by side, heading out towards turn 14 and out onto the pit straight. Very shortly, the safety car will duck off into the pits, and it will be Johannes Zelger and Flip Wills who leads the field across the line. So the last few stragglers coming through, and the cars running side by side. Headlights are ablazing. We are getting ready for round 5 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The club division is go. The clock is ticking down, and a great start from Johannes Zelger. He's made a good jump on Philip Wills. Wills falling back into the clutches, 4 abreast, coming into turn 1 behind Robert Sulmer. What a great start from him. He's already up with Philip Wills, his main championship contender. So the 2 cars running together out on track in towards turn 2. Number of cars doing the late braking on the outside, keeping it within the white lines. It looks like everybody's made it, but a great start Johannes Zelger, he really did get the jump. Philip Wills in second, but Robert Sulmer up into third place already, did exactly what he needs to do coming into this race. To remind you, he is level on points with the car in front of him in the championship lead. And now on his back bumper, he will be looking to make a move. There's Didier Gloria, who we heard from earlier, just ahead of him, Yuka Irola. Now look at Robert Sulmer, having a look to the inside of Philippe Wills. Murabi Mekvabishvili has dropped back a little at the start of this one. Didier Gloria to the inside of Yuka Irola. He has the inside line. He was so disappointed with his qualifying, but now he's got a balance on that car by the looks of things, and he's able to pick off a few places as he moves forwards. But look at the lead, Johannes Zelger has, and it's Philip Wills in second place. Now having to fight off Robert Sulmer whilst challenging for that lead position. Here comes our leader, the number 79 car, number 50 in second, number 63 in third place. So the 1, 2, 3 just breaking clear slightly, a challenge for position further back, and that is John De Wilder who's coming through the pack. Peter Heglin, they're running side by side, so good start from both of them, but keep an eye on Robert Sulmer in second place. He's just having a little look, filling the mirrors of Philip Wills. He wants to find a route past. Peter Heglin on the inside of the 51 car, also in there Javier Ripoll Jr. coming through. Javier Ripoll Jr. on the inside, leading into the corner. Two cars side by side. So Javier Ripoll Jr. after a poor start now finding his way forwards, and it is John De Wilde who drops back further. Murabi Mekvabishvili also on the outside of him as steals away past, but Mekvabishvili getting a wheel onto the dirt and gets the move done, and not too much dirt on the tyres by the looks of things. The rest of the cars settling down behind. Andrea Berti in the 22 car also there as well, with Michal Mylov behind him. Our race leader, Johannes Zelger, Philip Wills in second place, Robert Sulmer in third place, looking dangerous, but having said that, the first two just breaking clear slightly. Peter Heglin in that fourth place, dropping back. Well, Robert Sulmer, that was a very brief breaking and falling back, because he's now back with the leaders. Philip Wills, you can see how hard he is pressuring. His headlights flashing. Johannes Zelger going to need to use all of his concentration not to be distracted by the silver car behind. Wills has a bigger picture to paint here. He has the championship in mind, and Zelger, a little twitch under braking, gets it all wrong. Wills is through. Now can Sulmer follow through into second place as well? Wills is our new race leader as they cross the line. Robert Sulmer has the inside line into turn one. It looks as though he's going to steal away that second place. And suddenly Johannes Zelger, having led the race, that little twitch that we saw under braking, it was a bit of a mistake. It was all Philip Wills needed to come through to take the lead. Robert Sulmer in second place. So the joint leaders of the championship now in first and second in this race. Johannes Zelger, our pole sitter, down into third. Peter Heglin in fourth place. Javier Ripoll Jr. into fifth place, having started fourth. And then Murabi Mekvabishvili and John De Wilder and Andrea Berardi in the top 8. Didier Gloria has done a good job getting up to ninth. Robert Cronin is our leading GT4 driver. Graham King and Henk van der Rel have made good progress up to 16th and 17th place. So our pole sitter in the number 79 car down into third place. And looking at the two cars in front that managed to sneak past as a result of that mistake that we saw, the fighting continues. Peter Heglin in car number 5, Javier Ripoll Jr. behind him. So settling down, there is our pole sitter. There is Peter Heglin in fourth place. Good move, really, to allow Philippe Wills and Robert Sulmer just to break clear. There's a car that's gone straight on. That is Murabi Mekvabishvili. He's outbraked himself. Oh, it might be track limits, but he's certainly not gained anything from it, has he? So car 39, having locked up, the car goes straight on, and he rejoins, but loses a handful of places as a result. We're looking down the pit straight at the moment. Didier Gloria on the back of Andrea Berardi, heading into the corner. Gloria, who felt as though they'd got it all wrong with setup in qualifying, was disappointed with his performance, but certainly has made whatever improvements need to be made, because the number 7 car looking very dialed in, currently in 8th place, 7th place. Andrea Barati just ahead of him. There's Andrea Barati, car number 22 for Enrico Fulgenzi Racing. Didier Gloria, a speed lover, made his debut this year in this series. Last time out at Estoril, was not at Portimao. And the 51 car of John de Wilde in 6th place, running very much on his own at the moment. Those are our race leaders. Flip Wheels and Robert Sulmer. 1-2 in the championship, 1-2 in the race. Should I say 1 and 1 in the championship and 1 and 2 in the race. They've left Johannes Zelger behind now. Peter Heglin running on his own. What can Robert Sulmer do? By my reckoning, has been looking the quicker of the two. The fastest man in the race at the moment is Philip Wills. But Robert Sulmer has been keeping him very much in his line of sight. Looking after the car, picking his moment when to pounce. To the inside, Javier Ripoll Jr. on Peter Heglin, that's for 4th place. Steals it away, Heglin goes wide. Exceeds track limits by some distance, doesn't seem to gain too much from it. Tries to come back at Javier Ripoll Jr., but just falls back into the clutches of John de Wilde instead. And suddenly, Heglin is down 2 places, having lost to Javier Ripoll Jr. and also John de Wilde. So Peter Heglin in that 6th place. 4th place, Javier Ripoll Jr. looking under increasing pressure. John de Wilde looking so eager. Wilde, he's furious as he tries to get past the 191 car. Picking up maybe something of a slipstream. I don't know whether there is such a thing to be had on this part of the track. Javier Ripoll Jr. anticipates it, moves across, has the line into the corner. Javier Ripoll Jr. in that 4th place. John de Wilde in 5th place. Behind him, Peter Heglin, who's relegated those 2 positions by the 2 cars in front of him. Our race leader continues to be Philip Wills. Robert Sulmer in very close company. Javier Ripoll Jr. in 4th place, ahead of him, Johannes Zelger. John de Wilde and Peter Heglin just keeping their space behind. Here comes our race leader once again across the line. Philip Wills. It looks to me like he's opened up a bit of a gap. There's a spinner in the background. It was one of the Enrico Fulgenzio racing cars that was pointing in the wrong direction. He rejoins. Also there, that's Jürgen Vollet, who was one of the cars that spun. That's a scary moment. Rejoins. I think it was Minsky Stanislav, was it? Maybe not, but certainly Jürgen Vollet has rejoined. And it was Minsky Stanislav who's just ahead of him at the moment. And I think it might have been Andrea Barati, because he's dropped down the order as well. Javier Ripoll continuing in 4th place. Behind him, John de Wilde looking very eager. Suddenly, Peter Heglin, having lost those 2 positions, coming back at the 2 cars in front of him, regathered himself and re-challenging our leading GT4 driver, Robert Cronin, up to 10th place overall and leading in the GT4. Henk van der Rel is up to 16th and 2nd in the GT4s and 3rd in the GT4s. Graham Ping in 18th place overall. We look down from turn 12, there's Javier Ripoll Jr. in that 4th place at the moment. The fight for 4th continues. At the front, Philip Wills has opened up a gap of about 1.2, just under 1.3 seconds from Robert Sulmer. Then it's Johannes Zelger, and then a big gap back to this fight. The closest fight on the circuit at the moment, Javier Ripoll Jr., John Wilde and Peter Heglin, all fighting over that 4th place. Here's Javier Ripoll, distinctive black and orange car. 191. Javier Ripoll Jr. looking to improve on his best of a 4th place currently in fourth, so if the race finished now, would equal his best result in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The Venezuelan driver who lives in the USA, races Porsches on the American GT scene, now with the Belgian driver John de Wilde just turning the heat up, trying to force him into a mistake. Going deep into the corner, de Wilde taking a much tighter line, but still Javier Ripoll holds on. So Javier Ripoll Jr. in that fourth place. John Wilde in the fifth place. Peter Heglin in sixth. Then a gap back to Didier Gloria, who's broken clear of UK Roller and Mihan Milov. And then Robert Cronin impressing in the Treble 2 GT4 Porsche Cayman. Across the line come our race leaders once again. You can see that Philip Wills has now opened up a gap over Robert Sulmer, 1.4 seconds, so he's gained about 2/10 in the last lap. And then Johannes Zelger, and that gap back to the fourth place battle getting bigger. So it's John de Wilde, Peter Heglin, Didier Gloria. Next up, Yuki Irola, Mihan Milov, and then Robert Cronin, our leading GT4 driver, the Treble 2 car, prepared by Team Parker Racing. A very rapid car with a very rapid driver from Ballylickey in Ireland. 8th in the 2023 Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. Came out of karting a year or so ago, and now into car racing, one of the real up-and-coming stars of racing. The car that Seb Hopkins has raced to the top of the championship in the GT4 category, now taken over by Robert Cronin. And we heard from him in the lunch break. If you didn't, do wind back and have a listen. Really interesting guy, and one of the real superstars in Porsche racing, and proving that with a position which is well clear of his nearest challenger, Henk van der Rel, in 16th place, who is second in a GT4 category. And Robert Cronin running very much on his own at the moment. Up ahead of him, Mihan Milov in 9th place. So, sliding around the corner, that car, can I just point out and remind you, has won every GT4 race this year so far. And looking good to do the same. Here's our race leader, Philip Wills, ahead of Robert Sulmer. Sulmer, now what has he got up his sleeve? He's matching him for pace, but he's not able to do anything in terms of challenging. Philippe Wills. Philip, whichever, leading the way. Robert Sulmer just with him. Now he's closed the gap in some. It's 1.078, so he's taken a few tenths out of the leading car. So, as we approach the halfway point of this race, here's Robert Sulmer winding himself up for an attack. To remind you, these cars are all identical. There is no dive bomb maneuvers here, because the cars are all identical. The only difference is basic setup. Tyre pressures, wing angles, camber. And it's all about the driver behind the wheel. Philip Wills, Robert Sulmer. Two real talented drivers, proven by the fact that they are tied at the top of the points. Now we can see somebody, I don't know if they're worshipping them or telling them to slow down, but some waving from the pit wall as they head into turn one. And Philip Wills, maybe it's his family, waving him on. Robert Sulmer in the second place, still with him. So going a bit deeper into the corner, you get the feeling that Philip Wills' tyres maybe are a little more worn than Robert Sulmer. Of course, these are the tyres that they qualified on this morning, almost certainly, with the tyre restrictions. Did Sulmer a strategic move by saving more for the second part of the race, because now he's closer to Philip Wills than he has been for some time. You can see from the clock, 0.6 of a second. He goes wide. Be careful with track limits. I glance across at my timing screen to make sure that there's nothing being warned or awarded in terms of penalties, because we've seen a lot of that today already. But at the moment, we're all good. Philip Wills leading the way. Robert Sulmer in second place. Zelga's a long way back. So Robert Sulmer has the opportunity to make a move on the lead and not get railroaded down the order. Zelga, in the meantime, is falling into the clutches of Javier Ripoll Jr., who has his eyes on the last of the podium positions. This lead battle, though, gripping. Philip Wills has responded, opened up the gap a little. Their last lap times pretty similar. Last time around, it was Philip Wills with a 136.763, and it was Robert Sulmer with a 136.789. So literally thousandths of a second separating them in lap time. What can Robert Sulmer do? Can he pressure Philip Wills into a mistake? Can he force him to push harder, to use his tyres up? Here's the battle for third, the last of the podium positions. Johannes Zelga, Javier Ripoll Jr. behind him. First and second are running together, third and fourth are running together. These are the battles that are keeping us captured. You can see that Jürgen Vollet, after that moment early on in the race, has disappeared back into the pits. There is Johannes Zelga, Javier Ripoll Jr. in the 191 car, John de Wilde and Peter Heglin just behind them as well. Going very wide, Johannes Zelga. Warnings have been given to car number 5 and treble 2 for track limits. So Peter Heglin is one of them and Robert Cronin is the other. So warnings for track limits. Also cars 11 and 5. So Graham King and Peter Heglin again, so that was a couple of warnings. So Peter Heglin in that 6th place, another warning, and he's going to find himself with a time penalty. Out onto the pit straight come our race leaders. Robert Sulmer looking close once again, picking up the slipstream as they head past the pits in towards turn 1. Wills goes to the right hand side of the track, takes a wide line into turn 1, the fastest line. Sulmer follows his every move. Still Philip Wills very much in control, but Sulmer has a little look into turn 2, a little glance on the inside, just filling the mirrors, making sure that Philip Wills is constantly aware that he is there. His red and white car is looming in the rear view mirrors. Philip Wills just needs to keep it together. He has the racing line. Robert Sulmer now turning the heat up. Car number 50 leading the way. Car 63 in 2nd place. You can see him coming round the corner. Nice traction from Sulmer. Philip Wills looking a little more tired with the grip. Both cars, 1st and 2nd. 0.381 was the gap between them last time around. Still we continue on. Order exactly the same at the moment. But you do wonder where this is going to change. 11 minutes remaining of this race, plus 1 lap. Philip Wills has led every lap so far, having overtaken Johannes Zelga. Not quite every lap. Johannes Zelga started off and then Philip Wills got past. And Philip Wills has led from then on. Robert Sulmer, though, has come through from further down the pack after a poor qualifying this morning. Has made up for it. A mistake from Philip Wills. You saw him getting it wrong under braking. The back end steps out. The 2 cars running side by side along the pit straight. Robert Sulmer now alongside, absolutely neck and neck, exactly as they are in the championship, side by side with each other. Robert Sulmer under braking has the inside line. Philip Wills is going to try and take the faster line around the outside. He goes wide off the track. Robert Sulmer takes the lead. He picked his moment. He forced Philip Wills into a mistake, and Robert Sulmer is the new race leader. Philip Wills dropping down into 2nd place. Johannes Zelga in that 3rd place. Javier Ripoll Jr. in 4th. But we saw Sulmer, he'd been waiting, he'd been turning the heat up. Philip Wills, what happened? Was it the tyres? Did he miss a braking point? Was he distracted by the red and white car in his mirrors, whatever it was? He twitched under braking. That was the only opportunity that Robert Sulmer needed, and he was through and into the lead. Now, can he open up a gap over Philip Wills? It is Robert Sulmer leading the way from Philip Wills. And we'll see what the gap is when they cross the line next time around. But Robert Wills looks to be opening up a gap already. Philip Wills doesn't appear to have the grip or the pace to respond. 9.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. It's Robert Sulmer. He waited for the moment. Is this going to be his opportunity to move ahead in the championship hunt? Philip Wills, level in points, will drop behind if the race finishes as things are now. Johannes Zelger in third place, still there. Now, number treble 2, that is Robert Cronin, our leading GT4 car, has got a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. So treble 2 has that 5-second time penalty, and that could be significant. This is the fight for third place. Javier Ripoll Jr. looking to the inside of Johannes Zelger. Zelger has him covered off at the moment. Ripoll stays in that 4th place. The two cars absolutely glued together. Car 79 leaves a gap on the inside, but he can't get it slowed down. Javier Ripoll Jr. got through. He wasn't able to slow the thing down, and it was Zelger who retook the place back again. Brilliant stuff. So briefly, Javier Ripoll Jr. had that 3rd place, but he came through with way too much speed, and Zelger just came through and said, "I'll have that back, thank you very much." So still, as you were, Zelger in that 3rd place, Javier Ripoll Jr. in 4th place. All of this is allowing John de Wilder to close in on the both of them. Zelger continues on, opens up a bit of a gap on Javier Ripoll Jr. Can he do the same thing again? Will Zelger be wiser to it this time around? Javier Ripoll Jr. was the fastest man on the track last time around, lapping quicker than any of the leaders. So, Javier Ripoll Jr. has the car, he has the setup, he has the speed, but he couldn't slow it down into the corner. And Zelger continues in that 3rd place. You can see how much of the track they are using. 7.5 minutes remaining of this race. Sulmer from Wills in this battle. Zelger and Javier Ripoll Jr. Brilliant stuff here in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Here come our race leaders across the line. The gap is 7 tenths between 1st and 2nd. So Sulmer not leaving Wills behind, but the gap for 3rd place is almost nothing as Javier Ripoll Jr. continues to pressure Johannes Zelger for the last of the podium positions. John de Wilder in the background just waiting. Peter Heglin, to remind you, has a warning for track limits in 6th place, and then Didier Gloria, car 7 in 7th place, a little way back from them, still trying to find his way forwards. So it is as you were in the fight for 3rd place, but it did change just briefly, didn't it? And Javier Ripoll Jr. now has an idea of what he needs to do to steal that position to get his best results so far of the season. You saw our leaders going through there. Sulmer is not exactly leaving Felipe Wills behind, is he? So 1st and 2nd very much together, then a gap back to this enthralling battle for 3rd place. Here are our leaders. It is Robert Sulmer, Philip Wills, 1st and 2nd, running very much together. Wills closed back in on Sulmer, so now the boot is on the other foot. Sulmer, having been pressuring Wills into a mistake for so long, he got that position, but suddenly Wills looks like he's found a bit of pace, has he found a bit of grip. Suddenly he has become the attacker. Looked into the outside of Robert Sulmer, filling his mirrors, pressuring him in any way he can. 5 3/4 minutes remaining. Along the pit straight we come. It is Robert Sulmer, Philip Wills, 1st and 2nd, almost glued together as they head into turn 1. Sulmer will take the wide line into turn 1. He fends off Philip Wills for the time being. Johannes Zelger behind, Javier Ripoll Jr. and John de Wilde fighting for that 3rd place. Our race leader, Robert Sulmer, Philip Wills, joints together on the points, nothing between them. And there's been nothing between them in this race as well. So evenly matched. Brilliant stuff as they fight for the lead of this race. There is Johannes Zelger, once again, the distinctive multicoloured car with Javier Ripoll Jr. very much putting the pressure on. He had that moment where he got in front, albeit very briefly, but couldn't slow it down. Now Sulma responding a little, opening up the gap from Philip Wills. Wills was quicker on the last lap by about 0.2 of a second. Now Sulma, though, has responded. So here come our leaders. Once again, out towards turn 12. And then the sweeping turn 13, a really unusual corner, taken at mega high speed, but a vast corner that turns around into the Adrian Campos corner, which is turn 14, and that leads on to the pit straight. A warning for car Javier Ripoll Jr., car 191 for track limits. So 191 under pressure from the stewards as well as the cars around him, but to the inside of Zelga in towards turn 1. This is for third place. This time, can he slow it down? Yes, he can. Javier Ripoll Jr. through into third place. Now John de Wilder trying to follow through behind him. He sees a gap on the inside. Can he slow it down? Yes, he can. Johannes Zelga, our pole sitter, is now relegated 2 places in the space of just a couple of corners. Javier Ripoll Jr. up into the podium positions. Now, can he leave car 51 behind, or is John de Wilder going to put the pressure onto him for that podium position? It looks to me like John de Wilder is the quicker of the 2 cars at the moment, connected almost to the back bumper. Here comes our race leader, Robert Sulma, and there is the battle for third place. So many fights up and down the pack, but this is absolutely gripping. Javier Ripoll Jr. in that third place at the moment. He's gone deep into the corner, back to the race leaders. Robert Sulma, Felipe Wills. There is Javier Ripoll Jr. He's held it all together. The tyres are getting so tired. Less than 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. There you have them, all in one shot. Then the 6th place car, a little way behind. That is Peter Hecklin, who's dropped back from this battle. Javier Ripoll Jr. in car 191. Remember, he's been warned about track limits, and he has a 5-second time penalty. Javier Ripoll Jr. having done all the work to get up into third place, he's not going to keep it. He has been awarded a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. 2.5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap. Robert Sulma leading into turn 1 still. Philip Wills, he's not done yet. Has he got anything he can do about the car in front of him? Third place on the track, Javier Ripoll Jr., but with 5 seconds added, that will drop him off the podium. So the next third place is going to be John de Wilder in the number 51 car. I wonder if the team have been on the radio to him to tell him, look after it, because you have got that podium position. Don't exceed track limits yourself, otherwise you are going to lose it. So 191 ahead of him, but will be dropped down the order. Javier Ripoll Jr. falling foul of the stewards because of the whole issues with track limits once again. Here is Robert Sulma, our race leader. 1.5 minutes of timed racing, plus 1 lap to come. There is third place on the track, Javier Ripoll Jr. There is John de Wilder in number 51 car, the silver car, who is in what will be a third place if he keeps it all together. And then behind him, Peter Hecklin, a long way back. So, with the 5 seconds applied, I think that Javier Ripoll Jr. will probably end up in about 6th place once it's all done and dusted. There is Philip Wills running out of ideas, running out of time. 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining of this race out across the start-finish line, so it's going to be 2 more laps of Circuito Ricardo Tormo for these cars. Starting the penultimate lap, Robert Sulma, Philip Wills now realises he's running out of time. There's a yellow flag over at turns 4 and turn 5. Somebody's had a moment. Is this race going to go the distance? Philip Wills will need to get the job done quickly. The yellow has cleared. Robert Sulma now under incredible pressure, holding on for all he's worth to the lead of this race. He's worked so hard from a long way back through the pack to get into the front of this race. Philip Wills, though, has plans to steal it away from him. He wants to ruin his glory in the last lap and a half of this race. There is Robert Sulma, around turn 6 they come. Philip Wills almost pushing him, he's so close. He's trying to pressure him into going wide to make a mistake, to do anything that will give him an opportunity to get through. Sulma has this covered off at the moment, but He's going to need all of the concentration that he's got. Robert Cronin has another 5-second time penalty for track limits, so that'll be 10 seconds added to the leader in the GT4 race, Robert Cronin, for exceeding track limits. Still, Robert Sulmer holding on to the lead. Philip Wills pressuring him with everything he's got. There's a car going slowly at the side of the track, keeping it out of the way. Here's Sulmer, our race leader, coming round to start what will be the last lap of the race. Philip Wills is going to have one last shot at getting past him. The best one is going to be along the pit straight in towards turn 1. It was 989 Henk van der Rel that we saw going slowly. Now in towards turn 1 we come for the last time. Robert Sulmer leading the way. Philip Wills knows that time is running out. He has a little look to the inside. He ducks back in behind. Sulmer in front at the moment. Philip Wills wants to move to the inside. Nothing going there. The two cars that are running absolutely neck and neck in the championship are running neck and neck in this race. Still, it is Robert Sulmer who leads the way. How equal are these drivers? Equal in every way. Philip Wills having a little look to the outside. He's had such a run at the front. He made the mistake that allowed Sulmer to come through. Now Sulmer being pressured himself, having to concentrate hard. Philip Wills looks to the outside, ducks back to the inside, trying to sell the dummy to Robert Sulmer. Sulmer having none of it. Philip Wills still in that second place. Sulmer up towards turn 8. They come for the very last time into turn 9 and 10. And then it'll be 11, 12 and 13 and 14. And then the race will be done. Sulmer just needing to hold it together now for the last few corners of this race. Philip Wills has another look on the outside, cuts back to the inside, following behind now. But still, it is Robert Sulmer. Javier Ripoll Jr. in the third place, but will have that 5-second time penalty applied. Here's Sulmer, race leader. Philip Wills behind him all the way. Now they come into the final corner for the very last time. Robert Sulmer looks to have this covered off. Philip Wills knows that the time has run out. Out of turn 14 they come. It's Robert Sulmer who wins round 5 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, holding off Philip Wills ahead of Javier Ripoll Jr., John DeWild, Johannes Zelger, Peter Heglin. We're going to wait for Didier Gloria to come in 7th place, and then it'll be Yuka Irola and Miha Mylov. But what a brilliant race, and how much pressure was Robert Sulmer under at the closing stages of that race. Brilliant stuff. And Philippe Wills, well, he tried everything, didn't he? Here comes the car that's going to cross the line first in the GT4 category, and that is Robert Cronin. But to remind you, he will have 10 seconds applied to his time. That will drop him down the order. So I think that's looking, I think he may still, he may not win the GT4 race. We'll have to see where that one all shakes out when the stewards have applied the penalties. But great entertainment from all of these cars here. Robert Sulmer and Philip Wills, there is nothing to separate them. The two drivers who have been equal. They've got the same number of wins, or at least they did have until just now. Same number of seconds, same number of thirds, same number of fourths, and the same number of points. But now the championship just creeps very slightly the way of Robert Sulmer. But Philip Wills will have another opportunity later on this afternoon to respond and to steal that championship lead back. Brilliant, wow. So good stuff here from Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division at Circuit Ricardo Tormo. The rest of the cars just coming across the line. Once again, it is the track limits that feature in the headlines. We had a number of warnings, certainly not the same number that we had in the Sport Division earlier. So, car 11, Graham King, under investigation as well. Let's have a look at the result. Robert Sulmer taking the win, a hard-fought win ahead of Philip Wills. Javier Ripoll Jr. but will have the time penalty applied ahead of John DeWild. Johannes Zelger, who started on pole, ended up in 5th ahead of Heglin. Didier Gloria, Yuka Irola in 8th place ahead of Miha Mylov. Alexander Dobbik in 10th place, and Marabi Mishvili, another driver who was strong at the start and then got back. Robert Cronin with 10 seconds to be added to his time in 12th place, ahead of Andrea Barati and Niels Lofterud in 14th place. 15th place went the way of Graham King, Ernst Indervitsen in 16th, Vincent Stanislav in 17th, Corrado Costa in 18th, Henk van der Rel frustrated in 19th place. We saw him going slowly, and then Jurgen Bollet, who retired from the race in the early stages. So car 11 is under investigation for forcing another driver off the track, and that is Graham King. But Robert Sulmer, what a fight, what a battle. And Philip Wills, the two drivers, there is nothing between them. There really is nothing between them. It came into this race absolutely level on every points championship, race finish, everything. And the two of them going head to head for the duration of this race. And with, you have to say that Robert Sulmer, who started 6th, he came from 6th place to take the win. Philip Wills, who started 2nd, coming through to finish in 2nd, having led. Oh, car's getting a bit of a wash there as well. It's always good. And he now can just relax for a few moments. So we're going to head down to the pit lane. Piers is with our race winner.
Yes, I am. I'll let Robert get his balaclava off. Robert, we spoke to you on the grid. You were looking forward to the race. Hey, that was a hard-fought one, though, right?
It was fun. Yeah, it was great. It was a nice race, so I liked it a lot. Yeah.
A great drive to come through the field, do a nice couple of overtakes. You made the most of a small mistake from Philip there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't make too many mistakes, so I had to, Jaap was pushing me in order to keep up, so as soon as he would make a small mistake, I could pass. Yeah. And that's what happened, and then I just had to control it, so that's all right.
It looked like you had really good pace in the middle of the race, and then maybe towards the end you just backed off a little bit and Philip had the edge?
Yeah, my tires were getting a little bit hot, definitely the rears, you know, and we put up the pressure a little bit, and I think at the end I had a little bit of problems, but no problem controlling it. Good.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations, Robert. We'll see you on the podium in just a moment. I'm going to grab a word with Philip Wills, who was in 2nd place. Philip, oh, what a race. So close, but so far.
Yeah, I made 2 mistakes, and that cost me my 1st position. So that's a shame. I was getting a little bit away, and I was keeping it calm because my coach told me, you're the fast man on the track, so keep it cool. After I came back, but I could not pass him. It's difficult to pass here. Huh? Yeah. But he's all the weekends driving also strong, Robert, so all the respect. Yeah. I tried to catch him, but it was not possible anymore. Maybe next race.
Maybe next race, exactly. We look forward to that. But yeah, as you mentioned, just a small mistake at the final corner. It wasn't even that big, but it just got alongside.
Yeah. Yeah, I look at my braking point. I wanted to have a very good exit, but if you get on the curbs, the car slips through, and then he could get too close. And my exit was bad, so on the straight we don't have to make a drawing of it.
And then the last couple of laps, you applied the pressure as well, nearly got back to the lead, but not quite.
Yeah, I saw that I get closer and closer, and I think, okay, maybe there is somewhere he makes a small mistake like I did, and then I can pass him again. So it was neck on neck all the time on the last time. So.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, chatting to us. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium in a moment. And John de Wilde, I think, is John around anywhere, or has he already left for the podium? I think John may have left for the podium already, so he's back there. Oh, no, we can go and grab a word with John. Actually, yeah, we'll just come and do that quickly. Hopefully he won't mind us butting in. Am I okay to interrupt here, gentlemen? Can I have a quick word in English? Is that okay, John? Yeah, okay. A good race, 3rd position after penalties, 4th on the road, but you were pushing Javier all the way.
Yeah, I knew he got 5 seconds, so I could attack him. I never know if you should pass him, but I could have attacked him, but I knew it was 5 seconds, so I didn't take the chance there. I was short of a 3rd place, so that's the best possible, I think.
Happy with the podium, though?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I didn't suspect. As I told you before the race, 4th, 5th was a little bit the idea. So became 3rd. Not so bad.
Not so bad indeed. Well, we'll let you get up to the podium, which we'll head up to in a moment. Brian, back to you while we get that podium ceremony before we get it underway.
Thank you, Piers. Great job there. Really good to hear from the drivers. And you really do realise that it is just small fractions, isn't it? Yeah, Robert Sulmer talking about tyre pressures, the tyres overheating. I made a mistake, but I got it back. Philip Wills saying, yep, I made a mistake. That's what cost me. It is just all about the fine margins. Really good to hear from John de Wilde as well, as he said about the fact that he knew that the car in front was going to have a penalty. Right, let's have another look at that. If you can cope with it, let's have a look at some of the highlights from the race that has just been, and it was pole position for Johannes Zelga, and he led the field into turn one. It was a great start from him, but the really a rocket start was Robert Sulmer. Look at him coming round the outside of turn one. He went 4 abreast into turn one. That was going to pay off later on, wasn't it? There was Didier Gloria going side by side with UK Irola. Lots of drama as the cars wrestled for positions. John de Wilde, who we heard, also in the traffic and really driving with really good, solid aggression as he pushed his way forwards. There was our pole sitter going wide, though, Johannes Zelga, who had a bit of a moment and left a gap on the inside. That allowed Philip Wills through to take the lead, but Robert Sulmer was going to be next through into that second place, and Zelga dropped back through the pack and into the clutches of the cars that were running behind, including Peter Heglin and Javier Ripoll Jr. Javier Ripoll Jr., man on a mission, but he was going to incur the wrath of the stewards as the race progressed. And it could have been one of those moves into or out of a corner that saw him exceed track limits. But Marabi Mekvabishvili getting it all wrong under braking, and he dropped down through the pack. But the lead battle was gripping, as was the fight for the slightly lesser positions. Javier Ripoll Jr. firstly to the inside of Peter Heglin. Heglin going exceptionally wide, trying to defend. Then John de Wilde behind, also getting past Heglin and relegating him down a position as well, and getting after Javier Ripoll Jr. There, Jürgen Vollet had a moment that was going to bring his race to a premature end. He spun and then eventually retired to the pits. The battle for the lead continued on. Philip Wills led the way in the silver number 50 car. Robert Sulmer always looked the quicker of the two. It looked like the car was coming to him, but then that moment, the back end stepping out for Philip Wills. He lost the back end, it slid, and suddenly Sulmer was through. They did run side by side into turn one. Brilliant stuff from these two drivers who are neck and neck in the championship, as Sulmer finally stealing through and stealing the position. Javier Ripoll Jr. was after Zelga for the third place. He saw the gap on the inside, but he couldn't get it slowed down, and Zelga went, I'll have some of that, thank you very much, and stole it back. Philip Wills kept the pressure on Robert Sulmer for the top step of the podium. Javier Ripoll finally getting a move to stick on Zelga behind, and Johannes being relegated not just one but two positions, because John de Wilde also following through very shortly afterwards to take the position away, getting under braking into the corner, and Zelga very wisely just keeping out of the way. But it was Robert Sulmer who withstood immense pressure from Philip Wills in the lead of the race. Javier Ripoll Jr. in that third place, just a little bit back. Wills did look like he was going to wind up for a challenge at the end, as we saw Henk van der Rel retiring from the race. But still, Wills could not find a route past Sulmer, and eventually it was Robert Sulmer who led the number 50 car across the line to receive the checkered flag at the top step of the podium. Christoph Huber, the team owner, congratulating him in the pit lane as well. And that was the first of 2 rounds for the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe here this afternoon. And we're really looking forward to seeing battle recommence. So as we head into round 6, it is now Sulmer who creeps ahead in the championship hunt. Philip Wills drops back into second place in the championship by 5 points. But that could all change, because we have another race this afternoon. And then it's off to Barcelona next weekend, where the championship will be decided. Right, we're heading over to the podium now with Piers Pryor.
Yes, it's time for the podium for the club division round number 5, race 1 this afternoon, starting with our AM group. In third place, we have the number 51 from Belgium, John de Wilde. John driving for the Speed Lover team. And in second place, the number 50 from Belgium, Philip Wills. Also driving for the Speed Lover team. And our winner in the AM division of the club division, number 63 from Netherlands, Robert Sulma. Robert driving for the Proton Huber team. We'll now pause for the national anthem of the Netherlands. That was the national anthem of the Netherlands. We will now have the trophy presentation from Oliver Vermeulen of Porsche. In third place, of course, John de Wilde. Next up, also presented by Olivia from Porsche, is second place, Philip Wills. And the trophy for first place, once again, Robert Sulma. Drivers, if you'd like to join yourselves on the top step for photo opportunity. And one final round of applause for the first podium in the club division this afternoon. Congratulations to all three of you. We'll see you again in about an hour's time for the second race, round 6 of the championship. Up next, we have the podium for round 5 of the GT4 classification in the club division. In third place, the number 989 from the Netherlands, Henk van Norel. Yeah, give it up for Henk. Second place, the number 11 from the UK, Graham King. Well done, Graham. And our eventual winner, also from from Ireland, the number 222, Robert Cronin. Robert driving for Parker Racing. And now, the Irish national anthem. The trophies will once again be presented by Olivia Vermeulen from Porsche. Third place, Henk van Norel, driving for Snell Motorsport. The second place driver, of course, again, is Graham King, driving for WDP Racing. And our winner's trophy, once again, to Robert Cronin, driving for Team Parker Racing. A final round of applause for our podium drivers in the GT4 classification, please. And please assemble on the top step for a photo opportunity. We'll once again be seeing them racing in about an hour's time for round 6 of the club division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Congratulations, guys. See you back on track very shortly. Now we're getting ourselves ready in just a moment for round 6 of the sport division, which will be going live, and we'll do the grid block in just a few moments. So back to Brian in the commentary box so we can talk you through what's going to happen next.
Thank you, Piers. Good job, as always, on the podium. Right, well, we've had 2 races already today. Now we move on to round 6 of the season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe and the Sport Division for their second race of the afternoon. Going to be interesting to see how this one shakes out with Cass Havercourt, the driver who came through to take the win in the first race. And we saw Ariel Levy coming through from the back of the pack to score points in what was a very challenging situation in terms of racing. There was a lot of cars that are out of position, a lot of fighting through the pack to get through. But Ariel Levy, no such problems in this next race because he is going to be starting from pole position. Cass Havercourt will be starting from 6th place. We're going to have one eye on him. Horst Felix Feldmeyer will be starting alongside the Ariel Levy car on the front row. And Flint Schuring, well, not quite the debut this year that he wanted, so he'll be looking to make up for race 1. He'll be starting in 3rd place. So all to play for there, but Ariel Levy very much the man to beat at the moment, the man who is leading the way in the points, leading the way with wins. He's won 3 out of 5 races, and it could easily be 4 out of 6. He's certainly in the best position for that. So the clouds have cleared a little, and the sun has come out. The temperature is still pretty low here in Valencia. You can see just from the surface of the water there that the wind has built up, and that can be quite a factor on these cars, particularly along the pit straight. There was a tailwind down there earlier, and that can affect the cars, especially into turn 1. Now, the thing that we really want more than anything else is for this race not to be decided in the stewards box. So far in every race, we've seen a number of time penalties handed out and 139 track limit violations. Now, if you're watching this, you might say, well, that's a bit excessive, isn't it? But it is absolutely legitimate. The track limits are the track limits. If there was a brick wall there, the cars would not cross it. So they need to stay within the boundaries. And the race steward being pretty uncompromising, as is correct in this situation, in enforcing those track limits. I dare say the drivers may well have had another talking to. They certainly were all called to race control after quali, where we had so many violations. And that may well be the case again prior to this race. So we're looking at downtown Valencia, and again we observed a minute's silence earlier on in just memory of those people that lost their lives in that awful accident on Thursday, the dreadful fire that we've seen in the news. And again, everybody at Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe just send their love and best wishes to all the families that are having to deal with that, and especially to the families and friends of those 9 people that sadly lost their lives in that dreadful fire. And our thoughts very much with them. We're here, we're enjoying sport, we're enjoying entertainment, but the tragic events of last week or earlier this week are very much in our minds as well. We look down the pit lane as the cars are now pushed out of the garage. You can see Jan Seifert there. Gorgeous looking car that is. The green, black and white HP Racing International car prepared by Harold Prochik's HP Racing. And Jan Seifert, who joins us on the grid for the first time this year, got a 2nd place in the last race. Of course, how they crossed the line was not the final result. As we mentioned at the end of the race yesterday, there were a number this afternoon, it probably felt like yesterday, earlier this afternoon, that there were a number of penalties that were to be applied, time penalties, because of those track limits. So we eventually settled with, oh, what a great picture that is, Grazie Vale. And Valentino Rossi, of course, a legend in motorcycle racing and now a legend in GT racing as well. But yes, Jan Seifert, who did get that 2nd place, a driver that is also gearing up for a full season, hopefully in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, maybe Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, we don't know. He hasn't announced it publicly that I'm aware of, but a very rapid driver. And it has been really good to see him here on the grid of Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. We are in Valencia at the moment, as already mentioned, in this glorious countryside. And then next weekend, next Saturday, this series comes to a close in Barcelona. It seems a bit strange. We're in February at the moment, and we're talking about the last race of the season. But there will be 2 rounds next weekend in Barcelona, round 7 and round 8, where our champions will be crowned. It is possible that Ariel Levy could tie it up before then. I haven't actually done the maths since the last race, but there were 50 points on offer coming into the race today, and he is 36 points ahead of Tauscher and Freimut, and of course another 50 points available next weekend as well. So we'll get the shoes and socks off and do the sums sometime soon and just see how close he is to the title. But Ariel Levy, who has been doing Carrera Cup racing for the last couple of years, we've seen him in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux and Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, and he took his first win in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux last year at Zandvoort and looked very impressive there. A very competitive series. He's been really mixing it at Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, which is arguably, of all the Carrera Cup series that there are around, that is probably the toughest of all of them. It's certainly the hardest fought, and great training ground, and it's all coming to pass now, and it's all coming up good because he's moved to Team GP Elite, to Torsten van Haastren's team, and he has really found a lot of pace having got involved with that team and has very high hopes. So looking pretty solid for the championship in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, but there are still 3 rounds to go, so nothing is certain yet, but clearly very excited about this coming year and his prospects as we head towards this season. You can see the clouds are gathering. We're hoping they're not going to drop any rain on us. I've been saying very confidently that we're not expecting any rain, but you know how these things go. But at the moment, the skies are reasonably blue, and we're enjoying the sunshine, albeit in slightly nippy conditions here in Valencia. Right, over to Piers. Have you got some news for us, Piers? I think I can hear your voice.
Yes, Brian. Yeah, I just thought it'd be worth mentioning that there's actually the wind has definitely changed around. At the start of the day, it was directly down the start-finish straight, but it's kind of turned a bit more to almost into a headwind going up towards turn 2. Still a bit breezy, maybe not quite as much as earlier. Wind is still very much present, but it's slightly warming up a little bit. I can feel the heat radiating from the tarmac, so the drivers might find it slightly easier to get a bit of temperature in the tyres first thing.
Interesting stuff. Thank you, Piers. That's very interesting. The wind playing such a big factor. It's interesting you say that it's turned around. I think I'm right in saying it was a tailwind along the pit straight earlier on, but now conditions changing, catching drivers out. I've never driven one of these cars. It's much as I do is to drive a shopping trolley around Tesco's, if I'm honest. So I don't appreciate the factors as well as some. I know Piers is pretty useful behind the wheel himself, so he appreciates this more. But the wind, the heat, making all the difference, and getting the heat into the tyres once again on the formation lap is going to be critical. And just reading the conditions and predicting where it's going to go, well, who can predict? But the drivers have a lot to think about. It's not just a case of sitting behind the wheel of one of these cars and rattling around at full speed. There is an awful lot to be thinking about, and of course getting the car to the end of the race as well. 30 cars will be on the grid, a maximum 30 cars will be on the grid for this race. Just to say, we're expecting 30 cars for next weekend in Barcelona. We're also expecting for even more cars in the club division. The Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe has proven to be something of a sensation in terms of a championship. We had the first season last year where we saw Robert de Haan take the win in the sport division. He then went on to become the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux champion and really stamped his authority on that. He guested in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup at Silverstone and got a 2nd place on his debut in that. That's how good Robert de Haan is, and he puts a lot of his success down to the training and the preparation that he did by coming here into the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe at the beginning of last year. A number of the other drivers doing that as well. So it really is a really important championship, and the drivers who do well in this tend to do well in their championships, their respective championships, as they move on through the season, which bodes well for Ariel Levy and for Sebastian Framer, for Alex Tauscher, because they have shone very much in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe this year, and we're looking forward to seeing what they do as they head into their various championships as the year goes on. But the pressure very much on Ariel Levy at the moment, and I guess the thing now is going to be very much not just racing out on track, but the mental pressure, holding it all together, not allowing it to get to him, because he must now be thinking quite solidly about the championship. And any driver will tell you the trick is to just think about the next corner of the next lap, the next race win, and not so much the championship. Right, we're going to head back down to the grid now, and Piers Breyer for a grid walk.
Yes, more of me. Sorry about that, everyone, but we can chat to the drivers, so that's a plus. We've got another excellent race coming up. This time, a bit more of a grid order that we were expecting, of course, with our championship leader, as if by magic, Ariel Levy coming into pole position. An excellent race in that last one, from well inside the 20s up to, I think it was the top 10 by the end of the race. So it'd be great if we could grab a word with Ariel in just a moment. I think he's on the just sorting some bits with his starting procedure at the moment, so I'll grab a word with him in a moment. But it was a really interesting race, that first one, wasn't it? Brian spoke you through it, of course, earlier on. A lot of the drivers, Alex Tauscher coming through, Horst Felix Felbermayr. There was almost like a battle for the championship in the middle of the pack, all kicking off. Hugo Ellis, of course, at the front of the field. He's got another good starting position. We might grab a word with him in a moment, starting on the outside. But let me see if I can grab a word with Ariel Levy. I'll just give him a wave and see if he's happy to have a chat. Ariel, you okay to have a chat? Yeah, brilliant. Okay, that is always good when the drivers are willing to have a chat. Thank you very much, Ariel. Back, I suppose, in a position that you're more familiar with on the front row of the grid. A great drive through the field, but this race is looking a bit different from the front.
Yeah, it definitely looks different. It is so different that in the first race I was so far behind that I could not see the lights because the car in front just blocked them for me. So it is totally different now.
Very different indeed, but the pace, as it has been the whole season in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for you, is excellent. Coming through the field, I think it was plus, what, 10, 12, 14, 15 places, something like that. So I'm sure you've got confidence that you can potentially hold this lead in this one.
Yeah, for sure it gave me some confidence. But to be honest, I kind of knew from the morning already, from the free practice, that our car is really good. And I just had to remain calm and do my job, and in the end it was working.
It must have been good fun advertising through the field, though.
Yeah, it was super fun. In the end, overtaking is the biggest thrill, I guess, in this kind of sport. And yeah, but on the other side, I would prefer to stay where I am at the moment.
Well, we'll see you go off at pole position in this one. Good luck, Ariel. Thank you very much for chatting to us. That is our championship leader, Ariel Levy. Of course, big gap in the championship. He could potentially have sealed the championship today if he'd have had a win in the first one. I'm not sure the exact championship perms and coms with the points, whether he can seal it in this race, but it'll be a tall order. It requires his team or his championship rivals to have a poor round. Why don't we grab a word with Horst Felix Felbermayr? Oh, no, doesn't want to chat. Okay, sorry. Oh, I'm in the way of their starting procedure, that's why. If you have a look, Laura, just round there, they're putting sticky tape on the wall because it lets the drivers know exactly where they need to be to be in the perfect position on the grid, because, of course, these cars, you sit so low that they actually can't see the white line where the front tyre is. And it's a very important part because, you know, you start too far back and you're giving away valuable track position, start too far forward and you'll get a penalty which will ruin your race. Just waiting for the final words between Horst Felix and his engineers. Am I okay to jump in for a quick word with Horst? Horst, can we have a quick chat before the race? Yeah, Horst, a front row starting position is a good opportunity. I saw you had a good start in the last one. Could you potentially get up the inside into turn one?
Yeah, we will see how the race will start. So first lap is always interesting. It's always a little bit of a mess, but starting from front row is always a good thing. So we will see, and I'll try to finish on the top.
I'm sure you will, and it's been nip and tuck in terms of pace. You've been right up there in all the practice sessions at the top, right with Ariel, of course. I'm expecting a close race. Do you think it's going to be close?
Yeah, and it will for sure be funny.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. Thanks very much for chatting to us, Horst. We'll see how you get on in this one. And a new driver to the grid this in the last couple of rounds, Flint Schuring. Flint, he's closed his door. Do you want to chat, Flint? Oh, just wait a second. Apparently there's a bit of tech that's happening. I'll wait until you're finished with that before I jump on in. Am I okay to jump in and have a quick chat? I'll wait until they finished all the engineering bits and pieces. Right, brilliant. Flint, talk to us. You know, second row, very good result in qualifying for the second time. It's going to be a bit different this time out because the grid is less jumbled up. What can you do? Do you reckon you can challenge for the win?
Yeah, I just hope we get a good start and then we'll see from onwards.
You, of course, are a newer driver to this championship. Is it mostly in preparation for the year ahead? Are you just coming to drive against some of the best drivers? You know, what was it that brought you to the championship?
Yeah, a bit of both. It's a great preparation for the year ahead because there are so many good drivers. So that's really nice to be competing at such a high level.
A word on track limits. Of course, the first race, there was, I think, 139 track limit infringements. Do you reckon the drivers are going to have a slightly different approach this time to avoid penalties?
Yeah, we'll see. Probably they will because no one wants a penalty. So, yeah, just keep it in white lines.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for chatting to us, Flint. It means we've got about 5 minutes left, so we've got plenty of time to chat some drivers. We've had a word with Hugo a couple of times this weekend, so I think we'll let Hugo contemplate what's happening in this race alone this time. Marco, as always, good to chat to, so why don't we jump and have a quick word with Marco Giltrap. How are you feeling ahead of this race? It's very, very close, of course, in the times in qualifying, which means the race is probably going to be close as well. I think, unfortunately, you were one of the drivers that got involved in a track limit excursion in that previous one. The margins are so fine, though, right?
Yeah, they are close. Thankfully, everybody else around me got one, so I think I actually jumped up one space, even with one. So that was good. But yeah, that was a very hectic race. I think this race will also be very close. You know, the margins are so tight that you make one mistake and you lose everything.
Marco, P6 on the grid, I think it is, isn't it? No, P5. I assume P5 is going to be the primary aim, but can you get a podium in this one?
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll come down to the start. If we can get a good start like we did in the race before, I think that'll put us in a good position.
I look forward to seeing you launch off the line then, Marco. Thank you so much for chatting to us once again. We've chatted to a lot of these. Let's walk a bit further down the grid. We've chatted to a lot of the drivers towards the front this weekend. It'd be good to chat to someone new. We chatted to Sebastian Freimut briefly at lunchtime. Ollie Gray, who was a new driver to the grid this weekend, a guest driver. He's been very, very fast, and we'll be watching him potentially move his way up the order. A previous single-seater driver in F3. But now taking his skills to Porsche racing and will be in the ELMS this season. It'd be good to grab a word with Louis Rousset. Louis, one of our French drivers, starting in, I can't even read it, 11th on the grid. Once he's finished his chat with the engineers, it'd be great to grab a word. Louis, can we grab a word quickly? Yeah, brilliant. Louis, just outside the top 10, I suppose you're probably going to be looking to get inside the top 10, but it's so close with all the drivers, right?
Yeah, it's a really short track, so there is not a lot of, we are all on the same tents, so it will be, I think, a good race to watch.
Well, good race to watch indeed. Race 1 was excellent to watch with the chopping and changing. Yeah. This race, everyone's more where they would expect to be from qualifying, less jumble in the order. Track limits though, did you get affected in race 1, and what's your outlook in this race to avoid a penalty?
Yeah, for me the key is to don't go on, to stay on the track, don't do track limits, because at the end of the race, I think it will be a lot of penalty for sure.
Brilliant, Louis. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Good luck in the race. We'll see how Louis gets on from on the outside of row number 6. We haven't chatted to another one of our British drivers this weekend, Sid Smith. Sid actually had a very, very good qualifying in race number 1. Was one of the drivers that got a lap in. Sid, we've got a very quick word with you. Sid, this weekend has definitely been a stronger weekend for you. I spoke to you in the driver's briefing and you were saying you're feeling more comfortable. Pace has been better, you're moving forward. What can you do in this one from, I think it is, where are you on the grid? 14th?
Well, yeah, definitely. It's been a step improvement. Like you say, this whole series for us has been just improving and getting used to the car. But really strong qualifying, P4 and P14. Obviously, a little bit further back we'll hope for in this one, but we're definitely, after the unlucky incident that happened in race 1, we're definitely looking to go forward and see what we can do.
Yeah, you got spun round, of course, in the first race, and I bet your life flashed before your eyes because we all were wincing, waiting for an impact. But luckily, the drivers behind you avoided you. But your car's all good, ready to go in this one?
Yes, of course. Teams prepared a really, really good car for me. It just got unlucky. It was, I'm not saying it wasn't my fault at all into turn 1, but it's just a bit of wrong place, wrong time, and then I'm very, very lucky. Something bad could have happened, but all eyes on this race.
Sid, good luck in the race. I better get off the grid because I think we're going. Oh, let me make sure that the door is closed. Oh, I better get off the grid. I'm being told to shoo, so Brian, over to you.
Don't get run over, please. We really don't want to have to deal with that. Right, the grid is clearing. There you can see our pole sitter, Ariel Levy. Now, just while you've been talking, I've had the shoes and socks off. I've been doing my calculations now. According to my maths, which is famously very dodgy, I believe that we have Ariel Levy at the lead of the championship with 102 points. I believe that Alex Tauscher and Sebastian Freeman are level in second place with 62 points, which means that Ariel Levy has a 40-point lead. Very healthy indeed, with just 3 rounds to go, including this one. And it is possible if Alex Tauscher and Sebastian Freeman have a bad afternoon and a bad race, it's possible that he could seal the championship this afternoon, albeit a little unlikely because they are starting towards the front of the grid. Right, the cars are now rolling and we are getting ready for round 6 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division here in Valencia at Circuito Ricardo Tomo. Right, let's have a look at the grid. It's Ariel Levy on pole position, Horst Felix Feldmeier alongside. We heard from him. Flint Schuring looking to improve his luck, starting 3rd on the grid. Hugo Ellis, the very impressive Hugo Ellis on the outside. Marco Giltrap, also impressive. And the winner from the first race today, Cass Havercourt alongside him. Alex Tauscher, Robin Knudsen are on row 4, keeping on that one. Row 5, it's Oliver Gray and Sebastian Freeman. And on row 6, Louis Rosset and Pietro Armani rounding out the top as well. 13th on the grid, Sasha Norden had a difficult race last time out, and Sid Smith, Jan Seifert and Senna Van Soerlen. Then Draker Janssen and Josh Stanton on row 9. And then on row 10 of the grid, Giuseppe Ghieri, Henri Tuamala leading the Pro-Am category, Fernando Monnier and Anthony Imperato on row 11, and then Jeff Michels and Thomas Campro on row 12. Row 13, Jules Grohl, got a bit of work to do from there. Alex Ryman also, they're going to be working alongside each other to try and beat each other. Urian Bach and Gianluca Giorgi on 28th place. Tenzing Oguzhan and Angus Whiteside bringing up the rear. That is 30 runners and riders here at Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Cars now on their formation lap. This, as per last time, will be a standing start. These cars are the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup Car 510 brake horsepower, 4 litres of naturally aspirated water-cooled flat 6 boxer engine, mounted of course in the rear of the car. Very restricted in setup options, so the cars all very much identical. We're going to have one eye on Ariel Levy from the front. We're going to have another eye on Cass Havercourt from 6th. Alex Tauscher on 7th and Sebastian Freeman on 10th. And of course, we will also have an eye on Henri Tuamalo. So plenty to look at here. Once again, it will be 30 minutes plus 1 lap of racing for these cars. And this will be round 6 of the season. 2 more rounds to go after this. The championship heading towards its conclusion, but a lot of racing yet to come. 30 minutes of racing about to happen here at Circuito Ricardo Tormo here in Valencia. We're going to wait for indication from the back. We've still got the yellow at the moment, so we're still waiting for the last few cars to get into position, and then soon we will get that green flag and we will be ready to go racing. Ariel Levy will be looking to beat Horst Felix Feldmeier into turn 1. Are you ready? Round 6 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and we are go in the sport division. A great start from Ariel Levy. He beats Horst Felix Feldmeier exactly as he needed to. Flint Schuring into that third place at the moment. Into turn one we come, filing the cars through the first few corners, as we heard in the pre-race interviews. Just surviving the opening lap is the big challenge for all of these drivers. Getting around turn two, the rest of the cars come funneling through and out towards turn three. Everybody's made it. There's a car running wide there that looked like Thomas Cangro out into the runoff area. Sebastian Freeman looked to be locking up into the corner. There's a car going sideways. I think that was Robin Knudsen. There's a yellow flag at turn four, so somebody's had a moment, and that moment has gone into Gianluca Giorgio. Now I can't see who the other car is. It looked like it might be, who was that? It wasn't Cass Havercourt, was it? Certainly one of the cars that was involved there. I can't quite see who that is. And maybe it was, I'm just trying to get a good view of the car. I think it might have been our race one winner. We'll check that out in a minute. Meanwhile, lots of fighting going on. Ariel Levy leading the way from Horst Felix Feldmeier and Flint Schuring in that third place. I'm just looking to see who the car was. Well, it was certainly Gianluca Giorgio was one of the cars that was involved there. We'll wait for the cars to cross the timing line and get confirmation before we make any brave announcements about who the other car was involved in that situation. We've got another yellow flag out at turn six. Here comes our race leader, Ariel Levy, crossing the line. Horst Felix Feldmeier, Flint Schuring, Marco Giltrap into that fourth place. No, Cass Havercourt has survived it all okay. So I'm not entirely sure who that was. I think it was Jules Grau. So another of our big championship challengers, Jules Grau, who is in the Pro-Am fight, is the driver that was involved at the back. So that is dramatic indeed in terms of the championship for that particular car. Right. We survive the first lap, well, most of us do. Anyway, Ariel Levy leading the way. Flint Schuring up into second place. He's found a route past Horst Felix Feldmeier. Now Marco Giltrap moves to the inside as well. Feldmeier fighting back around the outside. But suddenly Feldmeier going in the wrong way down the pack. Also has Havercourt in the background as well, fighting for position. He sees a gap on the inside. The two cars bounce off each other. Havercourt locking up a wheel into the corner, but he makes the move stick. Alex Tauscher looking to follow in his wake. You can see smoke coming from the car. I think that's bodywork that is rubbing on the car of Cass Havercourt, our race one winner. He's got dramas. There's smoke coming from the car. It looks as though his race may well be over because of that contact. So smoke pouring from the number 72 car as he drops back through the pack. Alex Tauscher looks to have snuck through as well. And Havercourt with a lot of smoke, and I think there's been a bit of contact, and the bodywork you can see is connected to the rear wheel of the car, and he is probably going to have to bring that one into the pits very shortly. So such a shame. After a strong first race, he peels off into the pits. Here comes our race leader, Ariel Levy, across the line. Flint Schuring, Marco Giltrap in third place, looking very impressive. Right, we've got a code 60 out on track, so cars now reducing to no more than 60 kilometers an hour. But to reflect on that early incident, we lost Jules Grau, the driver who is fighting at the top of the championship in the Pro-Am category. We've lost him from the race. That plays into the hands of Alex Ryman, who also had a troubled race, and in fact we've lost him completely. You can see that he's retired. So Jules Grau, after what has been such a strong season so far, is not going to finish this race. Alex Ryman all the way down in 25th at the moment, but if he can fight forwards from there, he will have the opportunity to really get back into the championship hunt. There is Ariel Levy. Flint Schuring, we said he would be quick, and he in that second place is proving that to be true. Marco Giltrap, solid drive from him so far into third place. Horst Felix Feldmeier into fourth. Alex Tauscher in fifth. Robin Knudsen in sixth. Sebastian Freeman in seventh. And Louis Rosset in eighth, ahead of Hugo Ellis and Ollie Gray. Good job from Ollie Gray into the top 10. But our main championship protagonist in the top 10, we are back to green flag again. You saw Sebastian Freeman going through the gravel. You saw something flying up in the air. Now Flint Schuring putting the pressure onto Ariel Levy. Flint Schuring here as a guest driver, putting the pressure onto our race leader. Also further back, Sebastian Freeman coming under pressure as well. Ariel Levy, He's now picked up the pace. Flint Schuring drops back in behind. Marco Giltrap there, ready to pounce as well. A gap back to Horst Felix Feldmar in that 4th place. Then Alex Tauscher and Robin Knudsen. Sebastian Framer there as well. All these drivers that are in the championship hunt at the moment. But there is Flint Schuring. What an audacious move that would have been to have got one on Ariel Levy. Levy appears to have fought that one off now and leads the way. You get the feeling that those two drivers might well be crossing swords many times throughout this year in whatever series they race in. They've both been in Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, so certainly Flint Schuring has raced against Ariel Levy in the past and definitely fancies his chances on the top step of the podium. You see a lot of smoke in the background where somebody's clearly locked up into turn 13 and 14. There is Alex Tauscher now behind Horst Felix Feldmar. So Feldmar in 4th, Tauscher in 5th. Robin Knudsen trying to make his move on Alex Tauscher. So Tauscher, if he tries to make the move on Horst Felix Feldmar and it doesn't stick, he could lose a position to Robin Knudsen. So he needs to think long and hard about this before doing anything dramatic. Also in the background, Sebastian Framer, the other of the championship contenders, just following them in the background at the moment. Also Louis Rosset is there, Hugo Ellis and Ollie Gray at the back of that queue. Then Sasha Norden there as well. There's Louis Rosset, Hugo Ellis, then the gap back to Ollie Gray. And there is Sasha Norden and the driver that you discount at your peril, Senna van Soelen, number 12 in 12th place. Robin Knudsen now putting the pressure on to Alex Tauscher. And Tauscher loses the position. Disaster for him. Knudsen muscles his way through and suddenly Tauscher is relegated down into 6th place. He'll have to regather himself, don't do anything rash and find a route past. He's tracking Robin Knudsen all the way at the moment. In the background, Sebastian Framer just waiting, looking for his moment to pounce as well. The cars behind, all so close together. Ariel Levy, Flint Schuring, they've broken away just a little. 0.6 of a second between them, and then about 1.8 seconds back to Marco Giltrap and Horst Felix Feldmar. So the rest of the cars into turn 1, keeping within the track limits, please. There is an investigation, car 84 and 72 overtaking under the yellow flag. That's Cass Havercourt and also Marco Giltrap. That is going to be investigated after the races. We see Robin Knudsen coming under increasing pressure from Alex Tauscher, and now Sebastian Framer closed in on Tauscher as well. He knows if Tauscher tries to make the move on Knudsen, that could be his opportunity to get through. And there, the 54 car of Hugo Ellis and Louis Rosset, they are fighting for 8th place. Rosset at the moment has the advantage, but Ellis looking like he could be making a move. There's Draker Janssen in the 17 car, someone who's been something of an entertainer. Currently in 13th place, Jan Safer behind him. Now the challenge on once again, Louis Rosset. And the car that pulls alongside him to the inside, Hugo Ellis finds the gap and muscles his way through. Following in his wake though, Ollie Gray doesn't miss the opportunity. Ollie Gray to the inside as well, trying to push his way through. Brilliant stuff, great entertaining racing. So it's Hugo Ellis into that 8th place. Louis Rosset relegated 2 places. Now he tries to come back on the outside, but Ollie Gray has this one covered off. Ollie Gray in the number 9 red, white and blue car, moving up the positions. Number 9 in 9th place. Hugo Ellis just ahead of him. The 2 Brits running very much together on track. Ahead of them, Sebastian Framer and Alex Tauscher. Now, Louis Rosset trying to come back on Ollie Gray, but Ollie Gray's got this covered off, but he does go wide in turn 1. Now they head along towards turn 2 under the heavy braking, and Ollie Gray still has that line covered off, but in there as well, Senna van Soelen also getting involved. So Senna van Soelen fancies his chances to get some points. Also there, Sasha Norden, you discount him out your peril, but look at this, Flint Schuring into the lead. He found a route past Ariel Levy. Flint Schuring, what an audacious thing to do. The championship leader losing a position to the guesting Flint Schuring. Car 16 taking the lead. We didn't see it happen, but Flint Schuring now leading the way. Ariel Levy relegated down into 2nd place. He's got all the hard work to do again. Now, did he make a mistake, or did Flint Schuring force him one way or another. Did he just get past him? We're going to find out, because there's a spinner there. Is that Tauscher? It might be. Another car's collected him. Certainly that's Knudsen and Framert. It's Knudsen and Framert that have got together. This is surely going to bring out a Code 60 or a safety car, because there is debris all across the track. That is Robin Knudsen and Sebastian Framert, the two drivers that have been so entertaining, that have got together, pointing in the wrong direction. It looked like Framert had spun, Knudsen had got together with him. So the race leaders coming through at the moment. We've got a Code 60, so the Code 60 is out. That means the cars now have to reduce their speed to no more than 60 kilometers an hour. They're not allowed to brake heavily, so when it comes out, all drivers release the throttle without braking and allow the cars to return back to speed. Sebastian Framert, the driver who came into this race today, into these 2 rounds today, as third in the championship and very much a championship contender, is going to score no points. Ariel Levy was looking good for a solid 25. Well, make that 20 now, because Flint Schuring found a route past. And that really is high drama, because Ariel Levy has been so dominant in this series so far this year. So Flint Schuring, the young driver, we keep saying it, keep an eye out for him. There's something in that family where they're all really quick racers, and Flint Schuring, well, I was warned about him about 2 years ago. They said, you think Morris is quick? Keep an eye out for his brother Flint, because he is coming through the ranks and he is red hot, and he's proven that to be the case, because he's managed to find a route past Ariel Levy. Although there is still 18 and a quarter minutes left of this race, plus 1 lap, so it could all change. Now, what we've seen in the last few rounds is drivers anticipating going back to green after a Code 60. At the moment, the safety car is on standby, so we may well yet go to a safety car to clear the debris. But if we stay as a Code 60, when we go back to green, anticipating it has been a big issue, with many drivers losing and gaining places as a result of that. Robin Knudsen's car looking distinctly second-hand. And West Coast Racing are going to have their work cut out to get that one back together in time for Barcelona on Saturday, a week today, for the final 2 rounds of the season. There is first place and second place. Flint Schuring leading Ariel Levy. Flint Schuring, who was in this series last year and got a podium, just the 1 podium, in the 2023 Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And definitely right, we thought that might be the case. The safety car is out, so this is going to close the field up. So with a little under 17 minutes remaining, safety car will join the track and bring the cars back to a slower pace. It means that all the gaps that were there will now close up, and we can take stock of who is where. It's Flint Schuring leading Ariel Levy, having stolen the lead away from the pole sitter somewhere in the last few moments before the Code 60 came out. Ariel Levy down into second place. In third place, it's Marco Giltrap. Very impressive, looking still to improve on his best so far of a second place in Portimao. Horst Felix Felbermayr very much in the wars in fourth place. Alex Tauscher, realistically, he's going to be the only driver now in with a chance of the championship alongside Ariel Levy, the only driver that can take the fight to Ariel Levy. Alex Tauscher in fifth place, so a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. And Hugo Ellis in sixth place ahead of Louis Rosset. Ollie Gray doing a great job on his debut. Senna Van Solen and Sasha Norden rounding out the top 10. Marshals are out on track at the moment, sweeping up all the debris, and very dramatic indeed. We lost Robin Knudsen and we've lost Jules Grau, the driver who came into this race in the lead of the Pro-Am Championship. Now out of the race, Alex Ryman is currently 21st in the race overall, and he is running in the Pro-Am Championship, and this will be his opportunity to get some points and to close in on Jules Grau, who will score nothing. And his run of first and second place finishes comes to a stop in Pro-Am race as a result of that incident. We have just reached the halfway point of the race. We are behind the safety car as a result of Jules Grau and Robin Knudsen getting together. And it's going to take a few moments to get the track cleared up. And of course, with the field so bunched up, when we do get back to green flag racing, it could all kick off again. A lot of drivers see this as an opportunity to pick up places that they might not otherwise have been able to do with the field so bunched together. And at the moment, there are a lot of quick drivers in the pack. The quickest in the Pro-Am category, the leader in the Pro-Am category, it is Alex Ryman, 21st place and leading in the Pro-Am, and he is ahead of Henri Tuamala, who is behind him on track in 22nd place. So it really is going to be a great opportunity for Alex Ryman to do exactly what he needs to do and get to the top of the championship. Chenzi Ogyuzan, who's also in the championship hunt, is down in 25th place at the moment. So that would be, I think, third in category in the Pro-Am category. So the cars up to turn 12 and then around 13 as we just wait for the track to be cleared. We have lost Cass Havercourt, the driver who won race 1 sensationally earlier on today. He is into the pits. We saw some contact that saw him with bodywork damage. Now suddenly safety car is in. That caught us all snoozing, that did. The green flag is out. We are racing again. And Marco Giltrap weaving like mad. Well, he'll say he's warming the tyres. I think Horst Felix Feldmeier will say he's blocking him. Feldmeier takes it to the pit lane to try and get past him. He goes wide into turn 1. Feldmeier is the next to go into the gravel trap. Now Ariel Levy sees a gap on the inside of Flynn Schuring. Schuring's got it covered off. Schuring just in head at the moment. But Ariel Levy tracking his move. Marco Giltrap in third place. Schuring just about holding on. But Ariel Levy, he almost found the route past. I think he got a little bit of a jump at the start. But now Flynn Schuring back, very much in control. Ariel Levy, though, he's not done yet. 12.5 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap of this race. They break clear of Marco Giltrap just a bit. Axe Tauscher in 4th place, being careful to stay within track limits. Now, he'd be quite happy if Flynn Schuring were to win this race and take points away from Ariel Levy. Levy, though, lurking eager, tracking the number 16 car. We've got a red flag. A red flag is out, so we've clearly got problems. The cars are going to be brought back to a stop, so I think this would have been the Horst Felix, well, there is Horst Felix Feldmeier walking back. I'm wondering whether we have damage to the fence. The car is definitely buried in there, something that can't be dealt with under a code 60 and can't be dealt with under a safety car by the looks of things. So the clock is stopped. And to the 88 car, very much buried in the fence there, but it doesn't look to me like the fence is too badly damaged. So hopefully this is not going to be a long red flag. The car's circulating, they'll come back to, probably back to the grid, come to stop, or they may stop in the pit lane. So the safety car will lead them round. So 12 minutes and 19 seconds on the clock when the red flag came out. And the drama centres around that car there. There's Horst Felix Feldmeier, who looks pretty fed up with it all. A very talented driver from a very talented factory. His dad and his granddad, legendary racers. The Feldmeier dynasty continues. And Horst Felix, who started in the Porsche Carrera Cup, Benelux and Germany last year. And finished 7th in the rookies in Germany and 7th overall in the Benelux series and 6th in the rookie championship. He got a couple of wins in this series last year. He's certainly very quick, but this will be a race he'll want to forget with the number 88 car buried in the fence. So the cars have come back to the pit lane, and you can see the crowds who are up on the stands, who have enjoyed lots of racing here today, lots of entertainment, but everything comes to a stop while the Felbermayr car is retrieved from the barrier, and I'm wondering if there are some barrier repairs that need to be done. I've got no notification of what the issues might be. So, as things stand at the moment, if the race finished as things are now, Ariel Levy in second place would pick up 20 points. That would take him up to 122 points in total. And Alex Tauscher, who's currently in fifth place, he would get 11 points, so that would take him up to 73 points. So not enough, not quite enough for Ariel Levy to put this one to bed here today, but getting very, very close. It would give him, well, he would only need to score 2 points next week in Barcelona to have this championship tied up. So if he can get in front of Flint Schuring, if Ariel Levy can get in front of Flint Schuring, by my reckoning, I think he would be crowned champion still with 2 rounds to spare. As I say, my maths is notoriously bad, so take it very lightly, but I believe he came into this race with 102 points. You can see why we've got the red flag there. The fence needed to be repaired. And coming into this race, I believe that Tauscher had 62 points. That's just my maths from race 1. So we'll keep one eye on that. Of course, Sebastian Framert, who also had 62 points coming into this race, will score nothing, and that takes him out of the championship hunt if things finish as they are, and it will be a two-way fight for the championship. Of course, in the Pro-Am Championship, Jules Grau and Alex Ryman, well, that one is going to go all the way, whatever, because they were just 3 points apart coming into today. So there is the 37 car that we saw involved Gianluca Giorgi earlier on, also being carted back to the pits. There was a warning that was given to car 29, that was Louis Rosset, for track limits. Right, restart at 58, so that is just under 5 minutes from now, as we see Felbermayr being taken away. Right, we're going to have another look here at what happened earlier on that brought about the caution. And we can see heading into turn 1, there was Schuring, there was Levy, and Felbermayr, he just got out wide. He looked to try and make a move on Marco Giltrap. Looked like he was going into the pit lane at one point. He got out wide into turn 1, then collected the barrier off camera, but clearly a sizable impact. But he did take a very wide line into that turn 1. No traction to be had out there whatsoever. And he was heading to the scene of the accident from that moment forwards. Of course, the gravel traps do a great job in slowing the cars down. It takes a very deep gravel trap to stop them completely. I think Zandvoort has got some very good gravel traps, but we're not doing gravel trap reviews here because that's not why we're here. But yes, some gravel traps, they really do slow the car down and stop them completely. But Felbermayr, well, that's the quickest part of the circuit, coming off the pit straight into turn 1. He would have been carrying an awful lot of speed, skimmed across the gravel trap and connected with the tyre barrier that did exactly what they needed to do, compressed, absorbed the energy, and Horst Felix is able to walk away from it. The only injury that he has is probably to his ego, which is heavily bruised. Right, Piers is in the pit lanes with Alex Tauscher.
Yes, I am. I thought I'd come down here to grab a word with the drivers mid-race, which is not something we often get to do. Alex, it's been a very, very busy race so far. Movement backwards and forwards all over the place. Still over 10 minutes to go, I think. So how to sum up the race so far?
Well, as you said, it was quite chaotic. Maybe a bit too much, in my opinion. I don't know what happened now, but yeah, restart now. So 10-minute sprint race for everyone, I think. Will be quite a good show.
Very much going to be a good show. We're looking forward to it. Your P, what's that, 5, I think, at the moment? So P5 or 6? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, P4. podium potentially on the cards?
Yeah, why not? I mean, I know I have the speed. I'm just, you know, changed the seat padding a bit for this race, so I'm falling around like a ping pong ball a bit. But when I get used to it, I think, yeah, why not?
Why not indeed. Alex, thank you so much for chatting to us. It's great to hear from the drivers. I might actually grab a word with Marco Giltrap if you want to go first, Laura, and then grab a word with Marco because he's managed to move his way up the field a little bit. Marco, you happy to have a quick word?
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, we chatted to you on the grid, of course. It's been a very, very busy race so far, a lot going on. Bit of a pause now, and then basically a 10-minute sprint race. Talk to us.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Everyone's going to be balls to the wall, that's for sure. But no, it was a good start, you know. That's what we thought. We thought the start would make it, so now we just sort of consolidate, see if we can get a good restart, maybe look for a move in front or try and follow Ariel through. But the main thing is just to keep looking forward.
Keep looking forward indeed. Tell you what, it's nice and warm. It's much warmer in the car than it is outside, so I'll let you keep the door open and get some cool air. And why not, should we grab a word with our pole sitter, Ariel Levy, if we can. Would he like a chat? Is he up for a quick word? Ariel, we okay for a quick chat? Or do you a quick chat for the stream? Yeah, sure, great. That's great. It's been a great race so far. Great to watch at home on the live stream. What's it like in the cockpit?
Yeah, great is relative. For me, starting first and being second is not great. Sadly, I had a problem with the car and I couldn't shift up gears. And until the moment I managed to re-engage the gear, he overtook me. And yeah, I just hope that the race restarts so I can get my chance to get it back.
And that's your goal, I suppose?
Yeah, for sure, that's my goal.
Anyway, I'll leave you to it for now. We'll grab a word with our driver that's going to be starting in first place, Flint Schuring. Of course, Flint is... oh, no, that's it. We're being told we better wrap up, and I don't want to get in trouble once again, as you saw on the grid. But, Brian, back to you. This is definitely going to be an interesting final part of this race weekend.
Thank you, Piers. Very entertaining as well. Lots of, well, we've got spherical objects to the wall with Marco Giltrap, and we've got old Ping Pong himself in car number 13. Great insight there. He's bouncing around. Get yourself a new seat, Alex. You need it, and can't have you falling about the car. Interesting, Ariel Levy. So he had a gear shift issue. It's not like him to surrender places very easily, and so, as he says, entertaining is all relative. He'll be more entertained if he can get past Flint Schuring, and I think Flint will be very aware that the 78 car is breathing down his exhaust pipe. So engines are running, safety car is out, and the clock has now started. As they've already said, it's going to be a 10-minute sprint, a dash for the cash. This may not be the last caution that we have in this round this afternoon. There is 10 minutes left, and a lot of drivers looking for opportunities. So we get rolling again, and out onto the circuit. It will be Flint Schuring who leads them around. Now, our timing screen is a little bit jumbled on account of the fact that they arrived into the pit lane in a different order. So hopefully that will sort itself out once they cross a timing beam, and I can just confirm the positions of everybody. But I think there's a few drivers that have been shown in different positions to where they should be. If you are following us with our live timing screens, just to be aware of that. Certainly it's got Hugo Ellis up in third at the moment, which is not the case. So cars now out behind the safety car. Now what will happen now is that the safety car may well lead them around, and they may well go green this time around, particularly taking into account the time is running out, or he may well take them for an additional lap to give them opportunity to scrub the tyres back in and get the temperature back into them, because these tyres cool down very quickly when they're sat stationary in the pit lane. So they're all going to be on cold tyres at the moment. So the race director might decide that a couple of laps, no, that's not the case. Lights are off on the safety car. What do I know? Absolutely nothing. That's the answer to that one. It is Flint Schuring who is going to lead the pack around. We're going to go green this time around because the lights are off on the safety car, and by my understanding of the rule book, that means that we are about to go racing around turn 8, 9, 10 and 11. The cars come, and then Flint Schuring, well, his job will be to try and catch Ariel Levy napping, because he'll want to go when Ariel Levy least expects it. He's allowed to go whenever he wants, but he must not overtake the safety car You do that, then you're going to take a very quick trip back to the garage. So safety car has disappeared off into the distance. There is Flint Schuring. There is Ariel Levy. Marco Giltrap, he fancies the top step of the podium. Keep an eye on Ping Pong in 4th place, a.k.a. Alex Tauscher, who will be looking to get himself up onto the podium. There's the 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be exciting. 9 3/4 minutes remaining of this round 6 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. Flint Schuring, he's ready to go. Ariel Levy's ready to anticipate it. Flint Schuring's waiting. He backs it off, and now he goes. Flint Schuring leads the field across the line. Ariel Levy in 2nd place. Marco Giltrap there as well. Alex Tauscher crossing the line. Behind them, Louis Rosset also looking to make a move, weaving to get the heat into the tyres, into turn 1. Can they all get it slowed down? Yes, they can. Single file through turn 1 at the moment. The lead duo breaking away. Flint Schuring, Ariel Levy looks to the inside. The 2 cars make contact. And Flint Schuring is left pointing in the wrong direction. Ariel Levy saw the gap on the inside, and it looks like Schuring might be stranded. This could bring out another Code 60. Ariel Levy has the lead at the moment. So Ariel Levy taking the lead of the race. Marco Giltrap up to 2nd. Alex Tauscher into 3rd place. Wow, amazing stuff. Flint Schuring, he left a gap on the inside. He tried to close the door. The 2 cars got together, and Schuring was left pointing in the wrong direction. Now, as far as I can see, I think that he is still stranded out on turn 2, and there's a couple more cars there. There's Anthony Imperato and Urin de Back, who's had a torrid day. Imperato also stranded. We said this might not be the last caution, and I think we are going to have a caution here, because with 8 minutes remaining, surely they can't leave the cars there. Ariel Levy leading the way at the moment. There is an investigation for overtaking before the control line on the restart of this race by a race steward. But Ariel Levy leading the race at the moment. We're still green flag at the moment. Across the start-finish line we come. Marco Giltrap in that 2nd place. Ariel Levy leading the way. There's Giltrap. Then it's Alex Tauscher into the podium positions. Right, now we are Code 60 as expected. Back to no more than 60 kilometers an hour. There's an old saying that safety cars breed safety cars, or indeed Code 60s breed Code 60s. There's somebody on a scooter there rushing to the scene of the crime. But that's exactly what happens with the field all bunched up. You often get more cautions that come once there is a stoppage. There is the cherry picker, for want of a better word, that'll come to pick up the stricken car and help it get moving. What a shame. Flint Schuring, who had been such a superstar in this race, a tragic way to see him go. Looked as though there was the gap on the inside, and then he tried to close the door at the last minute. The stewards will take a look at it, but I'm not entirely convinced that there is any kind of penalty to be awarded, but Flint Schuring is going to have a 2nd DNF. Hopefully we'll see him back in Barcelona next week, and he can put things back to where they should be in his head, and he can maybe pick up some podium positions. But at the moment, it's going to be 2 DNFs for Flint Schuring. Ariel Levy in a strong position. His championship challenger, Alex Ping Pong Tauscher, in 3rd place. Between the 2 of them is Marco Giltrap, just behind Louis Rosset. Hugo Ellis, who has been so impressive in there as well. Keep an eye on Ollie Gray, car number 9 in 6th place, and Senna Van Solen. Both of them have been sneaking up through the order and have been there or thereabouts all the way through this, and may well yet trouble the podium finishers. Ariel Levy back where he wants to be. Now, that gear selection problem that he had earlier on, he's going to be praying that that doesn't return when he gets back up to green flag conditions. So we're going to have another look at the incident with Ariel Levy and Flint Schuring as we look at Anthony Imperato being unceremoniously dragged away. Right, so here we go. There was Flint Schuring into turn 1, then they head up the little short bit up towards turn 2. This was the gap on the inside. Ariel Levy saw this as his opportunity. Flint looked in his mirrors, he went no, tried to shut the door. The 2 cars got together. I'm not a race steward. I did do race stewarding once and regretted it for the rest of my life. But by my reckoning, I would say that Ariel Levy did have his nose in the space. I'm sure that Flint Schuring would disagree with that. But it looks as though, to me, there has been no penalty that I can see that has been flagged up. And Flint Schuring has retired from the race. Ariel Levy inherits the lead. So, 4.5 minutes remaining. We're hoping we can get this thing. I think we will get some racing if they get the track clear, and I'm sure they will. No notification yet of when we will get back to green flag. We're still under code 60, so that means no more than 60 kilometers an hour. It keeps the gaps as they were. Because we had only just restarted, most of the cars were pretty nose to tail already. Alex Tauscher, well, he's making his plans known already. You can see, looking to the outside of Marco Giltrap, we are back to green. Once again, who can anticipate the green the best? Alex Tauscher to the outside of Marco Giltrap. There's no grip out there. You want to ask Horst Felix Feldmar about that. He pulls around the outside, he goes wide. The stewards may take a look at that, but Marco Giltrap fighting back on the inside. Alex Tauscher tucks back in behind a car locking up of Louis Rosset, just avoids Alex Tauscher. So Tauscher still in that third place. Marco Giltrap in second. Tauscher said this is going to be entertaining. That's exactly what it is. Marco Giltrap in second place. This allows Ariel Levy to break clear. Now Tauscher having a little look to the inside, to the outside, back to the inside, contact between the two. The puff of smoke that you saw, Giltrap goes wide. Alex Tauscher through into second place. Also trying to follow through Louis Rosset. It's 3 abreast into the corner. Somehow they all survive. Marco Giltrap making a bit of contact, but suddenly Tauscher shuffled back down through the order. He's going to have to fight back. Also in there, Ollie Gray. We thought he might do quite well from where he was starting, but there's smoke coming from the car. Giltrap goes spinning. It's Giltrap across the track. Now can everybody avoid him? The 84 car, hopefully they can all see him. So, double yellow flag waving at the turn 11, but Marco Giltrap, what a performance, and then finally ends up pointing in the wrong direction. The winner in all of that, Louis Rosset. He comes through in car 29, steaming through into second place, 2.5 minutes remaining. Ariel Levy is the leader by some distance as a result of all that was kicking off behind him. Alex Tauscher somehow holds on to third place. Looked at one point like he was going to finish out of the top 10. He was getting shuffled out, but he came back. But brilliant stuff. Louis Rosset now further back. That's Jan Seifert and Sasha Norden going head-to-head. Norden through on the inside. Senna Van Solen also coming through, 3 abreast. Senna Van Solen, brilliant stuff on the inside. Holds it all together. He steals the position away from both of them. And another car. That looks like Draker Janssen into the fence to me. There's another car there as well. It has all kicked off now. Who's that? 52 car of Angus Whiteside. The race is in its absolute closing stages. So whatever happens now, I get a feeling we may just run to the end. But so much drama, a lot of contact, a lot for the race stewards to be looking at. A 20-second time penalty has been awarded to the race leader, Ariel Levy. A 20-second time penalty. So that collision that we saw with Flint Schuring, he is going to be penalised, and he's not going to finish 20 seconds ahead because the race has only just restarted from the safety car at the code 60. So Ariel Levy, our race leader, is going to have a 20-second time penalty. We're into code 60, and I think the race is going to finish under the code 60. Now, Alex Tauscher, I wonder if he's struggling a bit with that car, but this is going to look like a win for Louis Rosset, because 20 seconds that has been awarded to Alex Tauscher. We have confirmation that the race will end under the code 60, so we're going to circulate like this for a while. But so much drama. And now Alex Tauscher has ducked out to the other side of the circuit. Now, I don't know what's going on there, whether he has a problem. He just needs to limp home, because it looked to me like he had problems with the rotation of a front wheel. Heading down the pit straight now, I'm not sure why he's over to the side there. He's still in position at the moment. we're seeing Hugo Ellis up into third place. So Louis Rosset down into fifth. So I think Alex Tauscher will be very happy for this race to finish. So there has been an element of chopping and changing when the Code 60 came out. Now it does look like everything is pointing in the right direction at the moment on Alex Tauscher's car. There's so much drama here. Round 6 at Valencia. We thought the last race was going to be good with the jumbled up grid. This has been something else. So it's currently Hugo Ellis showing in third place ahead of Ollie Gray and Louis Rosset, who made such a audacious move, and Senna van Serlen, Sasha Norden, Jan Safer, Pietro Armani. But we did have the Code 60 that came out, and just looking to see if there's been any other penalties. 20 seconds for Ariel Levy. He will be very fed up about that. Draker Janssen out of the race. Now looking at the timing screens, so 20 seconds will put Ariel Levy down into something like 12th or 13th place, and that is an utter disaster. The contact with Flint Schuring, well, I thought there was a gap. The race stewards have a much better view of things. We have another investigation, and this is involving Alex Tauscher, Marco Giltrap and Hugo Ellis. So the stewards are now investigating that incident as well. So all results here are very, very provisional. You can see that Alex Tauscher is in second place at the moment. We really hope that this championship won't be decided in the stewards box. I think with Ariel Levy copping a 20-second time penalty, well, it's going to go all the way to Barcelona, whatever. But Ariel Levy, who had looked so strong for so long, now with the 20-second time penalty, Alex Tauscher looking to inherit the lead and take his second win of the season, but there is an investigation involving him as well. So Hugo Ellis might be rubbing his hands together in third place at the moment, although he too is under investigation. So Ollie Gray in fourth place is the only one in the top four who is not under investigation or has not copped a penalty. So Ollie Gray, well, a podium is looking very likely and could, well, depends on what happens with this investigation. Alex Tauscher investigation, it might be something that happened to him, or it might be that they perceive that he was the instigator of the problem that we saw. We saw them just all together fighting for position, but at the moment we head down the pit straight. Now, whether this is the checkered flag or not, I thought there was one more still to go because the clock hadn't quite struck zero last time around. So this is going to be the most anticlimactic end to a race you've ever seen, because we're going to head around at 60 kilometers an hour for another lap, and we're going to see the end of this race in slow motion. There is Draker Janssen. It's taken me 6 races to learn how to pronounce his name. Apologies, Draker, if we've had it wrong earlier on. But he's got bigger things to think about at the moment, and that is his car up against the fence, needing to be retrieved. So, once again, the slowest final lap you're ever going to see taking place under a Code 60. Hugo Ellis thinks, I could just boot it here, past both of them and take the win, couldn't I? Yeah, I don't think so. Ollie Gray in that 4th place. Now, Louis Rosset in 5th place. He had looked so good, and it looked like he was up into a podium position, and then in all of the yellow flags and the Code 60s, he somehow got mugged 3 places and is suddenly back down in 5th place. Great opportunity to look at these cars in slow-mo. Good opportunity to learn the track as well. There's Senna van Serlen, and there is Draker Janssen's car being removed. So Ariel Levy, now I don't know whether he will have been informed yet that he has a 20-second time penalty. Nothing else has appeared yet on my timing screen to say of any other penalty. So as things stand at the moment, the winner of round 6 will be Alex Tauscher. But I would remind you that Tauscher and Hugo Ellis are under investigation. So, Ollie Gray, stay where you are, mate. Looking pretty solid as well. Of course, with the cars so bunched up together, any time penalty that's awarded is going to hurt doubly because there are no gaps between the cars particularly. Ariel Levy leading the way by 1.3 seconds. And that's how it should stay if they're all staying to 60 kilometres an hour. So, lots of repair work to be done by the teams before we head to Barcelona a week today. But we're now into the final throes of this lap. Towards turn 12 they come. The slowest finish to a race you've ever seen. And this is a definition of an anticlimax. What led up to it was certainly very exciting. So the big headline, Ariel Levy is going to cross the line first, but he's going to pick up a 20-second time penalty as a result of collisions, and one in particular with Flint Schuring. And that will relegate him a long way down the order, around about maybe, well, it keeps changing, but probably about 10th place, things being as they are now. So, out of turn 14, we come once again. This time, the checkered flag is ready. Round 6 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division comes to an end. It's Ariel Levy who's going to cross the line first, but as things stand at the moment, it's going to be Alex Tauscher who takes the win, putting his championship well and truly back on track, taking it all the way to Barcelona and taking the fight all the way to the end of the series. Here come the rest of the cars. Hugo Ellis in 3rd, Ollie Gray in 4th, Louis Rosset in 5th. And then we wait for Senna van Solen ahead of Sasha Norden, who is almost pushing him across the line. Jan Seifert, Pietro Armani, Josh Stanton having a slightly better race than he had in round 5. And then 11th will be Thomas Cangro, Sid Smith, Jeff Machiels in 13th place. Haven't even talked about the other categories yet, but the winner in the Pro-Am race, Alex Ryman, who will close in on Jules Graul in the championship ahead of Henri Tuamala. 3rd will be Chenzing Okuzan. So those 3 gaining valuable points in the race for the title of Pro-Am champion. It just goes to show when you think things are signed and sealed, it can suddenly all turn on its head. And that's exactly what has happened in this race. Just when we thought we knew exactly what was going to happen, suddenly there's another twist in the tail and it all changes. I have no other notifications of penalties, but keep an eye on the socials and on the websites in case anything does change. But at the moment, it looks like it's going to be Alex Tauscher who takes the win. So, provisional results we're going to bring you now. Oh, no, we're not going to bring you the results, actually, because, obviously, with Ariel Levy crossing the line first and with 2nd place under investigation, car 21 also under investigation, that's Sasha Norden. So, with all of those under investigation, I think we're going to hold on the results. Hopefully, we'll have something before we get to the podium, and we can actually bring you the 2 podiums, the 1, 2, 3. So the slow-mo continues. This will be painful for the drivers. I should think they'll all just want to get out the car, go and have a sit down and have a strong drink after that, I should think. The most dramatic race of the year, certainly the most drama in terms of contact damage, code 60 safety cars and what have you. It feels like it started about 3 days ago. And it's still now the cars are heading back towards the pits under the sunshine. Well, at least it's not raining. Shout out to Ollie Gray in car number 9 for Ombrum Racing, the driver from Woking in Surrey, who we saw last year in the Formula 3 for Carlin Motorsport. Was second in the 2022 Formula 4 British Championship. Has also raced in the Italian and British F4 Championship in 2021. And as he said earlier in his interview with Piers, is loving the transition to tin top racing and is proving that. He's been very rapid on his debut here today, and a 9th place as things stand is a great result for this driver, who will no doubt be featuring very strongly in a number of racing series over the next year or two, and we'll keep an eye on his progress. There's Pietro Armani, car number 10. Well, 9th place on the timing screens, but that is all subject to change. Sadly, in both races for the Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division, we've had to say all results are provisional because there were so many time penalties in the first race because of track limits. A lot less in the way of track limits in this one, but penalties for collisions. And that is something that the stewards will have views on that we don't have. So Tauscher goes to the number 1 position, as we have no news on what his investigation is, and it might be that he is the victim in the investigation. Well, they can't promote him any further. Top step of the podium it is. He said he was falling around the car like a ping pong ball. Well, he's bounced back very nicely and receives congratulations from the crew. A Proton Huber competition, a wonderful bunch of guys and girls who do a fantastic job, led by Christoph Huber, a character and a legend in the world of motorsport, and they have won many things, and Alex Tauscher with them has a great team behind him who have prepared the car. It might need a little bit of painting after this because there's been a bit of panel bashing that's gone on. Alex taking what will be, in theory, his 2nd win of the season. He won the season opener at Portimao. And I should think there'll be a lot of replays of the videos going on for some time afterwards. Hugo Ellis holds on to 3rd place, according to what I've heard. So, yeah, he holds on to 3rd place, but I think that might be updated further because, of course, he crossed the line in 3rd and Ariel Levy was ahead of all of them. Well, Alex did say it's going to be entertaining. He wasn't lying, was he? And that's exactly what we had, was entertainment. Now look at that. That looks like Ollie Gray to me. The smile says it all because I think he's been promoted up onto the podium. I think Hugo Ellis is up into 2nd. Great stuff. So Piers is down there. Piers, you're there with Ollie. What's he got to say?
Hasn't said anything yet, but he's got a big smile on his face. Ollie, you started towards the back of the top 10 and you made your way through and then have been promoted onto the podium. Very provisional at the moment, but still a great race for you. I bet you didn't expect that with 10 minutes to go.
No, it was crazy. Like, I had an average start, obviously getting used to getting off the line. But yeah, then the race was crazy from there on out, just defending, overtaking, avoiding crashes in front of me, and being ready to go in the code 60, and that gave us the big advantage. We made, I think, 2 spots off the code 60 going to green. And yeah, it was a great day, and I hope we can get this podium confirmed.
Well, again, to be confirmed, very provisional. As far as I'm aware, you're one of the only drivers in the top 3 or 4 that aren't under investigation or already have a penalty. So we'll confirm those results when we can, but for now, we're going to see you on the podium. Regardless, a great race and a great introduction to Porsche Carrera Cup, Southern Europe, and also Porsche Carrera Cup driving in total.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No worries. Let's see if we can grab a word quickly with Alex Tauscher, our provisional race winner. Alex, can we grab a quick word? Just, do you want to give your helmet to a friend or something? We'll let you have some hands to put the the hat on, of course, Michelin being the tyre supplier of this this championship. Alex, a crazy race. You were dodging incidents, you got involved in a couple of things. The result is provisional for now, but still, to come across the line for now in first position must be a good feeling.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's what we're here for, you know, always going for the win. Now it worked out actually from P8. I mean, of course, there was quite a lot of luck involved as well, because, you know, you saw all the incidents. I kept it more or less clean. I mean, there are a lot of marks on the car, but I guess it was quite fun, no?
It was good fun to watch. We're going to head up to the podium now, so I'll let you go up there. Thanks very much for chatting to us, and hopefully you'll get to keep it. We'll see. We'll see. A lot of stuff going on in that race. Brian, we'll get ourselves ready for the podium. Back up to you.
A lot of fun, no? Yes, a lot of fun. Is there a single panel on that car that hasn't got a dent on it? Brilliant stuff. What a great race. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Well, we need about a month to look at all these, don't we? It was a fantastic race. Remember, Ariel Levy starting from pole. You remember Horst Felix Feldmayer alongside him. I know it felt like a long time ago, didn't he? Flint Schuring there as well. It was Flint Schuring who mugged Horst Felix Feldmayer earlier on. Everybody made it around the first few corners, and we thought, oh, it's going to be a quiet race. How wrong were we? It turned out to be a very lively race. So the first incident, well, that was Jules Grau. That was very significant indeed. Getting together with Jean-Luc Georgi, both cars retiring from the race, throwing the Pro-Am Championship wide open. Marco Giltrap to the inside of Horst Felix Feldmayer. Flint Schuring had already dealt with him, and then it was Giltrap who went to the inside. Cass Havocot also following through. But, of course, Havocot was going to get damage to that car as a result. Alex Tauscher, the start of a lively afternoon. Robin Knudsen, I remember him at the start of this race. Seemed like a long time ago. He submitted a place to Alex Tauscher, but then stole it straight back again. Also very much in the wars and entertaining Louis Rosset and Sebastian Framer. The two of them running side by side. Ollie Gray always there or thereabouts at the front of the pack. Flint Schuring somehow found a route past Ariel Levy. We found out later on that Ariel Levy had a gear shift problem, but the drama was still to unfold. Sebastian Framer and Robin Knudsen getting together, leaving drama out on the track. Ollie Gray submitting a place to Louis Rosset, but he was soon to get that back. At the front, well, Horst Felix Feldmayer went very wide into turn one. There was no braking to be had. He hit the fence hard, and that brought out the red flags, and we had that lengthy stoppage while the 88 car was removed and the fence was repaired. On the restart, this is where it all really kicked off. Ariel Levy saw a gap on the inside of Flint Schuring. Schuring, well, he didn't close the door. That's what the stewards have said, because that incident there is what has scored Ariel Levy a 20-second time penalty and has stolen the win away from him. Marco Giltrap made a move past Alex Tauscher. Tauscher ducks back to the inside. You saw the contact between the two of them. Well, you saw the smoke from it anyway. And there may have been a bit of damage to the car 13, but also coming steaming through was Louis Rosset as well. At one point, Tauscher was getting shuffled back through the order. Who thought that he would end up on the top step of the podium at the end of this? Marco Giltrap didn't, because he got spun around as well. Nobody collected him, which was great news. Senna Van Solen also getting down and dirty with it, getting stuck in. He and Sasha Norden getting together, but it was Draker Janssen who went wide into the barrier, getting involved with the 52 car of Angus Whiteside, and those two cars meant it was a code 16 all the way to the end. The slow motion end, the last couple of laps that lasted about 3.5 weeks, finally saw Alex Tauscher cross the line in second place, but take the win by dint of the fact that Ariel Levy had picked up that 20-second time penalty. But I would say, once again, all results are provisional. You can see just from those few highlights there that there was an awful lot of action, and I get a feeling that the race stewards will be burning the midnight oil, just looking at videos and trying to confirm exactly what has happened. So I'm just looking here at a bulletin that I have posted, and it's saying that it's Tauscher from Louis Rosset and Hugo Ellis, but I'm going to hand this lot over to Piers. Your problem, Piers. I'm going for a lie down.
Yeah, I think it's about time we did the podium. It's worth adding that these results are probably provisional for now, so please celebrate like it is the real podium. However, they're subject to change. So let's start with the Pro Division for the sport. Of course, in third place for now is the number 59 from the United Kingdom, Hugo Ellis. In second place, the number 29 from France, Louis Rousset. And our winner, the number 13, the German driver, Alexander Tauscher. Alex driving for the Proton Huber team. And now the German national anthem. There we have it. And now the trophies being presented by Olivia once again from Porsche. In third place, Hugo Ellis for Parker Racing Team Parker Racing. The second place trophy being presented to Louis Rousset of Martine Almeras. And the winner, Alex Tauscher for Proton Huber Racing. If you guys would like to go on the top step of the podium for a photo opportunity. And one final round of applause for our podium in the Pro class for round 6 of the Sport Division in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Up next, we have the Pro-Am classification. In third place, from Turkey, the number 8, Cengiz Oguzhan. Congratulations, Cengiz. Cengiz Racing for Team GP Elite. In second place, the number 123, the Finnish driver, Henri Tuomala. Henri driving for Porsche Estonia. And our winner in the Pro-Am classification, number 47 from Estonia, Alexander Reimann. Alex racing for the Est1 team. And we will now have the Estonian national anthem. And the trophy is once again being presented by Olivia from Porsche. Third place, Cengiz Oguzhan. Second place, Henri Tuomala. And your winner, Alex Reimann for the Est1 racing team. A final round of applause for our Pro-Am classification drivers in round 6 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Sport Division. On the top step of the podium for a photo opportunity. Congratulations. Thank you, guys. Congratulations. We'll see you next week in Barcelona. That concludes the podium ceremony for the round 6 for the Sport Division. We have the Club Division in just a few moments. Let's hope that it's a little bit less chaotic than that one, because I don't think Brian could make it all the way through if it was just quite like that Sport Division. Brian, back to you.
Thank you, Piers. Yes, I could do one of those nice fresh oranges that are currently at the side of the track. I'm not sure I can make it anymore. Yes, we are into club division now, but just to reference sport division quickly, as you will have gathered, the results changed in the last few moments, and the 1, 2, 3 were revised as the stewards looked at videos. And just keep an eye on websites and socials in case there are any further changes. But I think the 1, 2, 3 probably fairly solid. But what do I know? That was utter entertainment and kept us guessing right up to the podium and beyond. But now it's time to focus for one last race today. The second race of round 6, and this is for the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. And this is once again set to be an entertaining race. Like we need any more excitement. Of course, it was Robert Sulmer who went head-to-head with Philip Wills to take the win in round 5. And what an entertaining battle that was. It's going to be very much as you were. Robert Sulmer now leads the championship by 5 points, but Philip Wills starts on pole position for this race, and Robert Sulmer starts from 5th. So he's got to do it all again. He's got to come from further back through the pack. Ahead of him, the very impressive Peter Heglin, who finished 5th in the last race. Also, Javier Ripoll Jr., who finished in 6th in the last race, even though he finished 3rd on the road, attracting the attention of the stewards. And Marabi Mekvabishvili in the number 39 car, who finished 11th in the last race, but that does not represent the kind of speed that he was showing. Also, alongside Robert Sulmer will be Johannes Zelger, and he, on his debut here, guesting today, has proven to be very rapid indeed, and will be looking to make up for the fact that he finished in 4th, having started in pole position in round 5. So very much all to play for. Lots and lots of drama that will be occurring during this race. That much is guaranteed. And I would guess that Philip Wills will want to get in front of Heglin and get ahead and try and get some space between himself and Robert Sulmer, because you have no doubt that Robert Sulmer will be charging through the pack as quickly as he possibly can. In the GT4 category, the Treble 2 car has won every single round of this championship so far in the GT4 race. For the first 4 rounds, it had Seb Hopkins at the car. This is the Team Parker Racing Treble 2 car. Earlier on today, it had Robert Cronin at the wheel, and he proved to be very rapid indeed, finishing in 13th place. He's qualified in 13th place for this round 6 as well. So he's in a good position. His main championship rivals, well, he's not really in the championship hunt on account of the fact that he's only joined the championship today, but his main rivals in the GT4 race, Graham King is down in 18th place and Henk van der Rel down in 19th place. So they are going to be working their way through from the back. The driver who's got it all to do, though, Didier Gloria, he starts last place. Car number 7 will be starting 20th on the grid. I would guarantee that he's not going to finish in that position. He's very much of the mentality of win or crash trying. And I think, well, he's probably not going to win it, but he's certainly going to be looking to move forwards from that position as soon as this race gets underway. It will be 30 minutes plus 1 lap as before, and it will be a rolling start as before. So very different discipline here to what we've seen in the sport division earlier on. The cars that are in the AM category are Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars. The 4-litre naturally aspirated water-cooled flat 6 boxer engine, which is mounted in the boot with a 6-speed transmission. And the GT4 cars are the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, or just the Club Sport without the RS, generating between 425 and 500 horsepower depending on the spec, but very rapid, and as proven by Robert Cronin, more than capable of mixing it with the GT3 cars. The championship certainly will not be decided today. Robert Sulmer and Philip Wills, with that just 5 points between them, and after today there will still be 50 points remaining. It will be in a week's time that we will head to Barcelona for round 7 and round 8, where the championship will come to a conclusion and we will find out the identity of the person who will, certainly in the GT4 category, who will succeed Joe Warhurst as the champion in the GT4 category. And we will find out the identity of who will be the winner of the AM Championship as well. All that happening in a week's time. The wonderful Porsche Pyramid kicking into action here, and it is this series which is such a great training ground, such a good warm-up. All these drivers will be competing in other categories around the world during the remainder of the year. You heard in the sport division earlier on, Marco Giltrap, who will be taking the skills that he's learned here in Europe back to Australia. The New Zealand driver competing in the Australian series this year, and no doubt learning an awful lot from the team and from the drivers around him, and to put that to good use back in his home series. A lot of these drivers will be appearing in Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, some of the sprint challenges, Sprint Challenge Benelux, Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain, Porsche Sprint Great Britain, so many different categories and classes, and a lot of the drivers here will have got an advantage on their competitors by the fact that they've got testing, they've got practice, and they've got experience. Right, we're going to head down to the grid for one last time. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I give to you Piers Pryor.
I know, it's the last time. It feels like it's come round quickly, but one more race to go in the club division. The cars are now pulling up onto the grid. Not all of the cars here, some of them are still making their way around, but we might as well walk on and grab a word with who is here right now, which is starting with Javier Ripoll Jr., if he is wanting to have a chat. He had a good race in the last one, but unfortunately picking up a penalty, which meant that he dropped back. I think he's deep in conversation, so I'll give him a moment. Javier, of course, all the way from Colombia. I think he lives in the US nowadays. Javier, a great race in the last one, third on the road, but unfortunately a penalty put you down the order. So you know the pace is there. Another podium in this one?
Well, let's try. I mean, before I lost it for 5 seconds and a line that I told you not to do. So let's try to keep the stuff inside that race right now. My rear pressure went out of the roof, so I was sliding too much. And that's it. I went out of the track a couple of times, made a few mistakes, and that cost me the podium. Hopefully this time.
Yeah. The track temperature is definitely going up a little bit. It's warmer than it has been at any point today. Do you reckon that's going to make a difference to how the car will handle throughout the race?
Yes, I mean, like I said, if you just stay with the front pack and you're just waiting for them, that's the best thing we can do, is save tires and be careful with the lines. Yeah, that's it.
Javier, good luck. Thank you for chatting to us once again. Javier, always giving us an insight into how the race is going to go. Let's move across and grab a word with someone who we spoke to last time. Robert Sulmer, of course, had a great race, ending up winning the race. Again, not quite at the front of the grid in this one. I think he won the race. My memory isn't serving me completely correctly. I don't want to say he did when he didn't. I've got, again, a lot of information being taken in by the team here. Robert, of course, at the capable hands of a Huber competition. Of course, these last moments are getting a bit of fluid in there, a bit of coconut water, keeping the electrolytes on, because as much as it is not the warmest here in Valencia, in the cars, the temperature raises very, very quickly. And it can be hot inside the cars. I think we're having to move slightly, so maybe we'll give Robert just a moment, because I don't really want to get my toes run over if I can help it. While they're moving, we'll see who else on the grid. Of course, on the outside of the front row, Peter Heglin had a good qualifying session under our newer drivers to the championship. Any second now, we'll be able to jump in with Robert. Okay, Robert, can I jump in? Robert, very quick.
Wait a moment.
Well, I'll wait for the engineers, of course. Please come in. Right, maybe we'll move on from Robert. He's got a lot of information to be taking on board. Wants to make sure he can do well in this one. John, we spoke to in the last one. John, can we have another chat before this race? That looked like an enjoyable previous race.
Yeah.
Is this one going to be equally as enjoyable?
I hope so. If we have the same result at the end, I will be satisfied for the weekend.
It would be a good weekend indeed. We spoke to Javier Ripoll, who's starting in third place. He mentioned that his tyres went off in the previous race, and it's definitely warmer now than it was earlier. Do you think that's going to make a difference to how the race may play out?
I think it will be an advantage for me because normally I can take care more of my tires. So comparing to the others, you could see that also in the first race. In the end, I was faster than the rest. So let's hope that you are right.
Let's hope. We look forward to seeing you charge through the field at the end of the race. Thank you very much, John de Wilde. John is starting in 7th place on the inside of the 4th row. Jukka Arola on the outside of the 4th row. Unfortunately, I don't speak much Finnish, and I believe he speaks about as much English as I do Finnish. So therefore, we'll leave Jukka. We'll grab a word with Andrea. Is it Andrea Baratti? It is Andrea Baratti, if he's happy for a quick chat. Andrea, car looks great, matching helmet. Race number 1 earlier on today was good fun. What's your hopes for this one?
But I think for me the 5th position inside the 5th position is very, very good.
Very good.
Nice weekend.
Say again?
Nice weekend.
Brilliant. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Thank you so much, Andrea. Good luck in the race. I love the matching helmet car combination. The Enrico Fulgenzi Racing Team colours always looking good. Let's head across to the inside of the row 5. It's Mike Mihailov. Is it Mike Mihailov? Am I in the right place? Yes, it is. Mike, talk to us about the race. What are you hoping for?
Yeah, I'm hoping for a clean race and hopefully I'll make some progress, and move forward.
How was the first race for you? Was it about as good as you could expect it, or do you want more in this one?
Yeah, the first race I had a decent start, but then in the second lap I lost some positions. Obviously after that there were a few spin-offs, and so I was able to gain them back, but it was a little disappointing that I lost them, but I will try not to do that again.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks very much. Good luck, Mike. It's great to hear from our drivers again from all over the world. Mike, of course, got the Star-Spangled Banner on the side of his car from America. We chatted to Corrado Costa earlier. Alexander Dobik is starting on the outside of row number 6. And it's really, really impressive to see how close the times are. I mean, I think it was top 7 positions covered by just 0.3 of a second. Let's jump on in with our winner in the first race in the GT4 subcategory, Robert Cronin. Can we grab a word with Robert? I know he loves an interview, doesn't he? So, Robert, we're chatting to you on the grid. We chatted to you earlier. You won the previous race despite a penalty. How is this race going to play out for you?
Hopefully good again. We'll just see what happens with the cars in front of us. So.
And hopefully keep all 4 wheels on the track every single lap this time. I know, of course, you've got a really good pace this weekend, but I suppose you're practicing for the season ahead. What are you looking to work on in this race?
Just a bit more consistency and obviously keeping on the track.
Brilliant. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. I'll be watching, so make sure you stay in those white lines. On the outside of the of row 7, we had Ernst Indebitsin, and then we've got Minsky in on the outside of row 8. The inside, yeah, let's jump on in. We can jump in. This is, of course, oh no, I need to leave the grid. I'm being told off again. It's okay. Brian, I'm going to head over to you because I think I won't be allowed back at Riccardo Tormo if I keep chatting to people.
Run via life. Good job there on the grid. Really good to hear from the drivers. And thanks, as ever, to Piers doing a wonderful job on the grid walks, getting removed by security whenever is necessary. But no, good stuff. We're getting ready for this, the final race of the day to start. And I especially enjoyed listening to Andrea Baratti, who is loving it, isn't he? And that's what we love about this. It's proper racing drivers who are doing what they love, and for some drivers it's not even a podium position, it is just getting out there and just enjoying themselves and getting stuck in. You can see that it looks like there's rain in the distance, but it's a beautiful day here at Circuito Riccardo Tormo in Valencia. And we are getting ready for this round 6 of the season for the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It will be Philip Wills who starts on pole position with Peter Heglin for company alongside Javier Ripoll Jr. will line up alongside Marabi Mekbabishvili on row 2. Robert Sulmer, the winner of the previous race, has Johannes Zelger, the pole sitter from the previous race, for company on row 3. John de Wilde starts 7th on the grid with UK Roller alongside, and then Andrea Baratti and Mihan Mylov on row 5. Alexander Dobik and Corrado Costa have each other for company on row 6 of the grid. Row 7, Robert Cronin, the leading driver in the GT4 category, alongside Ernst Hinterblitzen, Minsky Stanislav and Jürgen Bollet. Niels Lofterud and Graham King line up on row 9. And then on row 10, the back row of the grid is Henk Narell, and a long half an hour ahead of Didier Glorier as he lines up 20th and last in the number 7 Speed Lover car. So that is your grid, and in a few moments, well, make that now, the cars will be rolling again and getting the heat into the tyres and into the brakes. Headlights are on. Always a little bit challenging, these late afternoon races, because the sun is starting to go down in the sky, and as the cars race around, there is the possibility of the sun really getting into your eyes. It can be quite bright. Visibility can be difficult. Also, things cooling down a bit, so grip levels changing as the afternoon progresses. So additional challenges for these drivers as they get ready to start this round 6 of the season. It's going to be a very critical start. Robert Sulmer at the start of the last race got a fantastic start, and that put him into that position where he was able to challenge for the lead. He really needs to do the same again here, because Philip Wills from the front of the grid will disappear off into the distance if he gets half a chance. Certainly Robert Sulmer may have bunged Peter Heglin a couple of quid just to get him to hold him up, but I think Heglin would love to get in front of Philip Wills anyway to get on the podium on this, his first race of the season in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. In fact, his first race ever today was in Porsche Sprint Challenge Europe. A very capable driver starting on the front row, more than capable of taking the battle to Philip Wills. Javier Ripoll Jr. in that 3rd place. He has been so impressive all day today, and had it not been for that penalty in the last race, would have finished on the podium. And Marabi Mekbabishvili has been a pure entertainer. Then we have Robert Sulmer, Johannes Zelger, who has shown how quick he can be on account of the fact that he got that pole position in round 5 earlier on today. So the cars heading up to, this is turn 12 we're looking at now, so around turn 13, they will have been given the instruction to grid up side by side, and they will very shortly exit turn 14 onto the pit straight, and we will be ready to get this underway. Once again, look after the tyres, look after the car, and for goodness sake, stay within track limits. That's what we're asking for. Also, if we can avoid the stock car racing of the previous race, that would be very much appreciated, because we want to be green flag all the way for 30 minutes plus 1 lap. This is Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division, round 6. The safety car will peel off into the pit lane in the late afternoon sun here in Valencia, and we are about to go racing. The cars along the pit straight, we are now running, and they fan out side by side, 3 and 4 abreast along the pit straight. In towards turn 1 they come, under braking. Who's going to come in first? It is Philip Wills. Not such a good start from Robert Sulmer. He's up there, he's picked up a place, but he's got a lot of work to do still. But challenges, and look at Javier Ripoll Jr. looking to the outside of 2nd place, heading into turn 2. The rest of the pack come filing through. Everybody makes it, keeping within the track limits. But it's Philip Wills who leads the way. Robert Sulmer now to the inside into turn 4. Looks like he might have picked up a position. There's a car at the back. That's not a Porsche. That's one of the safety cars just marking the back of the field, but up to third place, Robert Sulmer, but he's left a gap on the inside. John de Wild is there. We saw somebody in front locking up a tyre. So Robert Sulmer under pressure. Javier Ripoll Jr. trying to come back at him. This is critical for Robert Sulmer's championship. He's through into third place. Marabi Mekvabishvili to the inside of Javier Ripoll Jr. The two cars make contact. Ripoll just gathers it all up together, and Marabi Mekvabishvili is through and into that position. John de Wild is in there as well in the number 51 car, but he holds on to position. Philip Wills leading the way at the moment. Peter Heglin in second. Robert Sulmer in third with all the work to do. There is Marabi Mekvabishvili. John de Wild as well in there, all fighting for position. Javier Ripoll Jr. has lost places from the absolute start of the race, but Michał Mylov has done a great start, and there's a car that spun off out of turn 14 onto the gravel. I didn't see who that was, but I don't know if it's made contact with anything, but this may well bring out a caution, and it is Marabi Mekvabishvili. Fortunately, he's not made contact with the barrier, but this will almost certainly bring out a code 60 at turn 14 and will cause the cars to have to reduce to no more than 60 kilometers an hour at the moment. The racing continues, and it is still Philip Wills who leads the way from Peter Heglin. Robert Sulmer up into third place. So doing a good job. John de Wild, though, keeping him honest just behind. The rest of the cars are filing through. I said Didier Gloria would do well, but he's made up 7 places on the opening lap. He's up to 13th place. Good job, Didier, as he tries to fight his way back up. Robert Cronin leading the way in the GT4 class. We're still at green flag at the moment, keeping one eye on what may occur here because of the Marabi Mekvabishvili car that is stranded out. There is Jürgen Vollet, no, it's Alexander Dobik, I beg your pardon, who is making a challenge for position. There goes the memory, and he doesn't make it stick, so drops back behind the 18 car of Jukka Irola, going head to head with the very impressive Johannes Zelger, the pole sitter from the last race. Fighting hard in the mid-order of the pack. Well, we've remained green flag, so maybe the Mekvabishvili car has moved under its own steam. I guess it has, because we remain green at the moment. Across the start-finish line we come once again. It is Philip Wills who leads the way, 4 tenths ahead of Peter Heglin. Robert Sulmer just loitering in the background. John de Wild, Javier Ripoll Jr., Michał Mylov, Andrea Baratti, he's had a good start, up to 7th place. Jukka Irola, Johannes Zelger in 9th place, and Corrado Costa rounding out the top 10. Then it's Alexander Dobik and Didier Gloria up to 12th place from the back of the grid. So good job there. Johannes Zelger starting to feel the pressure from Jukka Irola in that 8th place. So out towards turn 6 comes our race leader, Philip Wills. Broken away a little bit from Robert Sulmer in that 3rd place. But the one thing we've learned about Robert Sulmer is that he waits and bides his time. He doesn't just go charging in, he picks his moment and then he winds the car in front in. That is 5th place, Javier Ripoll Jr. Now we've gone to code 60. So it's taken a while, but code 60, the driver's now required to lift off the throttle, no heavy braking, allowing the cars to reduce to no more than 60 kilometers an hour. This will give the marshals a chance to move the Marabi Mekvabishvili Proton Huber competition car, and credit to the steward, the race steward, wanted to give Marabi every opportunity to get the car clear himself, but it's now requiring a code 60 to get the car moved. The cherry picker out on track, doing what it does. This is not going to take long. Now, what we've seen in the previous rounds has been drivers anticipating going back to green after code 60 well, and some not anticipating it well at all. So they will be driving with their eyes very firmly fixed on the flag marshals and the lighting boards around the circuit, because they will go green with very little warning. Any second now, we've had information that it's finishing, and we are green. So will anybody gain from this? They're still weaving, and you can see that it is the race leader who has been mugged. Philip Wills has been mugged by Peter Heglin. Robert Sulmer also a little bit sleepy getting away. He's with his main championship rival, but John de Wilder also up into third place. Exactly what we said might happen. Philip Wills was very busy warming the tyres. The rest of them were on the accelerator. Our new race leader, Peter Heglin, smoking the tyres into the corner. John de Wilde in second place. Our earlier race leader and pole sitter, Philip Wills, down into third. Robert Sulmer just behind him. And Sulmer will be wondering why he didn't anticipate it better, because he could have got the jump on the car in front of him. Javier Ripoll Jr. there as well. I think Michal Milov might have been a little bit sleepy getting out of the blocks himself in car number 70. So, new race leader, the guesting driver, Peter Heglin, the Swiss driver, joining the series for the first time here at Valencia in rounds 5 and 6, leading the way, getting the jump at the start. So out towards 12 once again, the cars spacing out a little bit. We've got a yellow flag at turn 11, so somebody's had a moment out there. None of the leaders though. Heglin continuing on his way. John de Wilde, who has looked wild all race long, has been very eager, is getting a sniff of potentially a top step at a podium here. Behind him, championship leader Philip Wills, and a car into the gravel. Corrado Costa this time, and he looks buried in the gravel. That car is not going anywhere in a hurry. You can see the wheels spinning, the gravel trap doing what it says on the tin, trapping the car. But the problem with that is it means he can't just drive out. Get the feeling we might be seeing a code 60 again. Race steward just allowing the cars to stretch their legs. We'll give plenty of warning before we go to code 60, and now that's what we do. Code 60 for all the cars, back down to 60 kilometers an hour once again, and Corrado Costa will need to get that car moved out of the gravel trap. At least the race marshals will get that car moved. So a few more laps under this slightly reduced speed, 60 kilometers an hour is the maximum. There you go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all in the same camera shot. That is the top 6 in the race. Peter Heglin in the orange and silver car, our race leader. The silver cars behind belong to John de Wilde and Philip Wills in second and third place, both for Speed Lover Racing. And then Robert Sulmer, the winner of the previous round, behind them in car 63 in the Proton Huber competition. Prepared car, a very rapid motor indeed. Our race leader is in the FAC Autotech car, of course, Alex FAC, the team owner whose son also races in Porsche Cup as well, and has been here coaching at various rounds during the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, and they have prepared that car very well, and Peter Heglin has something of a rocket ship underneath his right foot. At the moment, the safety car is on standby, so I'm wondering if they need to get some heavy lifting machinery out onto the track to get the stranded car removed of Corrado Costa. It is only on standby, now it has been deployed, so safety car is out. That is going to reduce the gaps down. Hopefully there's no other issues going to be required. Look at the damage on the side of the John de Wilde car. You can see that he has been in the wars. These cars are not for decorative purposes. They're out there to race, and that's exactly what these drivers do, getting the elbows out, getting stuck in. There is the Porsche Cayman safety car joining the circuit, and will lead the field around. So clearly, code 60 is not going to be enough to get the damaged car removed of Corrado Costa. So all the gaps that had been built up will be reduced. The incident that was involving cars It says 998. I think it's 989. Henk van der no, sorry, I beg your pardon. Ignore that. It was the previous race. It's been a long afternoon. Right, okay. The cars, no penalties or issues that have been flagged up on the time screen is what I really meant to say here. So all looking good. Not that I'm paranoid, but the number of track limit infringements and penalties we've had today is well into the 200s, possibly the 3s, in fact. And so
I'm afraid.
we are now just waiting for the track to be cleared, and no penalties that I'm aware of. Some interesting voices in my head at the moment. I think there are anyway. So the car's circulating behind the safety car. 18.5 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap of round 6 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, the club division. And it is Peter Heglin who leads the way on account of anticipating the exit of the code 60 period a little earlier. Very well indeed in getting the jump on Philippe Wills, who did quite the opposite and was possibly had his brain somewhere else when it went to green and got mugged, not just by Peter Heglin, but also John de Wilde. This time, though, no such problems because it'll be a safety car. So everybody will have fair warning when we're about to go green. Not at the moment. We're looking for the lights on top of the safety car to go out. That will be our indication that we are about to go racing.
The car that I chose,
and
number 5.
We've
that's
had
5 that DJ chose for Piers Pryor before Lucas.
no, we've had no indication that that is happening yet. So Peter Heglin currently. Now, I think the lights have gone off on the safety car. So, yes, they have. That means that we will be going racing this time around. We're looking at turns 12 at the moment. So, Peter Heglin will back the pack up with a little over 17 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. It will be Peter Heglin who leads them out to turn 14. He will want to get the jump on John de Wilde. Now it looked like the lights are out. I'm guessing the cherry picker is going to move that car by the time they get round next time. I'm sure they will have done. The lights were definitely out on the safety car. Now I'm wondering whether they might have come back on. No, they haven't. So Heglin, no, they are back on again now. Bizarrely, the lights were off for a period of time. So looks like we're going to have another lap behind the safety car. Maybe it is just the sun that's shining that's making it look like they're off, or maybe they've got an intermittent switch, but the lights are definitely on again. And the Corrado Costa car is being unceremoniously removed from the circuit by our very hard-working marshals, the Orange Army, who, as always, do an exceptional job keeping things going. Have been working especially hard here. So looks like we're going to have another lap behind the safety car. Now I've had confirmation it will be in on this lap, so turn the lights off once again. And Peter Heglin this time really will back the pack up and allow the safety car to get away. There must be no overtaking before the cars reach the start-finish line, but it will be Peter Heglin's decision when he wants to hit the accelerator. The only thing that he needs to make sure is that he doesn't catch or indeed overtake the safety car. But apart from that, it's up to him when he goes. And his job, what he'll be trying to do, will be to catch John de Wilde sleeping and hit the accelerator when John de Wilde least expects it. I should think that Philip Wills and Robert Sulmer will see this as their opportunity to pick up some places. It is Robert Sulmer who leads in the championship by 5 points. He came in absolutely level with Philip Wills at the start of today, but that win in round 5 earlier today has seen him pull out a 5-point gap. But that could all change. We are beyond halfway. We've got 14 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap of this race remaining, and his Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe Club Division is about to go back to green flag conditions. The drivers having to work hard to keep the heat into the tyres. Of course, circulating around at this speed, everything cools down, the tyre pressures drop. And really important to get everything back into the window so that when you arrive in turn one, you've got brakes and you've got grip so that you can actually get the thing around and you can challenge for position. Right, here we go. Now, it looks to me like Peter Hegglund has pulled the pin nice and early because he is up to speed. Safety car out of the final corner into the pits, and Hegglund leads the field across the start-finish line. We're back under green flag conditions. John de Wilder weaving to keep heat into the tyres, but Hegglund went very early, as is his choice, and has a healthy lead as they head into turn one. Philip Wills in third place has Robert Sulmer looking to overtake him. He sees a gap on the inside. I think Sulmer just showing himself at the moment, putting the pressure on. He's proven already it's possible to push Philip Wills into a mistake. He's going to try and do the same again. Javier Ripoll Jr. though, behind in that 5th place. And if Robert Sulmer makes the move and it doesn't stick, the 191 car will be rushing to fill the gap. So it is still Peter Hegglund who leads the way, but 2nd place John de Wilde, 3rd place Philip Wills, looking under pressure from his main championship rivals. Robert Sulmer, you can see the sun shining in their eyes as they head towards turn 7, and that is where the sun is so low in the sky. Visibility not brilliant at that part of the circuit. They're pleased to turn around turn 8 and be moving away from the sun. But Philip Wills has the 63 car in his mirrors. There's our race leader. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Coming round turn 12. 3rd place, Philip Wills. There he is, the silver car. Robert Sulmer leaving it late on the brakes, clearly looking to make his challenge. Javier Ripoll Jr. a little bit further back, so now this is the opportunity. What will Robert Sulmer do? He looks to the outside along the pit straight, hasn't got the legs to pull alongside, ducks back to the inside. But Philip Wills has the faster line around the corner. Javier Ripoll Jr. knows exactly what Sulmer is trying in front of him, and he is ready to fill any gaps that might appear. Philip Wills still in that solid 3rd place, the last of the podium positions. John de Wilde up ahead, breaking clear a little bit. Philip Wills doesn't look to have quite the pace at this point of the race. Maybe he's saving himself for later on. There in the 3rd place, our leader, Peter Hegglund, running on his own at the moment by about 0.6 of a second. John de Wilde running in a solid 2nd place, but 3rd, very much up and running. Now, is that in the green and white car, Didier Glorier? What progress has he made up into 9th place from stone last? He was a bit grumpy when Piers spoke to him on the grid earlier on about his qualifying performance. Well, he has more than made up for it. He's done his talking on the track. I had to do a double take to see him up into 9th place already, challenging Yuka Irola for 8th place. So, brilliant drive from him. Robert Cronin in 12th place, also a solid performance leading in the GT4 race. As we look at Mihan Mylov in car number 70, Johannes Zelga, who's had a good day in 7th place. Then behind them, it is Yuka Irola and the very impressive Didier Gloria. We're looking at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now running nose to tail into turn 1 with 10.5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap of round 6 of the season. There's Didier Gloria pushing forwards himself. Very impressive stuff. Into turn 2 they come in the evening sunshine here in Valencia. And then out towards turns 3 and 4. Hegglund leads the way, half a second, not breaking clear of John de Wilder. There is Yuka Irola. Didier Glorier, man on a mission in number 7, trying to find a route past that very pretty blue and white car in front of him. The very rapid green and white car behind. You can see into the sunshine they come. You can almost see the drivers squinting as they look to find their braking points. Didier Gloria locking up a brake into the corner. He is pushing so hard, taking all that he can out of those tyres. remembering that he's got to have grip for the last 9.5 minutes of this race out towards turn 12. Once again we come. Ahead of him is still UK Roller, keeping the car on the racing line. Didier Gloria wants to get as close as he can through 12 and 13 and give himself a good launch out onto the pit straight out of 14 and make a move into turn 1. He's a little bit far back at the moment, so it's been well anticipated by UK Roller out towards turn 1. Here come the lead pack. John de Wild looking like he might want to make a challenge on Peter Heglin's first place. Heglin goes very deep into turn 1. He rejoins, now leaves the gap on the inside. John de Wild fills the gap. We have a new race leader. John de Wild into the lead of the race. You saw that gap. Peter Heglin outbreaks himself. Philip Wills through on the inside as well. So suddenly from the lead down into third place, Philip Wills doing what he needed to do to steal away that second place. Now Solmer is going to try and follow through as well, but Heglin fighting back. Good comeback from Peter Heglin back into that second place, but all of that has Wills vulnerable to Robert Solmer. Solmer sees the gap. It has not worked for Philip Wills now. Javier Ripoll Jr. also getting involved. Slight contact. You saw the back bumper wobbling. Javier Ripoll Jr. backing out of it, deciding that discretion was the better part of valor. But our championship leader has jumped in front of second place in the championship. Robert Solmer up into the podium positions and ahead of Philip Wills. Javier Ripoll Jr. in there as well. But what a comeback from Peter Heglin. Looked like he was done and dusted as far as second place goes. But he fought back, he did not give up, and suddenly he's back into that second place. But he's now staring at John de Wild in front of him and looking at the position that he once occupied, the lead of the race. He went deep into turn 1, left that gap, and John de Wild took it away. Now Robert Solmer eyeing up second place. So John de Wilder leading the way. Peter Heglin there in car number 5. Robert Solmer, that's your 1, 2, 3. Keep an eye on Javier Ripoll Jr. He has not been scared to get himself involved in any fights. If he sees a gap, he doesn't need an invitation to stick his nose in there. What can Philip Wills do from 4th place? Not the kind of race that he was hoping for. Wanted to get back on the championship hunt. Well, he's got up to the back of Robert Solmer, but Solmer is the driver at the top of the championship. If the race finishes now, Solmer will extend his lead in the championship further. Still 6.5 minutes remaining. There is Didier Gloria. Finally, his charge up through the pack has been halted by Yuka Irola. It might be halted by the fact he's probably extracted everything out of those tyres on the number 7 car that he possibly can. But you can see Yuka Irola, who has Mihan Mylov in 7th place ahead of him. And I think Gloria probably not done quite yet, particularly as Alexander Dobic is quite a long way back, so no threat from behind at the moment, as long as he keeps it all together. There is Didier Gloria in car number 7. He sees a gap on the inside, smoking the tyres once again. You do get the feeling that the grip is starting to seep away from those tyres. Here comes our race leader, John de Wild. Peter Heglin in 2nd. Coming under pressure from Robert Solmer. Philip Wills has dropped back a bit from Solmer. 5.5 minutes remaining. Now Solmer, what an audacious move that would be around the outside. Surely that was not going to stick. That's just left him vulnerable to Philip Wills. Wills suddenly sees the opportunity, closes back in. Javier Ripoll Jr. in there as well, ready to jump. But that was a fairly opportunistic move from Robert Solmer. Couldn't make it stick. All that's done is it's fallen him back into the clutches of Philip Wills. So Wills back on the bumper of Robert Solmer, and that's allowed Peter Heglin to break clear once again into the sun. They go along turn 7 and turn 8. Pleased to do the 180, have their backs to the bright stuff, and out towards turns 8, 9, 10 and 11. All in close formation with each other. So you can see the gap between first and second. John de Wilde has opened up something, well, it says 1.174, but I think that has probably increased further still. Second place, Peter Heglin with Robert Sulmer. A little bit more measured approach on his challenge for second place, probably needed. In third, and then in fourth place, Philip Wills, ready and waiting, along with Javier Ripoll Jr. Philip Wills will be getting frustrated. 4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. And Philip Wills, having come into this race, to this rounds 5 and 6 today, as the joint championship leader, will have seen that lead disappear as a result of rounds 5 and 6, if things remain as they are. Didier Gloria still in 8th place from stone last on the grid. So he's made up 12 places in this race. Wants to make it 13. Yuka Arola stands between him and that. Johannes Zelger has broken clear a bit at the front of them. Johannes Zelger, who was the quickest man of anybody on the track last time around, has just broken clear of Yuka Arola, and in 6th place, Didier Gloria, with what is left of the tyres, pushing hard. Michal Mylov has had a warning for track limits on turn 1. In 9th place, still Didier Gloria looks to the left, looks to the right. Less than 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Here's second place, Peter Heglin, Robert Sulmer. You can see the back end sliding out of turn 14. You get the feeling that Heglin is running out of grip himself. There's smoke in the background where people are locking up into the corner. Tyres at the end of their life. Robert Sulmer will be aware of that as he traces the moves that Peter Heglin makes, and then looks for the gap on the inside into 2. Gets the thing slowed down. Still Heglin in that second place. And now Sulmer to the inside, he sees a gap, but Heglin shuts the door in his face, and that leaves Robert Sulmer a little bit vulnerable to Philip Wills. Philip Wills, though, has Javier Ripoll Jr., who is joining him, and look who's joined them, Johannes Zelger. Suddenly, Philip Wills, who was challenging Robert Sulmer, now under pressure and being overtaken. Javier Ripoll Jr. comes through on the inside under braking. He has the faster line. Philip Wills has to submit that position, and suddenly into the clutches of Johannes Zelger, who's in 6th place, the man who has made massive progress in the last few laps, closing in on the lead pack. Zelger now putting the heat onto Philip Wills. This takes the pressure off Robert Sulmer, who is still in that 3rd place, but now broken well clear of his main championship rival. And there Didier Gloria finally makes a move on the inside of Yuka Arola to steal away that position. He's been working on that for about the last 10 minutes, but he smokes the brakes into the corner, locks up a tyre, keeps it all together, and continues on his way. Great stuff from Didier Gloria, up into 7th place. There's someone else behind. You can see the smoke rising up in the background. All of these cars are pushing to the limit. We have several track limits warnings as the tyres are starting to run out of grip, but fortunately for these drivers, and indeed for their tyres, we are into the last 30 seconds of racing. Then it'll be one more lap. So about a lap and a half of this race remaining for John de Wilde to take his first win in Porsche Sprint Challenge Europe. He's up around towards turn 7 at the moment, so the clock's going to strike 0 before he gets back to the line. Then he will have that additional lap to do, and he will take that win. Peter Heglin in 2nd place. Robert Sulmer now with the pressure off in 3rd place, because that man there, Philip Wills, has been mugged by Javier Ripoll Jr., who moves up into 4th, and suddenly Johannes Zelger, who has found a lot of pace towards the end of this race, is keeping the heat onto Philip Wills and stopping him from moving further forwards. There is our leader, John de Wilde, Peter Heglin in 2nd place. Robert Sulmer, I think he'd take that. Thank you very much to go with his win in round 5 earlier on this afternoon. So around in turn 14 for the penultimate time, and out across the line they come to start what will be the last lap of the afternoon in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, round 6. Out towards turn 1 for the last time. John de Wilder, he's keeping it all together. Peter Heglin in 2nd place. Robert Sulmer in 3rd. Javier Ripoll Jr. Philip Wills looking vulnerable to Johannes Zelga. Turn 2. Zelga fancy stealing that position away. Zelga in the number 79 car, guesting here. Philip Wills will now just want to get that silver Speed Lover prepared car back home, get it across the line, take what points he can without losing any other positions. I don't think Johannes Zelga wants to get involved in a championship fight. He doesn't want to get in between what Philip Wills and Robert Sulmer are up to. So maybe he will just not put too much pressure on. But Javier Ripoll Jr. in that 4th place, and Johannes Zelga stand in the way. Philip Wills in 5th place, Javier Ripoll Jr. and then Robert Sulmer. Sulmer and Wills are championship rivals. Here comes John de Wilde though, on his last lap of the race, heading in to the sweeping turn 13 and now into turn 14 for the very last time. It's going to be a win for 51 John de Wilder here in round 6 at Valencia of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Peter Heglin 2nd across the line. Robert Sulmer will be delighted with 3rd place because in 4th it's Javier Ripoll Jr. Philip Wills in 5th place. Johannes Zelga didn't get past but made it to 6th place. Didier Glorier from the back of the grid into 7th place ahead of UK Roller, Alexander Dobik, Michal Mylov rounding out the top 10. The winner in the GT4 category was Robert Cronin in 13th place, but Graham King and Henk van der El had closed in to 14th and 15th. So Robert Cronin continuing the winning streak of car treble 2, and that car has now won 6 out of 6 races in the GT4 category here this year in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The rest of the cars crossing the line, a very entertaining race, and John de Wilder, who takes his first win in car number 51. He did 1 race in the Porsche Carrera Cup France last year at Le Mans, winner of the 2021 Porsche Sprint Challenge Benelux GT3 category. But this is certainly a trophy he will be delighted to add to his cabinet, winning here in round 6 in Valencia in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. Here is your provisional result. It's John de Wilder taking the win ahead of Peter Heglin. Robert Sulmer, championship leader, picks up more points. Javier Ripoll Jr. in 4th. Philip Wills will be frustrated with 5th place. Johannes Zelga, 6th place. Didier Gloria, very impressive from the back of the grid, 7th ahead of UK Roller. Then it was Alexander Dobik, Michal Mylov, then Andrea Barati, Jürgen Vollet, Robert Cronin, the winner in the GT4s ahead of Henk van der El, Graham King and Vincent Stanislav, Niels Lofterud, Ernst Inderbitzen and Corrado Costa, who of course was removed on the cherry picker, having had that crash earlier on. A thrilling race to conclude round 6 of the club division in Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. The cars now heading into the pit lane. Collecting the sign with a clatter. John de Wilder climbing out of his car. Belgian driver who just kept it all together. He has looked so quick all day long, always getting stuck in, and finally taking him to the top step of the podium. The rest of the cars going back to their garages. runners also in the background. There's Peter Heglin, who's parked up there as well. So John de Wilde, well, he just looks like he's been for a drive in the afternoon sunshine, doesn't he? Very laid back. Receiving water, much needed after that.
Prepare for restart, zei oké. Ja. En ik kwam juist voorbij de finish. Dus kon al iets schrapper gaan.
Always trying to listen in.
Nu gaan we een klein beetje spel uitnemen.
Okay, we're going to head down to Piers, who's down in the pit lane with our race winner.
Yes, John de Wilde, of course, an excellent drive through the field, great overtakes and kept the win there. You must be, well, very happy with that.
Yeah, I didn't suspect that. I hoped to again for third or fourth place maybe. It was a bit lucky after code 60 that two guys before me were a bit sleeping, and then I could overtake both of them, and then I came in second place. And I knew the guy in first place, he got no ABS. So I thought now I have to pass him right away, and then he can help up a bit the others because we were all together. So worked out for the best.
Worked out for the best indeed. A good weekend. Sum it up for us at home.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so too.
Yeah. Sum up the weekend, your feelings.
In the quali I was not so satisfied. Okay, it was very close. I think it was only 0.2 of a second to I was 7th to second place. So I was not so happy about that. And but in the end, it was okay.
A good race. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium in a moment. That's John de Wilde. And we're going to grab a word with Robert Sulmer, who is our third place driver, because our second place driver over there is just having a word with his team. And in a moment, once let Robert get his helmet off, of course, another great drive. Robert right in the fight for the championship still, after another good results and podiums this weekend. Won the round 5 and race 6 is just happened in a podium. Hopefully, Robert's okay. We'll grab a word with Robert in a moment. We can grab a word with our second place driver, of course, from second place driver Peter Heglin. Peter, are we okay to? Sorry to interrupt. Can I grab a word with Peter? Peter, we haven't chatted to you yet this weekend, not deliberately, just we haven't seen you, but a great result.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, it's really a great result. I lost the first place, but for example, the restart on the code 60 was really good, because really was not so fast at the restart, and so I could take the first place. And yes, it was not so easy, you know, without ABS, with the ABS car is really different, but it was very fun. It's very fun.
I was about to say, you've got a smile on your face.
Yeah. We have a so good team. We have fun. We have pleasure. We are really, Falk Autotech is the best team for me, and so it's really great that can I do that.
Brilliant. Well, we'll see you on the podium in just a moment. Congratulations for second place. We'll quickly grab a word with Robert Sulmer in third place. If he's, I keep interrupting John de Wilde. Robert, can we just grab a quick? Sorry, I keep interrupting you, Robert. Another podium. Good for your championship, but I know you are fighting for the win.
Yeah, well, I was sleeping at the code 60 when it was green, and suddenly the cars were passing me, you know. Thank God Jaap told me green, so I put the feet on the accelerator, but I lost 2 places, and then it was difficult. I was trying for the second place, and I had him, but he bumped me twice, and then I lost, and Philip was bumping me from behind, and I lost the second, and in the last 3 laps I couldn't really go for it. Yeah.
Still good result for the good result, of course, another podium, good for the championship, and we go racing in a week's time at Barcelona. What are your thoughts? You looking forward to it?
Yes, very much so. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Good to see a smile still on your face. We'll see you on the podium in just a moment. I'll hand back to Brian so we can get that podium ceremony underway.
Here from the podium finishers as well, and everybody looking pretty happy with that. Robert Sulmer saying, as we suspected, that he was snoozing when the code 60 came out, but consolation is that Philip Wills was as well, and he was probably snoozing a little bit more because he actually lost more as a result of that. You can see the sun is shining as we now have a look at some of the highlights from that race that has just been. It was a race that had Philip Wills on pole position. The rolling start in the late afternoon sunshine. They headed into turn one. A lot of jostling for position, but they all made it around and they all kept it within the white lines. It was a great start from Philip Wills, but it all started to come unraveled after that. Javier Ripoll Jr. made very good progress from further back. Robert Sulmer doing what he does best, really, and that is just letting everybody else sort themselves out in front and then working his way forwards and picking places off bit by bit. Murabi Mekvabishvili in the 39 car had a lively race. You saw him there on the track. You see him there in the gravel. That brought out a code 60, and that car was retrieved. Another car in the wars was also Corrado Costa. He would too bring out a caution later on in the race. You saw in the background Didier Gloria, who did the race of his life to come through from the back of the pack through to 7th place. At the restart, this is where they were caught snoozing. And it was John de Wilde and Peter Heglin who made the jump on Philip Wills. There was the Corrado Costa car in the gravel trap. Philip Wills now trying to fight back. He had Robert Sulmer, who was picking up the pace, coming back through the pack. There was Didier Gloria. The tyres were absolutely shot, but he was doing all that he could. Peter Heglin at the front went wide. He had to back out of it, and that allowed John de Wilde through to take the lead, and he was never going to look back after that. Peter Heglin relegated down into 2nd place, would have been very frustrated by that mistake. John de Wilde did not need a second invitation to come through. In the background, Robert Sulmer was always there. He had his championship rival Philip Wills in front of him. Then he had his championship rival behind him. And before long, Philip Wills had Javier Ripoll Jr. for company. Didier Gloria continued to entertain, smoking the brakes into the corner, trying to find a way past Yuka Irola. Robert Sulmer then putting the heat onto Peter Heglin, almost getting past in a couple of points, really making the challenge, but it never stuck. But Javier Ripoll Jr. found a route past Philippe Wills, and that relegated him further back down the order, harming his championship even more. Didier Gloria finally found a route past Yuka Irola to get that 7th place, but the win went to John de Wilde, a brilliant win ahead of Peter Heglin and Robert Sulmer, rounding out the 1, 2, 3. Javier Ripoll Jr. finished in 4th place. It was a win for Robert Cronin in the GT4 category, continuing the clean sheet for the Treble 2 car. Henk van der Rel was 2nd in the GT4s, and Graham King was 3rd. It has been an absolute joy to join you here at Valencia for rounds 5 and 6. This is where my day comes to finish. I'm going to hand over to Piers Pryor on the podium for the last time today. Over to you, Piers, and I'll see you all in Barcelona.
Thank you so much, Brian. You've taken us through all the racing. We very much enjoyed hearing about it. Now let's run through our podium ceremony. What a race that was, the final race of the weekend here at the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. But it was the podium coming up to start with is the AM classification. And in 3rd place, your number 63 from the Netherlands, Robert Sulmer. Robert driving for the Proton Huber competition team. In 2nd place, the number 5 from the Czech Republic, Peter Heglin. Peter drives for Fach Autotech. And the 1st place driver in the AM classification, the number 51 from Belgium, John de Wilde. John driving for the Speed Lover team. John being Belgium, we will now have the Belgian national anthem. Emma, right? Emma. That is our top 3. We're going to have the trophy presentation once again by Olivia from Porsche. 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 That's the 3rd place trophy going to Robert Sulmer. The 2nd place trophy to Peter Heglin. We must say they're excellent trophies here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. And the first place trophy to John de Wilde. And guys, please collect on the top side of the podium for a final round of applause for the AM podium this weekend. That is round 6 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe for the AMs done. Congratulations, guys. We'll hopefully be seeing all of you back again in just a week's time at the Circuit to Barcelona. So Circuit to Catalunya in Barcelona. Brilliant, thank you so much. Now on to the GT4 classification. In third place, the number 11 from the UK, Graham King. Graham driving for the WDP Racing team. In second place, the number 989 from the Netherlands, Henk van Norrel. Henk drives for the Snell Motorsport team. And your winner, the number 222 from Ireland, being represented by Emma Robert Cronin. Well done to Emma for stepping in for Robert. Congratulations. Emma drives for the Parker, Team Parker Racing. And we'll now have the Irish national anthem. We'll now have the trophies for the GT4 classification. In third place, Graham King, once again presented by Olivia from Porsche. Second place trophy for Henk van Norrel. And the first place trophy for Emma on behalf of Robert Cronin. Emma, I assume you'll be keeping this trophy. You won't be giving it to Robert. A round of applause for our final podium of the weekend, the GT4 classification in the club division of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, round number 6. A final round of applause for our podium. Thank you very much. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully we'll see you all again next week at Barcelona. So that about wraps it up here from the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. Podium ceremonies done. We now look ahead to next weekend, the Circuit de Catalunya near Barcelona for the final round of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. It's going to be a great championship fight in both the sport and club divisions and the subdivisions as well. I can't wait for it. I will be there once again and we will be joining you once again live on Alpha Live and the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe YouTube channels. Make sure you don't miss out and keep an eye peeled until then. So see you next week, the 2nd of March.